Rebirth, the ruin of family fortune. The godfather-level boss was reborn as a prodigal son, destitute and penniless. With a sweet yet pitiable daughter, and a beautiful yet helpless wife, all I want is to live a decent life. But the truth is, your uncle is still your uncle. Chapter 1, What S with the pretending? Excuse me, Maram, who are you? What do you want? Please respect yourself. A pale woman climbed onto the bed. Song Sanxi opened his eyes and screamed. The woman was young, fair-skinned, beautiful, and curvaceous. Her expression was numb as she lay flat, stretching her body out in a large, awkward pose. The scene was shocking. Song Sanxi shrank his body, turned his head, and raised a hand in the air. Please, don't do this. If I don't do this, won't you beat me to death? Get on here. Why would I get on here? You're drunk, aren't you the type who turns on the lights and messes around whenever you go home? Why are you pretending to be serious tonight? The woman cried pitifully, hot tears streaming down her face. Nonsense. How could I, Song Sanxi, be that kind of person? Song Sanxi rolled off the bed, his stomach churning. He rushed out, ran to the bathroom, vomited, and splashed cold water on his face, hoping to clear his head. The cold water was numbing, but it immediately sobered him up. What is this? Song Sanxi looked at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. Unkempt, with stubble, smelling of alcohol, a scruffy drunkard. This isn't me. What is this? A wave of dizziness hit him, and his memories began to blend together. On an ocean cruise ship, in a world-class gamble, he had won hundreds of millions of dollars, the money arriving instantly. But then, he was schemed against. The cruise ship exploded, and he died. On the day of his cremation, his fiancée cried bitterly, fainting several times. And now, he was reborn. It was the winter of 2010, in Zhonghai City, his hometown, in the body of another man also named Song Sanxi. His wife was named Suyorong, and his daughter was named Tiantian, 4 years old. This Song Sanxi was a man of vices, gambling, drinking, womanizing, and smoking. He had no redeeming qualities. He lost millions in gambling, 10 houses, a villa, 3 cars, and all the family property left by his parents. He squandered it all. He drank heavily, would go crazy when he came home, throwing things, beating his wife, and beating his daughter. He had to have the lights on at all times, and Suyorong had to behave as she did earlier. Otherwise, he would beat her to death. And this man also suffered from severe manic symptoms after drinking. He would never calm down. Suyorong was tortured to the point of living in hell, wishing she could die. Marrying Song Sanxi had been a nightmare with no end. If it weren't for their daughter, Tiantian, she would have long since ended it all with this scum of a man. When they had money, Song Sanxi would often not come home, indulging with other women. When they ran out of money, he would come back home, demanding money from Suyorong. If she didn't give it to him, he would beat her and yell, even hitting their daughter. Recently, he had gambled away the last of their savings, and tomorrow, the person was coming to take their property deed. If she didn't give it to him, he would torment Suyorong for a month. Many people desired this beautiful woman, and now he had agreed to it. After all, his wife was like a corpse. As long as their house was still there, he could continue to gamble. Gambling was like his addiction. 2 days without it, and he would feel miserable. This afternoon, he had stolen the last 500 yuan from Suyorong, lost it all, and now owed another 2,000 yuan. After getting drunk, he had stripped off his clothes and collapsed on the bed, already drunk beyond consciousness. How could I, Song Sanxi, be reborn into this trash? Does he deserve this name? Song Sanxi pinched his thigh hard, drawing blood. It hurt. He was truly reborn. Frustration filled him. He was once a world-class card master, a top tycoon, a godfather-like figure. His connections, his gambling skills, his demeanor, his charm, his physical abilities, how could the previous owner of this body compare? He thought of his beloved fiancée. He came from the Zhonghai orphanage, and she had stood by him through countless trials. They had planned to win one final gamble, then retire to Zhonghai, get married, have children, and live a peaceful life. But now, that was all lost forever. He thought of Suyorong, that innocent woman, and their poor daughter Tiantian. Song Sanxi sighed and shook his head. I can't go back anymore. In that life, little fish had $100 million. I just hope she's happy now. In this life, little fish should still be in high school. Where is she now? Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll accept it. Whoever caused my death, I'll investigate later. At least now, Su Yorong and Tiantian 1T have to suffer so much. Song Sanxi looked at the mirror and sneered. Scum, you've had your luck. He immediately took a cold shower, brushed his teeth. It was freezing. At home, the gas had been cut off due to unpaid bills. Returning to the bedroom, Su Yorong lay there just as before. The room, with no heat, was like an ice cellar. She didn't cover herself, too afraid to, lying flat like earlier. Quietly, eyes closed, shivering from the cold, this was the only thing that made her seem alive. Song Sanxi didn't dare look long, as his own condition was painful. The poor woman, she was someone else's wife. Her face was pale, with bruises of purple and green. Song Sanxi looked down at his still long, slender hands. What kind of man hits women, hits his own daughter? He quickly turned, opened a wardrobe, and started searching. Don't bother. We don't have any money left, Su Yorong cried out helplessly. Yes, I know. Song Sanxi pulled out some shabby clothes and put them on. Being half naked and close to the woman felt like an insult to him. He had lost all his good clothes in gambling. Now he had to make do. A white shirt, a black coat, black pants barely acceptable. Once, this man had no pride, slouching with a height of 1.7 meters. Now, he stood tall, proud at 1.8 meters. He returned to the bed, pulled the blanket over Su Yorong's body. You've suffered. Sleep for now. I'll be going out. His voice was deep, gentle. Su Yorong was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. When had this scum ever spoken like that? She opened her eyes, stunned. The scum had shaved, his face pale and dark, but still somewhat handsome. Wearing such neat clothes, standing tall, his whole demeanor had changed. What was he going to do? Even in such a pathetic state, did he still have a lover? Which woman would be blind enough to want you? Su Yorong closed her eyes, coldly saying. Perhaps no one, except you. Song Sanxi's tone had some emotion. If I don't want you, I'm afraid you'll beat me to death. Song Sanxi frowned slightly. Your leg and arm wounds are infected. And you've got gynecological issues. Now you know. I was planning to go to the hospital tomorrow, but my money was taken by you. Su Yorong's heart was full of sorrow, tears rolling down. A faint odor of infection wafted to Song Sanxi's nose. He took some tissues, crouched down by the bed, and gently wiped her tears. I'm sorry. Everything will be all right. For you and Tiantian, I'll win the whole world. Su Yorong's tears kept falling, her eyes tightly shut, unwilling to look at this man. You still want to gamble, are you crazy? There's nothing left to lose. Yes, I have nothing left. But I cannot lose their house, their woman, and the child. Besides, you're so beautiful, and Tiantian is so cute. Wait for me. After saying this, Song Sanxi tucked the blanket in and turned to leave. Su Yorong lay there for a while, then flipped the blanket off, pounding the bed. Her cries of despair echoed, heart-wrenching. Song Sanxi, you're not human. You're not human. Are you going to gamble away the house, and me and my daughter? Tiantian is still so young, you scum. Fury flooded her brain, and she fainted. Chapter 2, You are truly despicable. When Su Yorong woke up, she was stunned. The room was warm, seemingly with heating. And for drip was attached to her left hand, and 3 bottles of medication were on the bedside, one of them empty. The pus-filled wounds on her calf and left arm from the beatings were surprisingly bandaged. Her lower abdomen, which had been hurting, now felt cool and soothing. The despicable man's violent lifestyle had indeed caused her to develop an infection. Had he turned on the heating? Had he called a doctor? Where did he get the money from? As she pondered, Song Sanxi entered the room, wearing a white shirt and black pants, standing tall and upright. His usual fierce expression was now calm. Aren't you planning to go gamble? Weren't you going to bet the house, me, and Sweetie away? Her face, now tinged with some color, was tear-streaked, which deeply pierced Song Sanxi's heart. The sight was just as heart-wrenching as his former fiancée, Yi Xiaoyu's beauty. Perhaps, being reborn was worth it. He could still search for Yi Xiaoyu. Yorong. When Song Sanxi called her that, it felt strange to him. In the past, he would have called her something worse. You're overthinking. I went to get you some medicine. The wounds are all taken care of, and your body has been cleaned. The medicine has been applied. You should feel much better tomorrow. His soft and calm words felt so unreal to Su Yorong. Where did you get the money? No need for money. Are you still you? This. Song Sanxi smiled gently. I guess so. Su Yorong looked him up and down, feeling confused. This didn't seem like him. Was he trying some new trick to get money? No more hitting, no more violence. Was he trying to use a soft approach now? I don't have any money left. As for the house, you can take the property deed. I'll move to my sister's tomorrow. Sweetie needs me over there. I beg you, once you have the property deed, don't gamble with me and Sweetie. Try to be a decent person. Sweetie is so young, so pitiful. She doesn't even recognize you anymore. She hates you. Can you at least try to be a good father? Don't you know how to drive? Get a job, start working. If you change, I will even kneel for you. Tears streamed down her face as she begged hopelessly. Her greatest wish was for her husband to stop gambling and for her daughter to have a complete family. Even if she had to take care of him, she would. All these years, they had lost so much money. Though most of it wasn't hers, just thinking about it made her heart ache. They had once been a wealthy family, and now it was all ruined. Song Sanxi walked to the bedside and swapped out the medication. He gently wiped away her tears with a tissue. In this moment of tenderness, he thought back to how he treated Yi Xiaoyu in his previous life and couldn't help but smile faintly. Take good care of your health. Don't worry about anything else. Everything this family lost will come back. By the way, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Song Sanxi. Su Yorong thought to herself, has this scoundrel gone mad? Is he out of his mind? What kind of introduction is this? Even if you turn to ashes, I still remember you. To me, a home, a woman, and a child, that's happiness. Please believe me. In the past, I was wrong. It won't happen again. If you want a divorce, I agree. I won't threaten you with, if you divorce, I'll kill you, Sweetie, and your family. But at least let me solve all your troubles first. If you don't want a divorce, that's fine too. I want my woman to be the most beautiful goddess. I want my daughter to be the happiest little princess in the world. After saying this, Song Sanxi stood up and left. Su Yorong felt despair creeping in, his words were easier said than done. The warm room, the fact that they had gas again to heat water, the drip, the medicine he applied, her body feeling comfortable, his gentle words. A high school dropout, a useless, lazy good-for-nothing who only knew how to drive, could he really know medicine? Oh my God! Is this real? Su Yorong pinched her arm hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Had he really changed? No. She remembered how shameless he had once said, a dog can't stop eating shit. God, what was he trying to do? Confusion and unease filled Su Yorong's heart as she drifted back to sleep under the influence of the medication. When she woke up again, the needle was removed. There was no pain in her body anymore. The room was warm, and the dim light of dawn filtered through the clean windows. The once shabby room now felt surprisingly tidy. She uncovered the blanket, and to her shock, she found herself in a new pink nightgown, freshly washed, likely dried on the radiator. On the floor were a new pair of plush winter slippers. They were so comfortable. She went to the bathroom, and the once worn-out white ceramic tiles now gleamed clean. The toothbrush and toothpaste were neatly arranged. The towel looked like it had been freshly ironed. Su Yorong thought, lost in confusion. In the past, when he showed any kindness, he always took something from her in return. But this time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of collapse, despair, and the urge to cry. After using the bathroom, she noticed feminine wipes placed neatly in an obvious spot on the countertop. It seemed like he was trying to be considerate. When she stepped into the living room, everything was pristine and orderly. Sweetie's favorite little white bear doll, once dirty, was now immaculately clean. It was placed on the shabby sofa, its big black eyes gleaming. This didn't feel like her home, it felt like someone else's, but no, even other people's homes were never this tidy. This was somehow uplifting. In the kitchen, the smell of fried eggs wafted toward her. On the clean, shiny old dining table was a glass of hot milk, steaming with aroma. The broken plate from before was now replaced with a delicate, golden green scallion pancake, tempting in both color and smell. Su Yorong was utterly stunned. A man who usually lazed around, depending on others, could he really cook breakfast? Where did he get the money to buy all this? What had he done last night? Gambled? He had no money. Stolen? Or robbed? Just then, there was a loud bang on the door. No, someone was angrily banging. Bang! Bang! I'm coming, I'm coming. Su Yorong rushed to open the door. It was Zhang Hongmei, the fat owner of the mahjong parlor downstairs, glaring at her with hatred. Give me back that 500 yuan. At 100 yuan interest. You owe me 700 in total. Zhang Jie, I don't have any money left. Can you give me a few more days? I'm going to the factory today. Su Yorong said, embarrassed and pleading softly. Give you more time? Bullshit. You've been stalling for half a year. If it weren't for Sweetie being sick, I wouldn't have lent you a cent. I've told you 100 times stop living with that worthless man. So many people want to marry you and treat you right, but you don't listen. You're truly despicable. Give me the money by this morning, or you won't be able to go to work. Tears streamed down Su Yorong's face as she knelt down. Zhang Jie, you're such a good person, please don't make things hard for me. I beg you. If I don't go to work, I'll be fined 300 yuan for absenteeism. Tomorrow, I have to pay Sweetie's preschool fees, living expenses, school uniform costs, and my younger sister's winter vacation tutoring fees. I really don't have. Zhang Hongmei sneered, stop pretending to be pitiful. If you don't pay today, even if you have to sell yourself, you're paying me. Don't think I'm easy to mess with. Chapter 3, The Importance of Rituals. Zhang Hongmei was indeed a notorious woman in the area, always involved in social circles. Her arrival truly pushed Su Yorong to the brink of desperation. Su Yorong was so overwhelmed that she felt like bowing down. Song Sanxi strode over, lifting Su Yorong up and pulling her into his arms. Yorong, we are people of dignity, we only kneel to the heavens and our parents, he said firmly. Su Yorong felt as fragile as a little kitten, overwhelmed with sorrow. Tears welled up in her eyes as she lowered her head, not daring to look at the creditor, Zhang Hongmei. She wanted nothing more than to strangle her husband. If only he hadn't been so neglectful, she wouldn't have to live like this, without any dignity. She had to borrow money for their daughter's medical bills, and the interest was so high. Zhang Hongmei was taken aback, then shouted, Har! Look at who's talking tough now. It's the prodigal son who's back, ho! Don't you even look at your own character? Do you have the face to talk tough in front of me? People like you talking about dignity, do you even deserve that word? Song Sanxi replied calmly, Boss Zhang, we owe money, but we don't dodge it. 500 plus interest makes 700. I acknowledge it, and I'll pay you back tonight. I'll keep my word. Please don't make things difficult for Yorong. Zhang Hongmei placed her hands on her hips and scowled, bullshit. You, a good-for-nothing, actually think you'll keep your word? Yes, I will keep my word, Song Sanxi said without anger, showing remarkable restraint. Get lost. I don't believe a word from you. A useless man like you, where are you going to get 700 today? Listen, either your wife sells herself, and I'll find a buyer, or... As Zhang Hongmei's mind raced, she realized that she wasn't happy with Song Sanxi at all. Song Sanxi was always gambling, neglecting her mahjong business. So, Zhang Hongmei extended one of her boots and stepped on the doorstep, pointing at him, if you really want to settle this debt, kneel and lick my feet. Lick once for 100. 7 times in total. It's that simple. Come on. Her old face, caked with thick powder, was twisted with malice. Su Yorong glanced at her, then at her husband. Truthfully, she felt like her life was already worse than death. If she could avoid the 700, she'd grit her teeth and do it. But with Song Sanxi's character, how could he lick anyone's feet? Unexpectedly, Song Sanxi embraced Su Yorong as if presenting her to Zhang Hongmei. With a faint, gentle smile, he said, Ms. Zhang, first of all, Yorong is 100 times more beautiful than you. She is my wife, Song Sanxi. Not for sale. Secondly, I'll pay you 700 tonight, and I'll keep my word. Finally, lick your feet. Go to hell. Song Sanxi made his move suddenly. Bang! The door slammed into Zhang Hongmei's foot. R. She screamed in pain, her toes struck by the door. She furiously hammered the door, shouting, Song Sanxi, open the door, open it. You good for nothing, how dare you treat me like this? I won't let you two off today. You two wait for it, wait. Inside, Su Yorong wanted to laugh but held back. She looked down and pinched Song Sanxi, muttering softly, What are you doing? Are you still drunk? Don't you know Zhang Hongmei is a thug? Had breakfast already. Don't you still need to go to work? Song Sanxi held Su Yorong, guiding her to the dining room. The fragile woman stirred sympathy. Eat. She's out there going crazy. Once she's done, she'll leave. Song Sanxi gently pushed Su Yorong into a chair. When dealing with a shrew, I have plenty of methods. You can't be so soft with your knees. Don't make me lose face. You blame me for losing face. Just eat. I'll wash my face. Su Yorong felt a deep bitterness inside. She knew Song Sanxi was a scoundrel. There's hot water and face wash, new ones, suitable for your skin. Oh. When Su Yorong returned, Zhang Hongmei had indeed already left. Song Sanxi sat at the table, sitting upright, not having touched his food. Su Yorong shook her head inwardly. In the past, when breakfast was served, he'd eat like a wolf, leaving nothing behind. Even when she made sweet fried eggs just for their daughter, he'd snatch it and eat it. You, not eating? Su Yorong couldn't believe her eyes. Waiting for you. A couple should eat together. It's more meaningful that way. Meaningful? Su Yorong was puzzled. What kind of ritual was required for such a marriage? Was eating like starting work or cutting a ribbon? Facing the lavish breakfast prepared by the scoundrel, she was filled with doubt. She had to admit, the scoundrel's cooking was really good. She was hungry but didn't have the appetite. Song Sanxi seemed to be in a good mood. He ate and drank gracefully, making no noise. In the past, you could hear him slurping and chomping, making a mess. He had no manners. Su Yorong couldn't help but stare at him, feeling like he had become someone else. He sat properly, ate properly, and remained silent, as if he truly enjoyed the breakfast. Song Sanxi said, Eat. Don't stare at me. The food fills the stomach, my face doesn't fill it. If we're late, I won't get the full attendance bonus. Su Yorong shivered. You are after the money. Please, this money is for. That's for Tiantian's tuition, living expenses, and school uniform fees. If I'm after it, I'm worse than a beast. Her winter vacation classes will need fees too. Don't worry about it, I've got it covered. Song Sanxi said, raising his hand as if swearing. From today, if I, Song Sanxi, have taken a penny from Su Yorong, lied to her, or stolen from her, may lightning strike me, may I be hit by a car, and may I never have peace. His voice was warm and magnetic, yet his serious expression showed his sincerity. Su Yorong felt nervous, her heart racing. She thought to herself, who would believe your lies? You're worse than a beast. How many times have you sworn before? Did it help? After breakfast, Su Yorong habitually started cleaning up the dishes. But Song Sanxi gently stopped her. I'll do it. These years, I've wronged you. From now on, I'll take care of this. You go on. You have to work soon. Su Yorong became even more uneasy. Was he crazy? Or, still after the full attendance bonus? That bonus was the result of her working 12-hour days without a break for 3 months. A total of 1,500 yuan, the sweet fruit of forced labor. She had no time for Tiantian, not even to pick her up from school. Many times, she had gone to work with a swollen face from a slap, feeling utterly humiliated. Su Yorong quickly thought, while Song Sanxi was in the kitchen, she could escape. At the factory, there were security guards. The security captain had always been kind to her and had even fought with Song Sanxi before. After all, Song Sanxi had been in many fights, but never won. The alcohol and gambling had drained him, and now he was weak. He only picked on his wife and daughter. Su Yorong quickly rinsed her mouth, changed into her loose grey-blue work clothes, and quietly crept to the door. To her surprise, when she pushed the door, it wouldn't open. There was only a small crack. Someone had blocked the door with a steel pipe and locked it. It must have been Zhang Hongmei's doing. Su Yorong felt tears of rage welling up. She felt so helpless. A thug outside sneered, "You want to go to work? Hey, pay back Sister Zhang's money first." Su Yorong felt despair. Song Sanxi quickly strode over, slammed the door shut, locked it, and pulled her back inside. "What are you doing?" "They locked the door." Su Yorong screamed in despair, thinking about the 1,500 yuan. If she didn't leave now, she'd miss it. In the past, if she shouted at him, she'd surely get a slap or a kick. But today, Su Yorong, a fragile woman, felt helpless and desperate. The only outlet for her feelings was to shout. If she had to be slapped, so be it. She was used to that life. Song Sanxi gently covered her mouth, whispering in her ear, "I'll take you to work." Su Yorong stared at him in shock, not sure if she had heard right. Song Sanxi smiled faintly, with a reassuring look in his eyes. Chapter 4, A Patch of Green Above. In early December, the weather in Zhonghai was cold. Su Yorong was even colder riding on the old, rusty iron horse. Song Sanxi rode fast, and Su Yorong's hair was blown into disarray. The cold wind stung her face. She had countless grievances in her heart, but out of stubbornness, she refused to hide behind him or get closer. The seat cushion was worn out, leaving only the steel frame. Her bottom bounced painfully with every bump. Song Sanxi quickly noticed something. Cold. Su Yorong ignored him. "If it's cold, hold on to me." Su Yorong instinctively stretched her hand out, then pulled it back. She refused to hold him. "Does your bottom hurt?" Still, Su Yorong didn't reply. Was he putting in all this effort just to earn his quarterly attendance bonus? No way. Song Sanxi's face turned cold, and his hair was in disarray. He said, "It's really cold. This life isn't one that people should be living. Miss Su Yorong, we really need to get a car. Why didn't you do it earlier? Didn't you have a car at home before? If it weren't for..." Su Yorong couldn't finish her sentence, filled with pain and resentment. She wanted to punch him twice on his back. But she was afraid it would anger him and she'd get another beating. It had been a while since her face had been bruised for work. Just then, everything went black for a moment, and Su Yorong screamed. Song Sanxi flung his coat over her upper body. The warmth from his body and the subtle fragrance of soap filled the air, which was oddly comforting. "Just hold onto my coat, you stubborn lady." Song Sanxi sped up, the engine roared, and the motorcycle raced down the street, exhaust spewing black smoke. The coat fluttered, but Su Yorong still clung to its hem. It was much more bearable hidden under the coat. The scent of soap lingered, a pleasant contrast to the usual smell of smoke and alcohol from those scoundrels. For once, it smelled nice. But he was ruthless. The coat was only paired with a white shirt underneath. With the wind blowing, wasn't he cold? "Serves you right for being cold." Su Yorong muttered angrily. Song Sanxi replied, "Yeah, a scoundrel, a wastrel, should be scolded. You're crazy." Su Yorong thought, maybe this husband really was insane. Half an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts, in front of the Sanyuan electric factory. Song Sanxi took a look around. He had been away from the city for over 10 years but had kept an eye on its development. In his previous life, the factory area and the wasteland behind it became a large real estate development in the second half of 2011. By 2012, the average price surpassed 10,000 yuan, and in 3 years, it rose to 20,000 yuan. This plot of land could be worth considering. Song Sanxi gestured with his hand, outlining a large circle. "What are you talking about?" Su Yorong looked at her husband with a faint, indifferent smile, and turned to walk toward the factory gate. "Hey! Yorong, wait!" Song Sanxi hurriedly stopped her. Su Yorong nervously asked, What are you doing?" "I ride fast, even at such a distance." "How do you usually get to work?" "Walk." Su Yorong replied tersely. Actually, she rode a bike. But it was infuriating that her husband didn't know this. What kind of husband was this? Song Sanxi nodded and suddenly hugged her, feeling somewhat sorry for her. "Walking is too tiring. From now on, I'll give you a ride every day." There were still colleagues coming and going, and Su Yorong, embarrassed, struggled to get out of his embrace. "Ride. I ride my bike." With that, she turned to leave. She was worried about her money and didn't want to waste time on him. Song Sanxi grabbed her hand. Wait. After riding a bike, her hands had become rough, which didn't match her beautiful face and sexy figure. Let go. There are so many people. Su Yorong couldn't escape his grasp. Her face turned red as she lowered her head. The fresh scent of her new facial cleanser floated in the cold wind, somewhat alluring. Song Sanxi took a deep breath of the fragrance, then said seriously, I'll figure out a way for the money for Zhang Hongmei and for Sweet and the little sister. You just focus on working, and I. What are you going to do? Steal? Rob? Or go gamble again? Song Sanxi smiled faintly. Don't you really have any money on you? What do you want? Su Yorong almost cried, scared and pitiful. I only have 5 yuan left. Sweet wants to eat a big sugar-coated horse. Tomorrow, I was going to pay her fees and buy her horse with it. Do you want this 5 yuan too? Well, it's not good for children to eat too much sugar, Song Sanxi said with a serious expression. Song Sanxi. Su Yorong broke down, screamed, and teared up, angrily shouting, You want to steal 5 yuan? Are you even human? Are you a father? You? The factory workers who were nearby overheard the conversation. Oh my god, is this Yorong's husband? Yes, even after 5 yuan. How disgusting. He has hands and legs, why doesn't he go earn it? A grown man who doesn't support his family, asking a woman for money, what a disgrace. Yorong is so beautiful, she could be driving a luxury car. This broken iron horse is uglier than my pedal bike. Su Yorong couldn't take it anymore, pushed through the crowd, and ran into the factory, wiping her tears. Inside the security room, her usual security guard, Captain Zhu Wenbing, rushed over upon seeing her. Yorong, who bullied you? None of your business. Su Yorong shoved Zhu Wenbing aside and ran into the factory. Zhu Wenbing saw Song Sanxi outside and immediately ran over. You? Who are you? Stop right there. Song Sanxi felt a bit annoyed. He just wanted to borrow $1 to make some money. He only needed a single yuan. But Su Yorong didn't give him the chance. In the middle of the chatter, he hopped onto his rusty bike and started it. Forget it, he'd find a way to make the money back. Looking at the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but sneer. He knew that 2 gangsters on mopeds had been chasing him, but they were too far behind. Just as he was about to leave, Zhu Wenbing blocked him. Who are you? Why are you bullying Yorong? Song Sanxi looked at the guy. He was about 6 feet tall, strong, with handsome features. Mr. Zhu Wenbing, I'm Yorong's husband. You don't remember me? Song Sanxi smiled gently and spoke in a calm tone. You are Song Sanxi. Zhu Wenbing furrowed his brow, uncertain. Not many people in the factory knew about Su Yorong's family, but he was one of them. The last time he saw Song Sanxi, he was scruffy, ugly, hunched over, and crude. How could he look so refined and dignified now? This was completely a different person. Song Sanxi nodded. That's me. You're one of her admirers, right? If you truly care for her, I can divorce her and wish you both the best. Once a strong man, Shi truly only felt sympathy and pity for Su Yorong, along with a guilty conscience for this body. The one he truly loved was still his fiancée, Yi Xiaoyu. Even now, she was still young, and in Zhonghai, but he didn't know exactly where. As for Zhu Wenbing beating him, that was irrelevant. What hurt was this body, not him. Zhu Wenbing was stunned. At the factory gate, everyone was shocked. He actually sends his wife off. She was such a beautiful wife. This man, does he really like having a green hat? Everyone looked at Zhu Wenbing, then at Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi, with no shame, smiled gracefully. Mr. Zhu Wenbing, please remember to tell my wife that I'll pick her up after work. She still counts as my wife. With that, he rode off on his rusty bike. Zhu Wenbing stood there, embarrassed, and shouted at Song Sanxi, What nonsense are you talking? Don't insult me. But you scumbag who wronged Yorong, if you dare to hit her or bully her again, I'll beat you up once more. Song Sanxi rode away, waving in the wind, casually giving an okay gesture. Behind him, there was another round of astonishment. This man, is he crazy? Wait, he was beaten by Zhu Wenbing? And he didn't care at all, acting so nonchalant. Truly spineless. Zhu Wenbing and Su Yorong, huh? Did they have something going on? 10 minutes later, in a narrow alley on the outskirts, Song Sanxi got off his bike, only to be blocked. Two gangsters on mopeds stood in his. Chapter 5, Crazy About Money. Thanks. The two thugs were dumbfounded. Looking closely at Song Sanxi, he had a gentle smile on his face. Shit, this is a fool, right? Who cares? Just beat him up and report back. As soon as he finished speaking, a gangster rushed over. Bang! This guy was the first to fly out. The other one just started up and was stunned. Suddenly Song Sanxi kicked him again and he flew out. Then, he stepped forward with a bang. To deal with this kind of thug, you don't need to use your hands, your feet are enough. The two guys were beaten to a pulp, a lot of their teeth were kicked out, and their mouths were full of blood. He fell to the ground, hunched over, holding his stomach, unable to get up. After the fight, Song Sanxi stroked the surface of his shoe, very elegantly, but panting heavily. I secretly feel that this body is rubbish except for the hyperactivity and excitement syndrome. Too tired. Let us go back and work on our physical fitness. After taking a breath for a while, he smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, my two little brothers. The two guys on the ground were in pain, tears were streaming down their cheeks, and they were completely confused. I've never seen anyone hit someone so hard, so quickly, and yet so politely. Song Sanxi lit a cigarette and smiled, Could you please lend me $1? The two guys were so depressed that they went to their grandma's house. Just say it's robbery, but also borrowing. One guy quickly took out 50 yuan, raised it with trembling hands, and said, Brother Shi, take it, take it. I only want to borrow $1. If you don't have it, I'll keep kicking. These two are really depressed. Is it really a loan? Hurry up and search in the bag. Another guy took out a 1 yuan coin and handed it over, Brother Shi, really only 1 yuan. The coin's flowery side was facing Song Sanxi. He nodded, turned it over and took it, Thank you, little brother. After that, he threw it into his pocket and rode on his broken donkey, Please move the cart. The guy in front of him quickly struggled to get up and move the car. Thanks for the hard work, little brother. Song Sanxi had a smile on his face and looked very elegant. Gentle, elegant, and godfather-like, absolutely. People were so scared that they were trembling, No. It's hard. See you later. Song Sanxi smiled faintly, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. The two gangsters almost collapsed. This prodigal son who was bitten by a boar, is he crazy or insane? It's so scary. I don't want to see you anymore. With blood in his mouth and pain all over his body, he pedaled away. Surprisingly, it's like running for life. When they returned to Zhang Hongmei, they were in a terrible state and she was shocked. After finding out the situation, Zhang Hongmei scolded them and told them to get out. However, Zhang Hongmei sneered and said, Can this prodigal son still fight? If he can't pay 700 yuan tonight, I will have someone break his legs and knock out all his teeth. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Song Sanxi walked into an underground lottery entertainment city. In 2010, such places were everywhere in China overseas. There are various ways to draw prizes. The easiest to operate are the various slot machines, including fruit, Mercedes-Benz and BMW, lion and elephant, dragon fish, etc. In the past, this body didn't play this kind of thing, and would secretly gamble on big cards in high-end clubs. When I didn't have much money, I would play mahjong or something like that and play bigger than the market. But the current godfather Song Sanxi is not afraid of anything. For someone who has graduated with a master's degree in mathematical logic, playing with these things is child's play. Of course he knew that gambling was harmful to people and was what Su Yorong hated the most. But finding a job, that takes time. There were urgent problems at home that needed to be solved, and it was too late to find a job. After entering the venue, he first found a Mercedes-Benz or BMW car and sat down. The popularity of the machine is okay. The gamblers were smoking, their eyes were red, and they were holding handfuls of money in their hands. The little sister who is trying to gain points is also very busy. On the machine, a group of flowing electrons started to flow continuously. What it brings to the gamblers is excitement and disappointment in one round after another. Song Sanxi sat down in the corner, smoking in silence. If the person next to him wins, he gets excited, and if he loses, he curses, but it doesn't affect him at all. The girl who was on top of the rankings noticed him quickly. Hey, do you want to play or not? If not, don't take up your seat. The girl who got higher scores was wearing heavy makeup and her words were a bit rude. There was a middle-aged man next to him, smoking Zhonghua cigarettes, and he had almost lost all the 10,000 yuan he had. He glanced at Song Sanxi, snorted coldly and made sarcastic remarks. You're wearing such rubbish, I guess you're just here to watch the fun. At most, you can make a few $100, right? Others noticed Song Sanxi and most of them also looked disdainful. Song Sanxi smiled, took out the 1 yuan coin, and said to the other party, "Little sister, please give me 1 cent. Damn it, you still have the nerve to come and play." The girl who was gaining points sneered, looking quite dissatisfied. The whole audience was stunned. The man with the Zhonghua cigarette laughed like a pig, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Damn it, did I overestimate you just now? After all this time, you only have $1. Song Sanxi smiled and nodded, yes, I borrowed it. The whole audience laughed again, full of contempt. How the hell is this poor? Why would you gamble when you have to borrow even $1? Song Sanxi remained neither happy nor angry. Why bother with these people? It lowers their quality. He smiled again and said, "Little sister, we are doing business here, everyone is a customer, please give me a cent, thank you." The girl who got higher points snorted twice, all right. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Soon, Song Sanxi got a point. As a result, what happens next can make people angry to death. Song Sanxi just sat there smoking cheap cigarettes, smiling and watching everyone having fun. The girl who is trying to get higher points really wants to call the internal security to come and throw this guy out. It won't be long before a new situation begins. The girl who was gaining points couldn't hold it in any longer. "If you don't place your bet, I'll have someone chase you away." A Chinese man just won a Mercedes-E with 88 times the odds. He bet 100 points, which is 100 yuan, and got more than 8,000 yuan. He was very excited. Now, he slapped several times and bet 200 yuan on a BMW 5.66 times. He felt that he had won and his money was basically recovered. We also ordered some other car models, casting a wide net. Others either drive BMWs or other cars. Song Sanxi took action. 1 point, bet on a Mercedes-Benz S, the payout is 188 times. The whole audience was stunned. The Chinese man shouted, "Are you stupid? You just got a Mercedes-Benz E and you're buying a Mercedes-Benz S. You're really crazy." "That's right, I'm crazy about money. Damn it, I just ran into this today. I want to get rich with just $1. The younger sister who was gaining points also found it funny. "If you win, my commission now is 300 yuan, all of it will be given to you." Song Sanxi nodded, "Little sister, so many people are listening, can you keep your word?" "Okay." The girl who got the points was young and had a bad temper. The Chinese man laughed, "Okay, we'll all be witnesses. But what if you don't win? Can Wen not win something?" Song Sanxi pinched the collar of his coat and turned it over. "This is half-wool blended material, barely worth 200 yuan. If my sister has a dog, I can take it home and make a doghouse. Bar. Who wants your tattered clothes? If you can't win, just get out of here. I'm annoyed just looking at you." Wenwen's face was really cold and she was very unhappy. Song Sanxi smiled, still very elegant and reserved, "Thank you for your generosity, little sister. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Anyone else want to place a bet? It's open now." After this shout, no one placed any more bets. The Chinese man said, Wen, open it. I'm sure to win this time." The girl named Wen, who was ranking high, directly pressed the button in front of her. Countdown on the screen, 3, 2, 1, 0. A roar of an engine was heard, and the dubbing was also excellent. The lottery light balls flowed madly on the screen. Mercedes-Benz and BMW, speed up, speed up. Slow down, slow down. Beep. A car horn sounded and the car stopped suddenly. Mercedes-Benz S. Chapter 6, Still Your Uncle. Fuck it. How is this possible? The Chinese man slammed the money in his hand onto the gaming table. I would never believe this result. Damn it. What's going on? There really is a ghost. The other gamblers were so angry that they slammed the table, hit the benches, and threw cigarette butts. Wen, the girl who got higher scores, opened her eyes wide with smoky eyes. She couldn't believe it and shouted to Song Sanxi, "You are really so lucky." Song Sanxi smiled faintly and took a puff of cigarette. "It's really luck. Come on, let's continue playing." Wen was a little confused. "Hey, brother, I lost, don't you want the money?" Song Sanxi only looked down at the board, not at the other person, and said calmly, "Forget it. It's not easy to be a worker. From now on, just don't judge people by their appearance." "Thank you, brother. You are such a good person." Wen looked very happy, with her eyes and eyebrows conveying a sense of affection, because she would not lose the commission of 300 yuan. "But, I feel a little touched. This gambler is different from others." The Chinese man lost this round and snorted at Song Sanxi, "Why are you pretending? This dollar was all borrowed." Song Sanxi just glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him, which was cheap. He knew that it wouldn't take long for this guy to lose everything. He placed 3 bets on different car models, each for $1. A poor guy is a poor guy. The Chinese man cursed, glanced at Song Sanxi's bet, and placed his bet as well. The bets he made were different from those made by Song Sanxi, and they were all heavy. "I just don't believe that you can be as lucky as me." Song Sanxi ignored it. Just before the prize was drawn, there was a snap. He went all in. Full payment on Honda, 30 times. Moreover, the moment Wen pressed the start button, the bet was placed. The whole audience was shocked. Can it still be like this? But the draw has started. Soon, the prize was drawn successfully. Song Sanxi won again. Including principal and interest, it is 5,550 yuan. "Fuck you." The Chinese man was so angry that he almost died. He didn't expect that Song Sanxi's final bet was such a bold move, and he won. The other gamblers were stunned. Wen was extremely shocked. "Brother, do you know anything?" Song Sanxi said calmly, "Luck." In fact, with his genius in mathematical logic, he has already mastered the lottery awarding process. If he wanted to, he could make the owner of this casino go bankrupt. The Chinese man was furious. "I don't fucking believe that my luck will be this good next time." Song Sanxi smiled, "You are welcome to go against me. Just do it." As a result, Song Sanxi played 9 hands in a row, with each hand not exceeding 30 yuan, and he chose 3 types of cars. Don't rush to register at the last minute. The Chinese man played 9 hands, but didn't win a single hand, and all the money he had was used up. On the contrary, Song Sanxi won a few times and made a small profit of about 600 yuan. Song Sanxi estimated that it was about right. One last move. He placed 3 $10 bets of different car models, and then bet 200 yuan on a BMW 3, 30 times. This move really attracted the attention of the whole audience. "I knew that the BMW 3 would come out. You fucking got it right this time." The Chinese man gritted his teeth and went all in. Follow Song Sanxi and get off the BMW, and all the money in your hand will be divided into 3,000 yuan. This guy is really angry because of losing. He really thinks so and wants to sell a BMW. Other gamblers at the scene also found that Song Sanxi's luck was indeed good. They guessed that this guy could calculate. So, everyone followed suit and bought the BMW 3. On the scene, there was a fund of over 10,000 in a short period of time. Once the lottery is announced, the casino will have to pay out more than 300,000 yuan. Wenwen's face looked a little bad, and she felt that Song Sanxi was a little scary. But she had no choice. The Chinese man said to her coldly, "Just open the lottery, don't waste time. Wen can only draw the prize." Result: certainly not the BMW 3. Wen let out a long sigh. There were only 2 gamblers in the venue who won a small amount following Song Sanxi. The amount Song Sanxi won from the game was 6,000 yuan. The Chinese man lost everything and was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He grabbed Song Sanxi by the collar and said, "Are you a fucking shill? Are you?" Song Sanxi was very calm. "Sir, I am not a shill. It is your own emotions that control your brain and cause you to lose. If a person does not have greed and snobbish mentality, he will not lose. Damn it. Don't teach me a lesson. Today, if you don't explain yourself clearly, don't even think about leaving this door." Song Sanxi shook his head and smiled. "Sir, your character is worrying. Please let go of your hand, okay?" "I won't fucking let go, what can you do?" Wen was a little angry. Hey, Brother Wang, please don't be like this. This big brother is very polite, please don't bully an honest man. I'll admit defeat, okay. In fact, Wen secretly thanked Song Sanxi. Just from this one move, her commission was over 1,000 yuan. Seeing the Chinese man bullying Song Sanxi, she naturally had to say something. Brother Wang was so angry that he yelled, "Little bitch, stop talking nonsense. If this kid doesn't explain himself today, don't even think about leaving." Song Sanxi shook his head. "Sir, this is not a good thing to do. I'll say it again, please let go of your hand." "I won't fucking let go, Brother Wang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The whole audience was stunned. When I looked closely, I saw Brother Wang kneeling in front of Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi broke his hand, and it seemed to be broken, so he pinched it backwards. This is simply painful to watch. Brother Wang knelt down immediately. My face turned blue and black due to the pain, and tears were streaming down my face. Song Sanxi kicked him out and said, "Sir, please don't act arrogantly in front of me. Wen, please give me your promise." "Go ahead and say it," turning to look at Wen, adjusting his collar elegantly. He has a faint smile on his face and looks harmless. But this action shocked the whole audience and no one dared to underestimate him. Strike fast and ruthlessly. "Oh, okay. Wen felt a little panicked and looked at the scoreboard in front of Song Sanxi. She quickly counted out the 6,000 yuan in cash, counted it in the money detector, and handed it over with both hands. "Big brother, thank you for your hard work." Song Sanxi took the money and smiled, "Thank you. Goodbye. Just say it and leave without dragging your feet." Everyone present was amazed and envious. He only had $1, which he borrowed, but he won 6,000 in an hour. Wen also called out, "Hey, brother, what's your name?" This word, "you," seems much more polite. Song Sanxi didn't answer and didn't even turn his head. On the ground, Brother Wang covered his severed hand and became even more excited. "Fuck, if you have the guts, don't leave." After cursing, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone. Song Sanxi slowly turned around at the door, looked back, and smiled. "I do have guts. I am a lovely and beautiful daughter who wants to eat candid whores. So, I still have to go. Sir, call me. I promise that before someone comes, I will cripple all your limbs and make you disabled for life." The words are warm and lasting. But, the lethality is too strong. Mr. Wang shuddered and his phone fell to the ground. The public psychology is like this: a man who speaks so gently is particularly confident and you can't mess with him at first glance, he must be from a powerful background. Xinguang Kindergarten is considered to be a relatively good private kindergarten in Zhonghai City. In order to ensure that her child would not lose at the starting line, Su Yorong lived frugally and sent Tiantian here. 11 a.m., lunch time. The other children were all sitting down, and their plates were particularly full. Tiantian was standing in the corner. Her fair and tender little face was bruised and swollen from being pinched by the teacher, but she didn't dare to cry. Her lunch plate always consisted of white rice, a few slices of pitiful fried cucumber or other vegetarian dishes, and a small bowl of seaweed soup. This afternoon, she couldn't help herself and said to the teacher, "Teacher Gao, I also want to eat meat and chicken legs. Can you give me some?" Teacher Gao Xiaoling scolded coldly, "What the hell are you eating? How much does your mother earn? Did she pay for the meat meal? If not, then stand there. Poor little girl, I am too lazy to serve you." Tiantian was scared and cried and didn't want to stand. "Every time I was punished to stand, my legs would ache and my whole body would be covered in sweat." The teacher grabbed her little face and dragged her to the corner. Their high-heeled boots kicked her and scolded her, "Stand still. Put your hands behind your back and your feet together, don't move, don't cry. If you move, you'll be beaten. If you cry, you won't have anything to eat. Don't tell the adults when you get home, or I'll beat you to death tomorrow." Tiantian was filled with fear and could only hold back her tears. Being beaten was horrible. In the past, her father would beat her, slap her, kick her, and not allow her to cry. The teacher would also beat her, using thin bamboo sticks to hit her on the back and legs, which was very painful. Chapter 7 My Sweet Baby. The other children were eating and there was some left over if they couldn't finish it. She also acts like a spoiled child and asks the teacher to feed her. Gao Xiaoling and the teachers from the other two classes served us attentively and with a smile on their faces. These are all young ancestors with money at home, unlike my own family. The aroma of the food stimulated her, but she could only swallow her saliva and hold back her tears. She didn't know what desolation was, but she only felt fear and helplessness hanging over her young heart. There were a dozen children waiting for lunch in the class. After they were full, the teacher took them to take a nap. Tiantian was punished to stand, looking at the empty table pitifully. She wants to eat. I'm so hungry. Gao Xiaoling didn't even look at her and turned off the air conditioner. Tiantian was shivering from the cold. Gao Xiaoling came over, took Tiantian's portion of food and placed it on the ground in the corner. She dragged a chair and sat down, pointing at the plate. Be good, do you want to eat? Then lie down and you can eat. Her smile was sweet, but there was hatred in her eyes. She and Su Yorong were high school classmates. Su Yorong was the school beauty, and she couldn't compete with her. Even her boyfriend was bewitched by Su Yorong. Later, Su Yorong married a rich husband, which made Gao Xiaoling jealous. But when she found out that Song Sanxi was a huge spendthrift, she was very happy. She just started working here 2 months ago, and even Su Yorong didn't know about it. When I saw Tiantian, I felt like I was seeing a little beauty in the making. She looks very much like her mother. After checking the information, it turned out that she was indeed Su Yorong's daughter. Gao Xiaoling was very angry and often found different ways to deal with Tiantian. At this time, Tiantian couldn't help crying, Teacher Gao, I won't lie down to eat, I'm not a dog. You are a dog. How can you not be one? Your mother is a bitch, and so are her children. If you don't obey, I will hit you. Gao Xiaoling said this and raised a thin bamboo stick to hit Tiantian. Tiantian was so scared that she kept crying. Just then, the door opened. As soon as Song Sanxi came in, he saw this scene. Tiantian was forced into a corner, with a rice bowl in front of her, but it was placed on the ground. Her small body was shivering from the cold, and there were wounds on her face, purple and blue, with tears still wet. Song Sanxi immediately became angry, with a gloomy face. The air seemed to be getting colder. When Tiantian saw him, she didn't feel happy, but felt even more scared. She immediately curled up into a ball and cried loudly, like a frightened kitten. Song Sanxi's heart tightened. Don't be afraid, sweetie. Dad is here to pick you up. Tiantian didn't say anything, but she shrank even more obviously. Gao Xiaoling was also stunned for a moment, then stood up immediately and said with a sneer, Oh, isn't this the prodigal son of the Song family? What's the matter? You're mad today. Instead of beating your wife at home, are you going to beat the child? Song Sanxi took a deep breath and tried to calm his restlessness. He walked over and turned on the air conditioner to the maximum air volume. Gao Xiaoling saw this and shouted angrily, What are you doing? Who told you to turn on the air conditioner? It's free. You can't afford it. Get out now, or I'll call the security guards. Song Sanxi smiled when he heard this. He turned around and approached, appearing calm. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, the security guard is already very obedient, you can't call him. You, what do you mean? Gao Xiaoling was confused by his smile and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I didn't mean anything. I just think that a woman like you is not worthy of being a kindergarten teacher. I just saw it clearly on the surveillance camera and heard it clearly. He said, pressing on step by step. This is my daughter, Song Sanxi. How could you beat her like this and let her eat while lying on her stomach? Is that rice or pig food? You are looking for death. Gao Xiaoling laughed out loud when she heard this. I'm looking for death. Har, you shameless loser, do you have the right to say that? Aren't you the one who beats the children the most at home? You're the kind of person who beats your wife and children and spends money like a spendthrift. Are you considered a man? A scum like you should have died a long time ago. And you're still talking about wanting me to die. What do you want to do? Hit me. Har har, why don't you ask around, my boyfriend? Bang. Before Gao Xiaoling could finish her words, she was slapped and fell over. Her snow-white face instantly swelled up. The 5 bloody handprints are eye-catching. It hurts so much. Beautiful middle-parted combed hairstyle, messy. Gao Xiaoling crawled up, covering her face, and screamed, Song Sanxi, you dare to hit me. You don't want to live. Song Sanxi stepped over and stepped on her heart. Suddenly, she felt a piercing pain in some part of her body. She screamed and lost the ability to resist. Song Sanxi said coldly, I never hit women, but bad women are an exception. Hitting you would really dirty my hands. Song Sanxi was a spendthrift and beat women and children, but that's all in the past. Now, no one can bully my women and children. Stepping on you really dirty my feet. His words were gentle and kind. But Gao Xiaoling was frightened by the fear in her heart. At this time, Tiantian also noticed the movement. She didn't understand what exactly happened, but she just felt happy. The scumbag and devil father that my mother talked about, now he beat up the hateful teacher Gao. Teacher Gao cried so miserably, the baby was so happy. After beating Gao Xiaoling, Song Sanxi went to the corner and squatted down. Tiantian immediately became nervous and reflexively shrank back in fear, but couldn't move back. She cried desperately, You, don't come over here, don't come over here. Song Sanxi closed his eyes and cursed inwardly, the original body was really a scum, a devil. Even your daughter doesn't recognize you and hates you so much. Song Sanxi opened his tightly wrapped coat, revealing a candid horse. Tear off the plastic paper, and you will see the bright red color, the sparkling luster, and the tempting sugar aroma. There's still steam coming out of it. Tiantian, come and have some candid horse, your favorite, the biggest one. Chapter 8, Eating on the Ground. Wow, what a beautiful and fragrant big candid horse. Tiantian's eyes lit up and she instantly forgot her fear. Song Sanxi gently handed the candid horse to her. Tiantian, daddy's little baby, come and eat it quickly, don't wait for it to get cold. It won't taste good if it gets cold. He didn't have children in his previous life, so he didn't know how to amuse children. He could only be patient and try his best to coax them. Hunger and gluttony were tormenting Tiantian. Now that she had air conditioning, she wasn't cold anymore. She turned her body sideways and looked at Song Sanxi with fear. Reluctantly, he took a look at the candid horse, then quickly pursed his lips and turned his head towards the wall. I don't eat food from bad people. You said that one day you would put rat poison on my candid horse and poison me to death. Because I am not a boy. The voice is sweet and tender, but filled with hatred for her father and complaints about life. She wanted to eat, but didn't dare. The saliva at the corners of her mouth betrayed her. She was so troubled that her eyes were filled with tears. Song Sanxi's heart ached. Then he remembered that the previous owner of this body had a very serious ideology of favoring boys over girls. This scumbag. How lovely is it to have such a beautiful daughter. Tiantian, look. Song Sanxi smiled slightly, opened his mouth and took a fruit out. The sugar threads are stuck together, pulled very long, and sparkle with a bright light. He chewed it a few times, making a crisp sound. Then he swallowed it and handed it to her again. Dad ate it all. I hope he is not poisoned. I am sorry. Dad just ate one of your candid horse. If you eat it, Dad will buy you lots of candid horse in the future. A lot. Tiantian's eyes were shining, but she still couldn't believe this father. Because he never shaves, never smiles, and speaks in a fierce and roaring voice. But now, he has such a beautiful smile and his voice is so soft that it makes people not afraid. Yeah, lots of it. Sweet, eat it quickly, or the candy will become hard when it gets cold and cut your little mouth. Tiantian mustered up her courage, timidly stretched out her little hand, and grabbed the candid horse in one go. If you're not afraid, I will, if there's poison, let's die together. I don't want to live anymore. She spoke her true feelings, which made Song Sanxi want to laugh but also feel distressed. Tiantian held the candid horse and turned her back instantly, as if she was afraid that it would be snatched away. He pressed his forehead against the corner and bent his head to lick it. Wow, so sweet and fragrant. She turned around and shouted excitedly. Really? Eat quickly. Song Sanxi's face was full of smiles, and he was relieved that the child was easy to coax. Tiantian nodded, then turned around, protected the candid horse and started eating. It smells so good. So sweet and crispy. Even the fruit is warm. She even closed her eyes and screamed in enjoyment. Like a kitten that has caught a fish, hiding in the corner, cherishing it very much and feeling very happy. Cute, pure cuteness. Seeing this, Song Sanxi quickly picked up Tiantian. The little girl was holding the candid horse and screamed in fear, Bad guy, let me go, R.O. She sat down on the soft little leather stool. In front of me is a small dining table. Tiantian, it's delicious. Wait for dinner. Daddy has made a lot of delicious food for you. Song Sanxi smiled, turned around, and picked up Tiantian's plate of cold lunch from the ground. He put the rice in front of Gao Xiaoling, pointed at the ground, and said with a smile, Teacher Gao, eat. You have worked hard. I've eaten. Gao Xiaoling shook her head frantically. This is not food for humans, it's food for pigs. A dog with a good life wouldn't eat this. How can a human eat this? Song Sanxi half squatted down, smiled and nodded, really? Do you want me to force you to eat? Actually, I don't mind it that much, but I feel that if my hands are dirty, I might get angry. Gao Xiaoling's face turned pale with fear. I'll eat it. She actually lay there, picked up the spoon and started working. No. Like a dog. Eat whatever you asked, my dear daughter. Gao Xiaoling's tears fell. But she didn't dare to resist. The pain she had just experienced was unforgettable. Song Sanxi got angry and she couldn't resist. She had no choice but to throw away the spoon, lie on her stomach, and eat like a dog. Song Sanxi nodded and said coldly, remember, don't leave any soup, drink it all. It's honorable to save, and shameful to waste. Gao Xiaoling just wants to die. On the opposite side, Tiantian saw it clearly, and she smiled with tears in her eyes. Song Sanxi smiled at Tiantian and said, Tiantian, Daddy will make you some delicious food. There will be chicken legs, fish, and also. Can you cook? Tiantian was stunned. As I recall, it was my mother who cooked for this scumbag. He also snatched Tiantian's fried eggs and sliced meat, eating them himself and not giving them to Tiantian. Of course. Song Sanxi smiled warmly and nodded. He reached out and gently stroked Tiantian's somewhat dry and yellow hair. Dad was not a good dad before. But now, Dad has changed and will make Tiantian the most beautiful little princess and the happiest baby in the world. Are you really going to get better? Will you always get better? Really change for the better, always be like this, keep your word. Tiantian doesn't lie either. Yeah. Remember, don't let the bad guy get up. Unless she's finished eating. Can you do that? But. Tiantian glanced at Gao Xiaoling, whose hair was dragging on the ground and she was lying like a dog. For some reason, she felt a little soft in her heart. Teacher Gao looks so pitiful tilde. Song Sanxi nodded, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are punished with evil. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come. She is not kind, so she has evil retribution. Do you understand, baby? Oh. Tiantian nodded, not quite understanding, but, Tiantian will be obedient. Song Sanxi smiled and gave him a thumbs up, good boy, you are obedient. Wait for daddy. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Tiantian sat there, feeling a little excited and enjoying the candid horrors. At the same time, he was enjoying the consequences of Teacher Gao's evil deeds. Teacher Gao, is the ground cold? She asked carefully and tenderly. Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao, is it delicious? Teacher Gao, are you cold? Do you want to ask him to warm you up? Tiantian still can't call out dad. Because, dads are all good people, but he didn't do what he said. If he doesn't keep his word, he is still a bad person. The little girl's world is so simple and plain. Teacher Gao, he said he can get better, do you believe it? Teacher Gao, can you also become better? Teacher Gao. Gao Xiaoling lay there, and collapsed after hearing this. She lowered her head and cried, my dear, please, stop talking. I believe he will get better. So will I. Please enjoy your candid horrors. I have this. Looking down at the pig food, she almost said that she hadn't tea-licked it all yet. Oh. Tiantian was a little frustrated and shook her head. Mom said that it's easy for a person to become bad, but it's very difficult to become good tilde. Teacher Gao, I want to die by hitting my head against the wall. Chapter 9, Not Good Enough for My Daughter. Next, at Xingguang Kindergarten, most of the children did not sleep well during this lunch break. From the kitchen, there were bursts of strange aroma wafting over. That was the aroma of food, it had never smelled so good. Many children complained that they were hungry and wanted to eat. The teacher who was in charge of the lunch break was devastated. In the kitchen, a chef and 2 assistants were helping together, all of them were stunned. Each and every dish was prepared by Song Sanxi. Using the same ingredients and spices, he makes dishes that are so delicious and mouth-watering. This is simply a top celebrity chef. Every class has a dedicated dining hall where meals are served, and the aroma is so fragrant. For small dining tables were put together to form one table. Tiantian was stunned. One dish after another was served within no more than 3 minutes. The table was piled high with delicious aroma. The little girl couldn't stop eating after taking one bite, it was so delicious. The auntie who served the dishes smiled and said, "Tiantian, eat slowly. Your father said that for the 32 dishes, you only need to eat 3 chopsticks for each one." Tiantian was stunned. "Auntie, did he make this, or did he bring it from the restaurant?" "Dear little girl, of course it was your father who did it. Your father is so kind." "Oh, really?" Tiantian was like a little adult, with a frown on her face, a look of confusion and excitement. It feels like this is someone else's dad. After the aunt left, Tiantian looked at Gao Xiaoling. "Teacher Gao, will he really be fine?" Gao Xiaoling was no longer able to speak. The tempting aroma made her drool. "The pig food in front of me is becoming more and more unpalatable." She had already embarrassed herself in front of the delivery ladies who came and went. Song Sanxi's insult left a deep impression on her. If she doesn't breathe out, she will die. "Su Yorong, this is your good husband, I will not let you go." Tiantian shook her head. "Teacher Gao, why don't you say anything? Do you still hate me? Don't you want to get up?" "I." Gao Xiaoling looked up and could only say, "Little ancestor, eat. Your father will be fine." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Gao." The sweet and thin little face is more smiling. 2 sweet dimples, long eyelashes, bright big eyes, what a beautiful little princess. Teacher Gao still wants to die. She finally finished the pig food. Song Sanxi also finished his work and came over. "Tiantian, my lovely little princess, are you full?" "Tiantian is so full." "So full tilde. Tiantian stroked her bulging belly with a very happy look on her face. "It's good when you're full." "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." "Did you really make all of this?" "Certainly." "Will you always get better?" Song Sanxi nodded, "Of course." "Let's go, Dad will take you to the amusement park, on your favorite carousel." The amusement park and the carousel are so tempting to my daughter. However, Tiantian's expression still became serious. "Mom said that girls can't go out with bad guys." Song Sanxi smiled. This daughter is so obedient, what a clever little girl. Su Yorong, although she lived a hard life, she was still very good at educating her children. My daughter is still wary of him. Song Sanxi thought for a while before saying, "Tiantian is very sensible and well behaved. How about this, Dad will cook for you every day at noon from now on, okay?" Okay. Tiantian clapped her hands, still looking forward to it. "You have to keep your word." Song Sanxi raised his hand and swore, "In life, trust and loyalty are the most important thing. Keep your word. You have to remember what you said today. If you can't do it." Tiantian blinked her big eyes and thought for a while, "You are still a bad guy. I won't ask you to be a rascal." Song Sanxi knew that his daughter had been hurt too much and it would be difficult for her to change her mind in a short time. "Okay, I remember that. Dad has something else to do, so he won't accompany you. Teacher Gao, are you willing to wake her up?" Gao Xiaoling was in pain and collapsed, looking at Tiantian pitifully. Tiantian tilted her head and nodded. "She is very hateful. But she is also very pitiful. Other people's dogs can go out to play after eating. Then Teacher Gao can get up too. This is sharp." Song Sanxi secretly praised and said calmly, "Teacher Gao, get up." Gao Xiaoling was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. "My knees were so painful from kneeling that I quickly got up." Song Sanxi stared at her. "Tiantian is still studying here for the time being, you better be more careful." Gao Xiaoling lowered her head, feeling aggrieved, and could only nod. Song Sanxi then said, "Tiantian, Daddy is leaving, can I ask you to hug me?" Tiantian looked at his gentle smile and open arms and almost came over. But she stood there, shook her head, and waved her hands. No. Mom said that girls can't hug men randomly, especially bad men. In fact, I feel that he is a pretty good person and no longer seems like a bad guy. Song Sanxi smiled and said, well, Tiantian is great. Listen to your mother. Your mother is a good mother. But, you still hit her? Mommy is so good, so pitiful, why did you hit her? Will you hit her again? Tiantian thought of her mother and cried, tears streaming down her face. Song Sanxi's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth, I won't hit you again. From now on, only mom can hit dad. Tiantian can also hit you. Dad won't fight back, you can hit him as much as you want. After saying that, he ran over, squatted down, hugged Tiantian, and wiped her tears with a piece of paper. I won't hit anyone. Those who hit others are bad people, bad people. Bad people hit others, hit me, hit my mom, play cards, and lose mom's money. The little girl's emotions were a little out of control, and she slapped Song Sanxi's shoulders with her little hands. As she was beaten, she lay in his warm arms and cried so sadly. All the emotions burst out in the young heart. The suffering she and her mother experienced, the pain of the past, the cold shoulder and abuse in kindergarten. Others said that she was a child without a father, even her uncle said that. But now, it seems like I have a father, candid whores, delicious lunch, and a warm embrace. And, he avenged her, damn teacher Gao. In that scene, Gao Xiaoling stood there stupidly, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Song Sanxi endured it silently, with a heart full of love and compassion. Walking out of the starlight kindergarten and looking back at the beautiful gate, Song Sanxi had a serious expression. This shabby place is not worthy of my daughter. We'll talk about it later. Just then, the cell phone rang. I picked up the old Samsung 5800, which was the only valuable thing I had. At first glance, the caller's note read, Wang Chanyang. Song Sanxi snorted coldly, knowing what it was. Answer the call. She goozy, where the hell are you? If you don't come home, I'll break your door. Brother Yang, are you here to get the property certificate? Wang Chanyang was stunned for a moment. Fuck you, are you crazy? Why are you being so polite? People change. Get back here right now, you bastard. I've taken a look at your shabby house, and it's not worth the 200,000 I lost. 100,000 is a big deal. Brother Yang, let's take 100,000 first. The rest. Bullshit. I won't support you. Your woman is worth this price. Where is she? Brother Yang, please give me a few days. Don't say that, she is my wife. I can't. Get lost. Either give me 200,000 yuan or give it to a woman. No grace period. Otherwise, I will break your legs and let you see how Su Yorong and I can live a happy life. Chapter 10 Numb Beauty. Happy life. Song Sanxi confirmed that what Wang Chanyang was talking about was not the happiness of happiness. She goozy, let's see how you perform before 10 o'clock tonight. My patience is limited. You know my methods, hee hee. Wang Chanyang gave a sinister laugh and hung up the phone. Song Sanxi took a deep breath, a sneer on his face. Such a smile is filled with a king's pride. Wang Chanyang, you vicious dogs have caused this body to lose everything and almost destroy its family. Now, I will not be polite to you for deceiving someone else's wife. Even if he is a scum, he is still mine now. Song Sanxi wrapped his coat tightly and walked forward against the cold wind. No need to ride a bike, he has to come back to pick up Tiantian after school in the afternoon. Perhaps it was to atone for his sins, or perhaps it was out of conscience, but everything she was doing now was only for the happiness of Su Yorong and her daughter. Noon, 12:30. The Sanyuan electric factory had just finished get-off work, and the cafeteria was bustling with noise. The workers were chatting and laughing while eating their meals. Su Yorong was used to being alone and hiding in the corner. A bowl of clear soup noodles, 200 grams of noodles, a pound of soup, a little bean sprouts, and only a few grains of oil. She lowered her head, and her face could be seen in the clear soup. The usual loose hair covered the beautiful face, a face numbed by the torture of life. No one knows how beautiful she would be if she fixed her hair and held her head high. There aren't many people left who feel sorry for her. Yes, but she also drove him away. She also wants face and dignity. So, my popularity is almost gone. While we were eating, Zhu Wenbing came in. Carrying a large dining bucket, he sat down opposite Su Yorong. The whole audience was paying attention. What happened in the morning spread throughout the factory. Everyone knows that there seems to be an unspeakable secret between Captain Zhu and Su Yorong. Yorong, this is yours. Before Zhu Wenbing could finish his words, Su Yorong was already furious. Didn't I tell you? Don't give me food. I don't want anyone to pity me or sympathize with me. I can survive. Take your food. She screamed, tears welled up in her eyes, and looked very sad. Zhu Wenbing felt very uncomfortable. I really want to hold her in my arms and tell her, I really love you. Your husband is willing to divorce. But he was frightened and hurriedly stood up and stepped back. Yorong, this was made by your husband, not bought by me. What? Su Yorong couldn't believe her ears. He raised his head slightly and looked at the beautiful dining bucket. There is a faint fragrance escaping from the barrel. Zhu Wenbing said, he asked a taxi driver to bring it here, and then gave it to the security guard, and told me to deliver it personally. I had no choice but to deliver it. You can eat it, it smells a bit fragrant. His heart felt a little sour. Oh. Su Yorong nodded numbly, feeling shocked inside. Damn scum. Why is he like this? Are you still thinking about achieving perfect attendance for the quarter? Call a taxi to deliver food, oh my god. It costs dozens of dollars to get here from home. It's so expensive. Where did he get the money? Looking at the food bucket, she was in a daze for a while. Zhu Wenbing stood 3 meters away and called out carefully, Yorong, Yorong. Su Yorong came back to her senses and took the dining bucket, which was made of stainless steel and warm. Open it, and suddenly, an intoxicating fragrance hits you in the face. Su Yorong was stunned for a moment, and her saliva could hardly be stopped. Served the dishes silently. Fragrant rice, exquisite braised shrimps, beautiful fancy chicken legs, crystal clear fish fillets. Even the napkins were ready. Pressed on the bottom layer, wrapped in plastic, warm. She didn't know that this was what Song Sanxi mixed out when he was cooking for Tiantian. The aroma filled the air and the workers nearby were drooling. Oh my god, it smells so good. Is this really the craftsmanship of Rome's husband? It would be great if I had a husband like this. This taste is absolutely amazing. You are so lucky. Su Yorong felt very uncomfortable listening to this. How much do these dishes cost? I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Wouldn't it be nice if he could always be like this? She lowered her head and ate silently. It tasted so good. I've never eaten such delicious food. Even at a wedding banquet, the best dishes in Zhonghai don't taste like this. Unconsciously, tears fell into the rice. What is happiness? Su Yorong actually didn't have a clear definition. At this moment, it just feels like a dream. Kumeng, it would be nice if you could never wake up. Zhu Wenbing felt heartbroken. He said nothing and left quietly. A scumbag husband, a prodigal son, who beat his wife and children, suddenly became a good person, and she was so moved. No matter how good I am to her, it is not as good as my husband sending her to work and giving her a meal. But as soon as he left the cafeteria, he was called away and told that the factory director had something to tell him, and it was probably not good. Zhu Wenbing was a little nervous. When I met the factory manager, that greasy old pervert with a Mediterranean look, it turned out to be no good. The factory manager said with a sullen face, don't think of hitting on Su Yorong, otherwise, get out. Looking at this old pervert, Zhu Wenbing seemed to understand something. But for the hard-earned job, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He nodded, bowed his head, said nothing, and left the factory director's office like a grandson. This is the factory director's authority. When employees come to see him or leave, they have to do this, bow their heads, then walk backwards. Zhu Wenbing closed the door, and the factory director snorted twice and said, what a jerk. You want Su Yorong too? When I'm done with this busy period, she'll be mine. 2:00 in the afternoon, at the rich casino. A middle-aged man with ordinary appearance came. This is Huang Chanyang's property, which is worth over 40 to 50 million yuan, and is also Huang Chanyang's wealth. In 2010, that was extremely rich. Huang Chanyang, a second generation with a prominent background. Thanks to the entertainment city, he became extremely rich. Here, there are nightclubs, foot massage parlors, lottery entertainment centers, and high-end card rooms. Once, in a high-end card room, one night, Huang Chanyang used some tricks. He won 2 million from Song Sanxi in cash, plus 3 fully furnished houses. The middle-aged man who came here today was Song Sanxi in makeup. Breaking into Wang Changyong's territory was his first rude step. In front of the dragon fish lottery machine, Song Sanxi spent 5,000 to increase his points. After sitting quietly for nearly half an hour, I bet heavily on the golden arowana. 200 times, win. 100,000 in an instant. The whole audience was shocked. Song Sanxi only asked for cash withdrawal. 100,000 was obtained. Turned around and went to the billiard machine area. At this time, he had been targeted by the tycoon's internal security. Security is divided into external security and internal security. Security guard, doorman, patroller, general role. Internal security guards usually don't show up. If they do, they will beat people and break their arms and legs. If something goes wrong, the boss will take responsibility. Song Sanxi was smoking a cigarette and strolling around the garden as if he was visiting an amusement park. He has looked at all 15 billiard machines. It took 2 hours. Then, select one. Sit down and give me $1,000. After a series of operations, all points were wiped out. After losing, I immediately gained another 1,000 yuan. He knew that the internal security guards had let him go. Godfather Shi, you can't even see this dangerous signal, you've been wasting your time. Next, God's operation. Whether it is the strength or angle of the shot, it is controlled perfectly. How to play Black 8 billiards, bet 1,000 points and clear the table with one shot. The bet reward is 120 times. The girls who were ranking up in the area were all dumbfounded. Prize withdrawal, 120,000. Song Sanxi packed more than 220,000 yuan in a large black leather bag and left. Behind him, the internal guards heard the news and took action. 4 men in black came out from the back door and followed directly. Half an hour later, Wang Changyong received shocking news. Chapter 11 I Don't Like You. Wang Changyong's men found out that Su Yorong worked at Sanyuan Electric Appliance Factory and got off work at 8:30 in the evening. 2 men drove a van to the outside of the electrical appliance factory and waited for Su Yorong. Wang Changyong was at the China Overseas Silver City Hotel. After a nice nap, I went to their hotel cafe, drank tea, read the newspaper, and killed time while waiting for Su Yorong to be sent over in the evening. I am in a very good mood and full of expectations. Unexpectedly, the person in charge of Dafuhao Entertainment City called. After hearing the situation, Wang Changyong became angry. In recent years, has anyone been able to win so much money from me in one day? Are you a fucking idiot? Don't you know what to do next? Why are you calling me? The person in charge was a little upset. The 4 internal guards followed him out, but now all his limbs have been broken and he has been sent to the hospital. Brother Yang, I'm afraid we've met an expert this time. What? Wang Changyong was stunned. The newspaper hit the table and the tea spilled. Fuck. Have you checked the surveillance? It's been adjusted. I can't see his face clearly. I can only see his back. Wang Changyong was furious. This guy is such a master. Has he asked someone to draw his portrait? I've already drawn it. Isn't it waiting for your words, Brother Yang? What are you waiting for? Give me a wanted notice in both black and white. This guy won't get away, he will definitely come back. Wang Changyong hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and smiled sinisterly. Damn it, if I catch you, I will fight back, break your arms and legs, and get my money back. Afterwards, he was no longer in the mood for the evening and went back to the rich man to learn more about the situation. As for Song Sanxi, Wang Changyong called Song Sanxi in the car. After the call was connected, he roared in a low voice, Shiguzi, you are so lucky. I have something to deal with. After that, I will deal with you. If you can't pay me, I will ask Su Yorong to clean it up. Wait. Without even giving Shiger a chance to reply, he hung up. The arrogant second generation is so arrogant. Song Sanxi sneered secretly. Idiot, if you can find me, I lose. Next, I should deal with you. Song Sanxi originally wanted to use the 200,000 yuan he got from the tycoon to write off Wang Changyong's gambling debts first. After all, it is absolutely impossible to send Su Yorong away. But now, these 200,000 can be used as capital to prepare for the stock market turnaround in 7 days. As for the rich casino, he would certainly go there again. Wang Changyong cried when he won the prize. The amount may not be too large, but we must make the most of this thing until monopoly closes down. In the afternoon, 5:30. Song Sanxi showed up at Xinguang kindergarten on time. Su Yorong hasn't had a vacation for 3 months, working 12 hours a day, and hasn't seen Tiantian for a long time. In my dreams, I hugged my pillow and cried, calling for Tiantian. Brother, she just wanted to give her a surprise of family love. Outside the kindergarten, there were already many parents waiting for their children. The school conditions are very good and the parents who come here are relatively wealthy. A large number of private cars were parked outside. Song Sanxi sat on a broken iron donkey, smoking and waiting, looking shabby and different. This look attracted contempt from many men and women. Who is this? Sending a child here too? That broken motorcycle can freeze a child to death. Poor child. Song Sanxi ignored him. People's hearts have changed and the world is fickle. Why bother with so many things? He already had a baby carrier in his arms. Carry Tiantian in your arms and tie up your coat so she won't get cold. Soon, a low engine sound was heard behind me. When he heard the sound, Song Sanxi knew it was the engine sound of a BMW 750 without even turning his head. However, a stern voice rang out, "Hey, you idiot, what are you doing taking up so much space? Move away." Song Sanxi frowned. Huh? Some familiar voices. Oh, Gu Yunmeng, high school classmate. Now, he is one of the key account managers of Zhonghai's largest stock and futures allocation company. When she was in school, she was Song Sanxi's admirer. After all, Song Sanxi's family was very rich at that time. However, Song Sanxi rejected her and dropped out of school. It just so happens that Godfather she will look for a financing company to provide loans and financing and play the stock market with high leverage. At that moment, Gu Yunmeng became anxious. Are you deaf? How dare you come to pick up the child on a broken bike? Get out of here. Song Sanxi turned around and it was indeed Gu Yunmeng. A golden BMW 750, with a beautiful head in the cab. She has her hair tied up in a bun, an oval face, and looks very delicate. She was wearing a tight black OL suit and a white shirt, and her cleavage was clearly visible. Young, beautiful, sexy, and arrogant. For a moment, she attracted the attention of countless men, and they all swallowed their saliva secretly. I really want her to sing, Conquer. It's you? Gu Yunmeng was startled. Song Sanxi nodded and smiled faintly. It's been so many years, are you okay? In fact, I saw him on the street last month. Gu Yunmeng was not polite at all. She angrily scolded with a cold face, why are you pretending to be crazy? You are prodigal son who beats women and daughters. You still have the nerve to come to pick up your daughter, right? I have never seen a scum like you. You still have the nerve to laugh. Why don't you spit and drown yourself? Hurry up and ride your broken bike for me, and get out. Anyway, the last time we met, I scolded Song Sanxi, but he didn't react at all. Being rejected during adolescence was a shame for Gu Yunmeng and a stain on her life. Seeing Song Sanxi in such a state of desolation, she was happy and took advantage of his misfortune to embarrass him. In an instant, all the parents in the audience turned their attention. Oh my God, there are still men like this. If you hit a woman and a child, are you still a man? No wonder, he's so poor that he has to ride a broken motorcycle. Poor woman, poor child. There were many opinions, condemnations and ridicules. Song Sanxi didn't care at all and smiled. Gu Yunmeng, you can't just be so harsh on me just because I looked down on you and refused to date you when we were in school, right? The whole audience was stunned. Holy shit, such a beautiful woman actually liked this trash. Are you blind? You shameless bastard, who has ever liked you? Stop being so self-indulgent here, you're crazy. Gu Yunmeng was so angry that her chest was about to explode. She wanted to step on the accelerator and run over Song Sanxi to death. Of course she wouldn't admit it. But by then, Song Sanxi had already pushed his car away and vacated the parking space. Gu Yunmeng quickly drove the car in and stopped. When I got off the car, an alluring fragrance blew over me. Song Sanxi smiled and said, you have a child. I haven't heard that you're getting married. You didn't invite your old classmates to have a drink at the wedding, or have a wedding night. Get lost. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Will I invite you when I get married and have children? I won't even invite you if I invite a beggar on the street. Trash like you don't deserve to live in this world. After saying that, he locked the car, put the keys in his trouser pocket, slung his small bag over his shoulder, and turned around to walk over there. Song Sanxi rushed forward, brushed past her, and stood in front of her. Old classmate, are you really here to pick up the child? Get out of here. I'm answering this for our boss. Oh, I thought it was yours. Your car is nice, with bright headlights, a good waistline, and a large rear end. The power should be good too, right? Song Sanxi nodded with a smile on his face. Do I need your opinion on this car? Do you think you can afford to drive my car? Ji Yunmeng glared at him fiercely and left. In fact, she came in her boss's car. She can't afford the car. Song Sanxi used to have a car like this, but he lost it. Since he thought it was her car, she could be proud and vain for once. Anyway, I will never have any contact with this kind of man in my life, and he won't know the details of the car. Children in the older class, please come out first. Not long after, Ji Yunmeng came over with a little fat boy. The little fat man glanced at Song Sanxi, who was sitting on the motorcycle, and frowned. Aunt Meng Meng, this man is so poor and has no car. Will his child freeze to death? He. Song Sanxi smiled slightly. Hello, little friend. Ji Yunmeng glared at Song Sanxi coldly. Xiaoqiang, ignore him, he is just trash. Oh, rubbish. Xiaoqiang looked very excited, shouting at Song Sanxi, sticking out his tongue and making faces. Song Sanxi ignored him, threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, and went over there to wait for his daughter. Behind him, Xiaoqiang quickly shouted angrily, Aunt Meng Meng, what are you doing? Please open the car door. I'm freezing to death. I'm starving to death. I want to eat KFC. Bitch, did you eat my dad's car keys? I don't want you to pick it up tomorrow, you useless thing. Ji Yunmeng was scolded and lost all her face turned red. How many people are looking at her? What a vain woman. Even Song Sanxi turned around, looked surprised, and laughed, which really pissed her off. She was sweating profusely and searched her bag thoroughly, but couldn't find the BMW key. Chapter 12. Are you crazy? Xiaoqiang refused to give in and kept kicking, hitting and cursing. The rich young master has a very bad temper. Ji Yunmeng, your legs are hurt by the kick. I was punched in the stomach. The fat boy's fist is hard. Ji Yunmeng's tears came out because of the pain. She half squatted down, looking very humble. She held Xiaoqiang's hand and begged, Xiaoqiang, stop making trouble. Auntie will look for it again. Auntie clearly remembers. Bitch, what are you looking for? Do you want to freeze me to death or starve me to death? I'll tell my dad when I get home and I'll fire you. Xiaoqiang grabbed Ji Yunmeng's hair and pulled it hard with both hands. Some people couldn't stand watching this scene. Ji Yunmeng was bullied by this little second-generation master. She felt so humiliated that she cried in pain. Song Sanxi walked over and grabbed Xiaoqiang by the scruff of the neck. Just lift it up and hang it nearly 1.5 meters above the ground. What kind of child is this? He's so arrogant. Xiaoqiang was frightened and waved his hands, kicked his legs and screamed. Let me go. You rubbish. Ji Yunmeng was finally relieved, her hair was in a mess. But when he saw Xiaoqiang's appearance, he was so scared that he screamed at Song Sanxi, are you crazy? Put Xiaoqiang down quickly. If you hurt him, you will be in trouble. Song Sanxi ignored her, raised his head and smiled, hurry up and apologize to Aunt Meng Meng, otherwise, I will throw you to the second floor. I will see if you are a cockroach that can't be killed by falling. He was smiling, but his words were harsh. Xiaoqiang's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly said, Aunt Meng Meng, I'm sorry. Ji Yunmeng felt that if she said she felt uncomfortable, it would be a lie. This little brat is so uneducated. But for the sake of her work, she could only say, it's okay, Xiaoqiang, it's okay. He immediately scolded Song Sanxi again, Xiaoqiang has already apologized, why don't you let him go? Song Sanxi ignored her and asked, when you go back, do you want to ask your dad to fire Aunt Meng Meng? No. Xiaoqiang almost said yes, but he thought quickly and learned his lesson. Song Sanxi nodded, put you down and stop yelling, okay. Okay. Song Sanxi then swung Xiaoqiang in a circle, scaring him so much that he almost peed, and then he put him on the ground. Xiaoqian was so scared that he was trembling and crying. No one dared to look at Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi patted his head and said, "Not bad, you're behaving well now. Aunt Meng Meng is my classmate, don't bully her in the future, do you hear me?" I heard it. I know whose child you are, where you live, and where you go to school. If you dare to bully Jiu Yunmeng, I will kill you, do you hear me? Song Sanxi smiled, but his tone was scary. No, 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 I dare not anymore. Xiaoqian quickly surrendered, crying and screaming. Jiu Yunmeng quickly put her bag on the hood and pushed Song Sanxi forward. "Get out of the way." She hugged Xiaoqian and comforted him. "Don't cry, Xiaoqian, don't cry." Xiaoqian lay in Jiu Yunmeng's arms and cried so sadly. Jiu Yunmeng raised her head and shouted, "Song Sanxi, who are you? You even bully a child, are you still a human being? I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. I don't believe that you can't find your keys. I just saw you put them in your bag." Song Sanxi walked over, picked up her bag and started looking through it. Jiu Yunmeng screamed, "Put my bag down. Don't touch my bag with your dirty hands." Song Sanxi raised his head with a cold expression and took out the BMW keys from his bag. "Are you blind? Isn't the key here? You are such a forgetful woman, are." After saying that, he shook his head, threw his bag and keys on the hood, turned around and left. Jiu Yunmeng was stunned. "I searched everywhere but couldn't find it, but Song Sanxi. Aunt Meng Meng, I found the key. I'm so cold and hungry." Xiaoqian was also excited. He pulled Jiu Yunmeng's sleeve and started shaking it. Now he is well behaved and doesn't dare to throw a tantrum. Jiu Yunmeng probably thought that she didn't look for it seriously enough. She quickly opened the car door and let Xiaoqian get in. He started the engine, turned on the air conditioner, and drove quickly to the nearest KFC restaurant. "We can't let this young master get cold and hungry." While driving and looking at the aggrieved Xiaoqian, Jiu Yunmeng was secretly happy. "If it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't want to serve such a rubbish kid." At this moment, her legs still hurt and her lower abdomen ached. This little bastard. Thinking about Song Sanxi, she still felt a little grateful, but she also hated him and felt that it was really unlucky to meet him. She couldn't help but curse, "They are all bastards." Song Sanxi watched the BMW 750 drive away and sneered inwardly. I looked down at my still slender hands. My hand speed is still so fast. Not long after, the middle class was over. Song Sanxi didn't see Tiantian or Gao Xiaoling. I went up to ask, "Oh." In the afternoon, Tiantian said she had a stomachache, so her uncle drove over and took her back. Song Sanxi thought for a moment and thought that he might have eaten too much at noon. The child has been eating less oily food for a long time, and his gastrointestinal tract is a little uncomfortable. Godfather Shi is also quite proficient in medicine. Just thinking about how cute Tiantian is, he still misses her a little. And Gao Xiaoling resigned. Song Sanxi understood that this bitch was frightened by him. She was unwilling to face Tiantian, and because of her stubborn personality, she resigned. Song Sanxi said to himself, "What a stubborn bullshit. She's a typical woman who has never been beaten by society." So, I didn't take it seriously and rode to a nearby motorcycle shop. Dropped the car off at the shop and asked the owner to do what he wants. He went to a nearby shopping mall to buy clothes for Tiantian. From the inside to the outside, to the socks and boots, everything is high-end. Song Sanxi felt that the previous owner of this body was so unfair to his daughter. He can tell at a glance what size shoes Tiantian wears. Don't ask the price, don't argue with the clerk, just like it, pay for it and that's it. As for Su Yurong's clothes, I'll go buy them with her later. As a husband, I don't even know what color or style she likes. However, he bought the latest Samsung Galaxy S for Su Yurong. I applied for a card for her and chose a great number. I spent nearly 6,000 yuan and I don't feel sorry at all. Godfather Shi only loves women and never cares about money. For him, the 5,800 mobile phone he has is still usable, so it doesn't matter. Song Sanxi also bought 2 sets of clothes for himself, they were branded and pretty good. When we came out of the mall, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. It is already a high-end new outfit, with a more gentle and elegant temperament. The broken iron donkey has been fixed. Rear seat cushions, leather covered. Try it, it's not bad, and has the comfort of a sofa. Riding a bike, carrying things and a large bag of money, he headed straight to Sanyuan Electric Appliance Factory. Pick up my wife and bring her home, then send some clothes to Tiantian. However, thinking about the mess between the previous owner of this body and his sister-in-law, Song Sanxi felt a little depressed. You bastard, you are the one who does all the bad things. Should I take the blame? Chapter 13. She is hysterical. When we arrived at the factory gate, it was almost time to get off work. Song Sanxi did not see Huang Changyong's two men. These two guys have received the order and retreated. Otherwise, he would definitely be alert. Not long after, the factory bell rang, signaling the end of get off work. The entire factory was suddenly in an uproar. The workers walked out of the gate exhausted. Someone recognized Song Sanxi and was stunned. Large and small bags were hung on the handlebars, all of them were branded goods. Oh my god, did this guy rob a bank? So rich all of a sudden. Humph, they are all men's stuff and children's stuff, no women's stuff. It seems that you don't have Su Yorong in your eyes. Song Sanxi ignored him, smoked and waited. Zhu Wenbing was also dumbfounded when he saw him on the surveillance camera. He was carrying a lot of bags and he also changed into some high-end new clothes. What was going on? Su Yorong quickly received the quarterly attendance bonus of 1,500 yuan. She was cunning and asked Zhu Wenbing to send her back. Zhu Wenbing was threatened by the factory director and really didn't dare to send it. He could only make the excuse that he had something going on at home and couldn't send it. Su Yorong believed it. She gave the money to Zhu Wenbing and was almost crying. She said, "Brother Zhu, you are a good man. Please send this money to Xinguang Kindergarten tomorrow. This is the advance payment for my daughter Tiantian's tuition, living expenses, and school uniform fees. It is just enough. Thank you for your hard work." Zhu Wenbing felt really distressed, and said, "Yorong, I will definitely do it for you. But why do you have to live such a hard life?" Su Yorong smiled forcefully, a little reluctantly, and said, "It's okay. For the sake of the child, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little. Brother Zhu, thank you. Hey. Go back. I just saw him waiting for you outside the factory gate, and..." Before Zhu Wenbing finished speaking, Su Yorong had already turned around and walked out of the factory, more than 10 meters away. Looking at her, she lowered her head out of habit, humble as dust. Zhu Wenbing felt sad. He really wanted her to hold her head high and live a sunny and happy life. But now, Song Sanxi seems to be rich. His heart ached. He could only help her finish what she had asked him to do. He understood that she didn't want the money to be snatched away by Song Sanxi. It was a bit cold outside, but Su Yorong felt much more at ease. "You scum, don't even think about getting a penny from me." A lunch at noon was not enough to make her believe that he would change. Soon, she saw Song Sanxi and was stunned and unable to walk. The broken iron donkey was tidied up and even had a cushion added to it. The handlebars are hung with brand-name clothing and bags. He is wearing all branded clothes. A beautiful black trench coat, a black vest, a white shirt, and shiny leather shoes. Clothes make the man, and saddles make their horse. This scumbag is full of temperament. Many female workers passing by glanced at him. Oh my god, where did he get the money? In the morning, he even wanted to take $5 from her. Come on in the car, Yorong, let's go have a bowl of wontons together and warm ourselves up before going home. Song Sanxi still had a friendly smile and a gentle and magnetic tone. After saying that, he took off his coat and forced it on her. The warm smell of new clothes. Su Yorong smiled bitterly to herself. Why are you pretending? Apparently, he bought himself clothes, shoes and socks. I also bought high-end children's clothing and other things for Tiantian. But what about me? Oh. In his eyes, there is no wife like me. Well, as long as I have my child in my heart. But. Su Yorong sat in the car and didn't feel cold at all. My butt felt as soft as a sofa, very comfortable, but I suddenly felt scared. What does he want to do by being so nice to Tiantian? Are you going to sell your daughter? He once got drunk and came back vicious and sweet. What I'm saying is, one day, I'll sell you, my burden, to a rich man for some gambling money. What's the point of keeping a child without a son? The Song family wants a son to carry on the family line. No. We have to stop him from seeing Tiantian. Su Yorong was secretly anxious and thinking of a solution. After a while, Song Sanxi stopped his car outside a Shaoxian snack shop. Su Yorong looked up and thought this was a very good restaurant. She didn't want to go in and waste it. Song Sanxi saw through her at a glance, took her hand, and said softly, "Aren't you hungry? Don't worry, I have money, and I won't take advantage of your perfect attendance for the quarter." After saying that, he patted the large shoulder bag on his back and whispered in someone's ear, sniffing the intoxicating fragrance, "This bag is full of money." Su Yorong's ears felt itchy and her face turned red. I subconsciously tilted my head and was shocked when I saw the bulging bag. "How much does this cost?" Before he could say anything, Song Sanxi said, "No need to ask. The oath I made at breakfast counts." Su Yorong felt like she was dreaming. I couldn't come back to my senses. After eating, he was still wearing his coat and was carried home. When Song Sanxi was checking out, she glanced and saw that his bag was filled with stacks of big bills. At that time, she was going crazy. Where does the money come from? Did you rob a bank? Or did he use the property certificate to take out a loan and then go gambling? Gambling is Su Yorong's Achilles heel. Just thinking about this word gives her a headache. I was in a fog all the way, unable to come to my senses, and I couldn't see my husband clearly. It seems that he has changed a little. He has always been gentle and polite, and now he is so rich, and more handsome than ever before. When we arrived at the community, we stopped at the mahjong hall downstairs. There, the lights were dim. Zhang Hongmei was sitting at the door with 7 or 8 people from society, waiting for them. "Fuck you, Song Sanxi, you're such a loser. It's late at night, where's my money? If you don't give me money, I and my brothers will break your legs and knock out your teeth. I told you to keep your promises. You were allowed to beat up a dog and a monkey. Do you really want to quit your job?" Zhang Hongmei was furious and started cursing. The guys from society came over with ferocious looks. Su Yorong had never seen such a scene before, and she immediately shrank behind Song Sanxi. Without saying a word, Song Sanxi pulled out a wad of money from his bag, counted out 7 bills, and threw them on the ground. He counted out another 20 pieces and threw them on the ground. Finally, he touched a coin and threw it on the ground. This operation stunned the whole audience. Song Sanxi then said calmly, 700, return it to Boss Zhang. 2,000. 1,000 is for the brothers to pay for tea, water and cigarettes, and 1,000 is for the treatment of the wounds of that dog and monkey. There is another piece. I can't tell whether it was borrowed from the dog or the monkey. Anyway, I paid it back. Borrow money and repay it. Don't default on debts. Please open the door for me. Goodbye. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator of the motorcycle and sped away. Su Yorong was sitting in the car, feeling dizzy, and subconsciously pinched his waist. "You're so extravagant again. Can't you be a little more frugal?" Song Sanxi smiled and ignored it. Behind them, Zhang Hongmei and the others were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. Of course, all the money was picked up and everyone was theirs. I also picked up a $1 coin. Zhang Hongmei smiled foolishly, that damn prodigal son actually became rich. Is this fair? A guy in society said, this kid has finally come to his senses. He's quite honest, isn't he? You're so honest. Hurry up and go upstairs and open the door. We let them go today, but it won't be so easy next time. Not long after, Song Sanxi came back with Su Yorong, carrying a lot of bags and preparing to go upstairs. Zhang Hongmei has closed the shop and left. Su Yorong was a little uneasy. Will the door really open? With a little money, it's no problem to use a dog. Money can make the devil work, right? Is that small change? Su Yorong was extremely helpless. When I went upstairs, I found that the steel pipes added on the outside were gone, and the lock was also gone. Entering the house, it's warm. Then, Su Yorong was so frightened that she collapsed, became hysterical, and screamed. Song Sanxi, you have so much money, why don't you explain it clearly? I don't want your phone, I won't buy clothes, I won't go. What on earth did you do? Did you commit a crime? Tiantian doesn't need a father in jail. She already looks like a poor bastard without a father. Can't you just let her go? You went to the kindergarten to cook for her? You also sent her clothes. What on earth do you want to do to her? Can you please tell me the truth? Please. I beg you. Chapter 14. Let him hurt. Su Yorong knelt on the ground with a plop, hugging Song Sanxi's thighs. She looked up at him, begging, tears streaming down her face. She was afraid of him, more afraid than ever before. Screaming, yelling, and getting beaten doesn't matter. She wants the truth. The down-to-earth truth. Song Sanxi half squatted down, stroked her little shoulders and rubbed them gently. While wiping her tears, he said gently, "I didn't commit any crime, I just kept my promise. The former Song Sanxi is dead. The new Song Sanxi has arrived. I said please don't be weak in the knees, live with dignity. It's this damn body that should be kneeling." Song Sanxi really knelt down and hugged Su Yorong in his arms. She cried sadly, her delicate body twitching, and she slapped him weakly, grabbing his shoulders and waist. "I totally can't believe it. Why is this damn scumbag suddenly so nice? Is this a dream? Wouldn't it be nice if the dream could last forever?" Su Yorong felt dizzy and didn't know how to stand up. "I don't know how I took a shower or lay down on the bed." Until Song Sanxi washed, applied medicine and bandaged the wounds on her legs and arms. He took out another bottle for medicine and skillfully inserted the needle into the back of her hand, causing slight pain. She came back to her senses. "But I just looked at him foolishly, and it felt like I had become a different person." Song Sanxi took out the medicine and suppository and placed them on the stool beside the bed. "Yorong, if you mind, you can wash and apply the medicine yourself later. If you don't mind, I'll come." Su Yorong's pretty face was flushed like clouds. It seemed like for the first time, I felt shy in front of him. Before, numbness, it was a corpse. Let him hurt me, I have no dignity at all. I'll do it. Song Sanxi nodded, okay. I'll keep most of the money at home. Don't tell anyone. I used my real estate certificate to mortgage 100,000 yuan and earned it from stock trading. The principal is still in the account. It will multiply many times and make you and Tiantian live happily. You can remove the needle yourself. After that, clean it and apply medicine. Then it will be completely healed. I'm going to go over to check on Tiantian and won't disturb her. My lovely daughter is the most noble princess in the world. As for my son, I will have one in the future. I took the 50,000 and left. Give it to my brother-in-law as compensation to him. I'm leaving now. Call me if you have anything. I must be back before 12 o'clock. I won't let anyone or anything hurt you and your daughter again." Song Sanxi took out 50,000 yuan and put the rest under the bed. By the way, the property certificate was taken away without Su Yorong noticing. Downstairs, the sound of a broken iron donkey's engine was soon heard. Su Yorong covered her face and cried. "Is stock trading really that profitable? I can't believe he knows how to trade stocks. I heard that some college students lost everything and some even jumped off buildings because of speculation. But at least, don't gamble. He seems to have really changed. If that were true, then Tiantian wouldn't he? Oh my god, Tiantian." Su Yorong quickly picked up the new phone and felt it was really beautiful. There were some in the past, but they were snatched away by Song Sanxi and lost. "Call my elder sister right away." The two sisters talked on the phone, each of them was shocked. Especially when the eldest sister said that Tiantian came back and told Su Yorong what happened in the kindergarten. Su Yorong was even more shocked. Poor daughter, hateful Ma Xiaoling, she actually abused Tiantian. Fortunately, Song Sanxi got his revenge. For the first time, I felt like he was a father. "Sister, do you think, has he really changed?" The eldest sister was silent for a long time. Maybe. If he wants to take Tiantian away, don't give it to him. You and your brother-in-law shouldn't let him into the house. If he does something wrong, call the police. I know. Sister, is stock trading really profitable? Some made money, but some lost a lot. Maybe. Song Sanxi was just lucky. Oh. Then I'd better tell him not to fire the job and live a good life. Expect him to listen to you? Is that possible? Alas. The eldest sister let out a long sigh and hung up the phone. Speaking of resentment, she hated Song Sanxi more than anyone else. Su Yorong sat on the bed, in a daze. I always feel that it's so unreal. After finishing 2 bottles of medicine, Su Yorong pulled out the needle. I cleaned it myself and put on the suppository. In fact, I feel completely fine now. No pain, feeling relaxed. Look at the time, it's past 11 o'clock. Song Sanxi hasn't come back yet. She started to worry again, wondering if he would take the money and go gambling again. Wearing her nightgown, she quickly got up and looked under the bed. The money is there, more than 150,000 yuan. I haven't seen so much money in a long time. The property certificate is indeed gone. So much money made Su Yorong cry again. Tiantian no longer has to worry about money. She no longer has to worry about her younger sister's living expenses, tuition, and tutoring. Song Sanxi, Song Sanxi, can you hold on to the end? Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard. She thought it was Song Sanxi who came back, and she felt inexplicably excited and scared. When I get back, I go to sleep, and then. She knew how terrible he was. But unexpectedly, the money was not put back and the bedroom door opened. Several figures flashed by and 4 burly men rushed in. The door slammed shut and a dark, sturdy man stood at the end of the bed. What are you going to do? Su Yorong was so frightened that her face turned pale and she huddled up under the bed. She recognized this man. Wang Changyang. The person I met several times was Song Sanxi's poker friend. A big, horny wolf. Of course, she also hated Huang Changyang because he had taken too much from Song Sanxi. Huang Changyang had a grim smile on his face and smelled of alcohol. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Where is my brother Sanxi? He went out. Su Yorong was so scared that her heart was pounding and her hands and feet were cold. Because Huang Changyang's eyes were scanning her body greedily. However, when he saw the money, he frowned. This kid still has so much money. He turned his head and saw one of his men holding the money in his hand. What are you doing? This is the money Song Sanxi made from stock trading. You? Su Yorong rushed over and grabbed the bag. The subordinate pushed her away and said coldly, he can trade stocks. He can trade that's better. 10 days ago, Song Sanxi lost 200,000 yuan to Brother Yang. He even lost this broken house. But it's not worth the price. Now, this money, more than 150,000 yuan. Is there any money left at home? You guys are. Oh my god. Su Yorong collapsed. I never expected that Song Sanxi even lost his house. Despair, screaming, and extreme sadness. Huang Changyang snorted coldly and said, don't cry. I'm in a bad mood today. I don't want the money, leave it to him to continue losing. Last time when I lost this house, I said that you can stay with me for a month without the house. So, this month, start from tonight. Sister-in-law, I've got you. Su Yorong completely collapsed. She never expected her husband to be such a person. As expected, even I lost. No wonder he suddenly became so nice, was it because of guilt? Su Yorong collapsed in despair. Song Sanxi, you are really not. She fainted from rage. The subordinate frowned, looked at the money, and then looked at Su Yorong on the ground. Brother Yang, what should we do? Huang Changyang smiled sinisterly. What should we do? You 4, go out and watch outside the door, I'll do it. Good. The 4 guys looked at each other and understood. Another guy said wickedly, Brother Yang, she is so beautiful, and the brothers are also greedy for her, how about? Fuck you. I've beaten her for a month, we'll talk later. Then, the 4 men retreated excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Huang Changyang was impatient, rushed over, grabbed Su Yorong and threw her onto the bed. He had been craving for this stunning beauty for years, and today he finally. Chapter 15 Despicable. Shameless. I went out late at night and went to the home of Su Yorong's sister Su Yuqing. Song Sanxi was depressed all the way. The previous owner of this body was such a scumbag. Su Yuqing and her husband Du Haiping have different personalities, but their relationship is considered a long-term one. Du Haiping pursued Su Yuqing for 8 years. They got married and held a wedding banquet just 3 months ago. For Su Yorong and Tiantian, Du Haiping had fought with Song Sanxi many times. Song Sanxi never won and always ended up with a black eye and a swollen face. Once, Song Sanxi broke 3 ribs. On the day of the wedding banquet, Du Haiping and his wife did not invite Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi was unhappy, so he ran over and made a scene, starting a fight. This time we won. Du Haiping slapped him in public. He took the initiative and kicked Du Haiping to pieces. Song Sanxi was not lucky either, as he was beaten half to death by Du's relatives and friends. Su Yuqing hit him on the head with a wine bottle, causing bleeding. There was a hole on the top of my head and I needed 15 stitches. Afterwards, Du Haiping was really disabled and couldn't lift it. This is a shame for men. Du Haiping didn't feel like making a big fuss. In addition, Su Yorong knelt down in front of him and said that Tiantian couldn't have a father in jail. Song Sanxi also threatened that he could sue him and put him in jail, and when he got out, he would wipe out the entire Du family. Song Sanxi was a bad guy in the past. He stabbed people several times and seriously injured them. But my family was rich at that time, so we just settled it. His threat was quite effective. Let us settle the matter privately. Song Sanxi gave Du Haiping a 3-bedroom house as compensation. After the couple got married, they have been living in this house and they don't need to buy a new house. Song Sanxi and Su Yorong moved into the last old house. 2 months ago, Tiantian had not yet been sent to Su Yuqing's home. Du Haiping will be on a business trip for more than half a month. Su Yuqing went to the property company's annual meeting, got drunk, went home and lay on the bed, a puddle of mud. Song Sanxi has always been unhappy with Su Yuqing, and now he has found his chance. He has the key to their house. Open the door and come in. Then, when Su Yuqing woke up, she found Song Sanxi lying next to her and was so angry that she wanted to jump off the building. Song Sanxi, that scoundrel, said with a smile. Go ahead and jump. If you die, I'll say we were already in a relationship. It doesn't matter what the forensic doctor finds. If you don't want to jump, then call the police. Anyway, the thing has already happened. I don't have much to do now. It's up to you. At worst, I'll go in for 5 years. When I get out, I'll continue doing this. Then I'll treat my time in prison like I'm home, with food and shelter provided. By the way, you can also quit gambling, don't you think? By the way, if you want to call the police, I will say that Du Haiping is a loser. Think about it, do you 3 sisters and Tiantian still want to maintain your reputation? Does the Su family still want to maintain its dignity? If not, call the police now, and I'll strangle you to death. I'll pay with my own life, and we'll die together. Scumbag, just like that, he scared Su Yuqing. This leaves people completely helpless and they can only accept their fate. As a result, he turned around and this time, Song Sanxi vented his anger severely. He stayed at Su Yuqing's house for 10 days with free food and lodging, and before leaving he got 5,000 yuan, which he lost all the money right away. Su Yuqing also bought emergency medicine. Song Sanxi doesn't care at all and said that it would be even better if you had it. Despicable. Shameless. Obscene. At this moment, while carrying large and small bags and going up the stairs, Godfather she couldn't help but curse inwardly. The bastard did something so bad that I have to take the blame. But the terrible thing is that the situation at that time suddenly appeared in my mind. The daughters of the Su family all have excellent genes. Su Yuqing is very beautiful, very charming, and has a great figure. When drunk, she is even more charming. And when I was confused, I thought it was Du Haiping, she was full of energy. The situation at that time replayed clearly in my mind. This made Godfather she stand outside the door for a long time. I'm sick again and feel uncomfortable. I have to take some time to go to the hospital and get this disease treated. He knows medical skills, but he really doesn't know how to treat. Because this disease is extremely rare. After a long while, I finally recovered. Song Sanxi gritted his teeth and pressed the doorbell. This is a double security door, with a steel gate on the outside and a formal wooden door on the inside. After a while, Du Haiping opened the wooden door. When he took a look through the steel gate, he was immediately furious. Bang! Du Haiping closed the door. Get out of here, scumbag. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. He would never forgive Song Sanxi. It was only because Tiantian was pitiful that I agreed to take her in. Song Sanxi gritted his teeth and shouted, Brother Haiping, I'm sorry. Please open the door. I bought clothes, shoes and socks for Tiantian and sent them over. Get out. Tiantian doesn't want a father like you. You are not worthy of being a father. You are not worthy of being a human being. Du Haiping was cursing inside the door. Brother Haiping, I'm sorry. It was all my fault in the past. I will change from now on. I will definitely change my past mistakes and never do it again. Can a dog change its nature of eating shit? Get lost. Du Haiping punched the wooden door, extremely angry, and roared like a wounded beast. Okay. I'll leave the stuff outside the door, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan as a small token of my appreciation. Later, I'll replace your car with a BMW. Nowadays, there is a kind of artificial power assistance technology abroad that should be able to help you and your elder sister's life. I'm sorry again. There was silence inside the door. Song Sanxi thought there was hope. Unexpectedly, Du Haiping roared again, "Take your things and get out. You are not allowed to go to the kindergarten tomorrow. Otherwise, I will break your dog legs." Song Sanxi was still very gentle and sincere. "I'll leave the things outside the door. You can do whatever you want with them. Thank you and my elder sister for taking Tiantian in. I'm sorry for the trouble. When my financial situation improves, I will take her home." After saying that, he turned and left. Inside the door, Du Haiping's face was full of pain, and he pounded the door hard with his fists for a long time. Song Sanxi hurt him badly. "I have tried many medicines, but none of them worked." In the room, Su Yuqing had just coaxed Tiantian to sleep. "This girl is particularly excited tonight and is laughing secretly from time to time. Rarely, I see her smile. But she always talks about things in kindergarten. Although she doesn't call him dad, she is very happy." Du Haiping was a little annoyed and yelled at Tiantian a few times, which scared Tiantian and made her cry. Su Yuqing also quarreled with Du Haiping for a while, and then went to coax the child. Su Yuqing came out upon hearing the noise and asked what was going on. Du Haiping recounted the whole story in an unpleasant tone. Su Yuqing was stunned. She never thought that Song Sanxi would buy something for Tiantian and even take out 50,000 yuan in cash. She thought about it and opened the door. "I saw a lot of things, all high-end children's clothing. A neat 50,000. A beautiful little white bear, so clean, like new." She remembered that she bought this for Tiantian. "It cost 200 yuan for my third birthday present." Su Yuqing was stunned for a long time. Unconsciously, I remembered what Tiantian said, that he looked so handsome after shaving his beard, spoke so gently and pleasantly, cooked so deliciously, and gave Marceling a hard time. Has he really changed? Su Yuqing couldn't believe it. When Song Sanxi returned to the old neighborhood, he saw a familiar Maybach downstairs. Bright black paint and domineering body. The car window was not completely closed and there was a faint smell of alcohol inside. Suddenly, he understood something. Huang Changyang is here. He also came here drunk. Oh no. Su Yurong is home alone. Song Sanxi knew Huang Changyang's character very well. Chapter 16 Crazy Thoughts. Late at night, the neighborhood was dark and very quiet. Song Sanxi looked up. On the fourth floor, the door of the house was just opened. The light at the entrance had just come on. He took a deep breath and got out of the car immediately. While taking action, he quickly thought about it in his mind. Now, it is not appropriate to have a head-on conflict with Huang Changyang. You must hide your strength and stay low. In the short term, we cannot let this guy harass myself and Su Yurong. He has a way. His home was on the fourth floor of Unit 2, and he quickly rushed to the roof of Unit 3. Go down the water pipe. On the fifth floor, there was a family S-back balcony with clothes hanging. He jumped and landed on the balcony. The clothes were clean, they were the camouflage uniforms of migrant workers. Song Sanxi quickly took off his clothes and put them on. I took a pair of socks and put them on my feet. In the corner, he grabbed a safety helmet and put it on his head. It seems that they are the construction workers who rent here. I sneaked into their house and found a wrench, a large one with a long handle. Then take a pair of construction gloves, the kind with white woven thread, and put them on your hands. This family still burns honeycomb coal. Grab a handful of ash and get yourself dirty. His face was also covered with ash. Big change in image. If he pulls his helmet down a little more, who would still recognize him as the prodigal son Song Sanxi? He went out quickly and returned to Unit 2, quietly, with almost no sound, and as fast as the wind. But a little tired. This body is so terrible. When you enter the building, the footsteps become louder and louder, but it's okay. Migrant workers go home late at night. Outside the house, Huang Changyang's for men just filed out. By the way, the door is also closed. One of them, smoking a cigarette, said with a wicked smile, Brother Yang finally got lucky today. Song Sanxi, that prodigal son, is such a coward. He, if Brother Young is happy, we may also get it. Think about Su Yorong and her figure. The other guy was also excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Just then, Song Sanxi came up and spoke with a strong foreign accent. What are you doing? Is there someone in the house hurting that poor woman Su Yorong? One of his subordinates looked him up and down and said viciously, it's none of your business. Where did these migrant workers come from? Get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy kicked him. Song Sanxi dodged, pulled out a wrench from his overalls bag, swung it around and started hitting him hard. As fast as possible. Do your best. Resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Click snap. The sound of broken bones was extremely crisp. The four sturdy guys had almost no power to fight back and had no time to react. There was only the scream of a pig being slaughtered. It was earth-shattering and woke up many people. But here, the people living are all old, weak, sick and disabled, and even more are migrant workers. No one got up to see anything. These days, Zhonghai is still in chaos. No one wants to get into trouble. No one even wanted to turn on the lights. The community was still dark. Soon, the screams of Wang Changyong's for men stopped. Everyone's nose was smashed by a heavy punch and shattered into pieces. All fainted. Under the dim light, everyone's face was blooming. Blood quickly gathered on the ground. Another round of hard knocks. Click snap. All the limbs were broken. Song Sanxi will not let go of any of Wang Changyong's men who can fight. Destroy them all. When I finished work, I was exhausted and sweaty. This body is so bad. He immediately opened the door, rushed into the house and headed straight for the bedroom. He turned the door handle and it opened. He opened the door instantly and took a quick look. Su Yorong was lying on the bed, unconscious. Beautiful new nightgown, showing off long, beautiful legs. Everything is fine. Beside the bed, Wang Changyong had just stripped himself naked. He smiled wickedly as he looked at his prey, Su Yorong. I suddenly felt a gust of wind from the door opening. I turned around and my smile froze. He instantly exploded with rage and yelled on the spot, "Fuck you, where did this stinky farmer come from?" Before he could even yell out the word, migrant worker, Song Sanxi had already pounced on him. Wang Changyong had no time to dodge. Song Sanxi chopped down with his knife, hitting the side of the neck hard. Wang Changyong screamed, covering the place where he was hit, his eyes bulging. Within 5 seconds, he fainted on the ground. Lost consciousness, like a puddle of mud. Song Sanxi said calmly. Medically, this type of syncope triggered by external force is called carotid sinus syncope. Bastard, Su Yorong is still my wife now, and you have violated my taboo. Then he took off his gloves and took Su Yorong's pulse. Well, not bad. Strong stimulation may cause fainting, but it will be fine after a good night's sleep. Looking at the bag of money on the ground, Song Sanxi could imagine some situations. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as the problem is solved. His mood was very calm. He gently pulled the quilt over Su Yorong. Then, put on your gloves. Collect Wang Changyong's clothes and put them in a plastic bag. I found some rope and tied this guy up with his back behind his back, covered his head and stuffed his mouth. Carry it downstairs and throw it into the trunk of the Maybach. Wang Changyong was naked and woke up due to the cold air before he was thrown into the car. Everything went dark before my eyes and I realized I was tied up. There was something in his mouth and he couldn't roar. He just grunted a few times and the tailgate closed. All he knew was that he was heroically rescued by a migrant worker. Damn it, after this time I must find this migrant worker. If anyone dares to touch me, Wang Changyong, he will not survive. The car keys were found on one of his lackeys. Then, Wang Changyong's clothes and his 4 lackeys were all put into the car. Song Sanxi drove out and headed for the suburbs. The car is a good car. Maybach Zeppelin, 6.0T, 2008 model, top configuration, price, 12 million renminbi. Song Sanxi enjoyed the rhythmic sound of the engine. Speed up, quite fast. Song Sanxi once had one, which is this one. But I lost to others, so the 5 million was discounted. Later, it came into the hands of Wang Changyong. Now, familiar car, familiar smell. After more than 10 minutes, the car arrived in the suburbs. Drag Wang Changyong down and throw him to the ground. The guy was shivering from the cold and had goosebumps all over his body. Struggling and twisting like a fat maggot. There was a mumbling sound in his throat and I couldn't tell what he was saying. Song Sanxi probably knew that it was just a show of strength or a demonstration, but it didn't matter anymore. One kick and your family line will be cut off. The strength is well controlled. Huang Changyang was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing. The veins on his forehead seemed to be about to explode. Then, fainting and urinary incontinence occurred. Godfather Shi has his own code, and this is the best punishment for people like this. Looking back, there will be a longer period of peace. He found Huang Changyang's cell phone, dialed 120, and told the location in a low, hoarse voice. After the call, he threw the phone into the stinky ditch. Song Sanxi walked home. He would not drive the car for the time being. Halfway through, he took off his gloves and threw them into the sewer. Fingerprints? Not even a single one. The socks on my feet were also thrown away. As for the footprints, it's hard to check. He knew Huang Changyang's background. The incident was serious and someone would definitely come to investigate. After more than half an hour, I returned to the community. He was familiar with the route and calm, returning the clothes, wrench and safety helmet. There are many construction workers like this in this community. You can check it however you want. I went home, took a shower, and felt refreshed. Put on well-fitting pajamas, made of skin-friendly material and comfortable. In the bedroom, keep the money. Looking at Su Yorong, she has a beautiful face and snow-white, delicate skin that seems as smooth as a baby's. Song Sanxi felt very uncomfortable and in pain. Crazy thoughts in my head. I can't control it anymore. Chapter 17. A salesperson. Song Sanxi wanted very much. However, the qualities of the godfather prevent him from being a chain beast. He can only be a gentleman. Even though I'm still her husband. But she's still someone else's wife, poor woman. She has just recovered from her illness. We can't do this yet. Close your eyes and clench your fists. Keep breathing deeply. After a while, he finally managed to control himself a little. I was covered in sweat. Damn it, this broken body, I can't do anything, I'm the best at doing shit. Song Sanxi complained helplessly and smiled bitterly. Hurry up and pick up the broom and clean the room. Bring the mop and walk all over the floor. Huang Changyang is likely to mobilize police force to ensure that no possible traces are left. After finishing, I lay down on the broken sofa in the living room. If you don't have an extra quilt, just cover yourself with your coat. Set the alarm and go to sleep. That night, Zhonghai Second People's Hospital. Huang Changyang underwent suture surgery. He was pushed into the special ward while in a coma. Because of that luxury car, the hospital knew that this guy definitely needed a ward like this. Even the four subordinates enjoyed such treatment. These days, doctors understand society very well. After the bones were set successfully, the four guys woke up first. Thinking about this, I feel devastated. It's so horrible. Then where are the migrant workers? It's like a demon released from hell. Just do it if you don't agree. Damn it, this needs to be investigated. They also learned from the nurse that Brother Yang had been disabled and had no children or grandchildren. How the hell is this? They couldn't imagine what kind of state Brother Yang would be in after waking up. So miserable. It must be that he didn't even touch Su Yorong's hair, and then he got caught, right? Damn migrant workers. Brother Yang is so unlucky. In one day, he lost 8 generals, including the 4 internal guards in the afternoon. And at Su Yoqing's house. She opened the door and took the things inside. Du Haiping was so angry that he wanted to throw it away. But the 50,000 yuan did make him excited. He is a salesman and his income has not been very good in the past 2 years. I really can't understand how this scumbag Song Sanxi suddenly became so rich. I heard that he made the money from stock trading. However, Du Haiping didn't believe it. He didn't even finish his 2nd year of high school. How could an uneducated bastard trade stocks? Can he read the market and analyze data? Depend on. Du Haiping was so irritable that he couldn't sleep at all, so he turned around and went to the study. Su Yuqing sighed deeply, secretly hating, Song Sanxi, you are such a troublemaker. She knew her husband was no longer the same. He has been pursuing her since she was 16 years old. How caring and devoted is that? I pursued her until I was 24 and finally got married. As a result, he became useless and didn't even have a child. He was no longer as gentle to her as before, and his temper became a little more irritable. Sometimes, I am not very polite to Tiantian. All this is because of that scumbag Song Sanxi. Su Yuqing couldn't even imagine how Du Haiping would react if he knew that Song Sanxi had taken advantage of her. I'm afraid you even have the urge to kill someone. Du Haiping's physical fitness is not bad, so he killed Song Sanxi easily. Su Yuqing was very desperate and could only keep the secret deep in her heart and suffer the consequences by herself. You damn scumbag, if you really changed for the better, Yurong and Tiantian wouldn't have to suffer so much. Charming big eyes with shining tears. This sister-in-law is also a beautiful woman who makes me feel pity for her. She is slightly inferior to Su Yurong. She was also afraid that if Du Haiping went on a business trip again one day, the shameless Song Sanxi would come again. Go to Tiantian's room and look at her again. The cute little girl is sleeping soundly. The scratches on his face were almost gone, but there were still some traces. Su Yuqing cursed inwardly, Gao Xiaoling, you are such a beast. Treating a child under 4 years old like this, what's the difference between you and that scumbag? Don't let me see you. She learned from Tiantian that Gao Xiaoling had resigned. Song Sanxi finally did something good. When she turned around to go back to sleep, Tiantian actually talked in her sleep. You must do what you say, don't bully mom, don't hit Tiantian, don't scold Tiantian, don't fight with uncle, don't look at aunt like a bad guy and talk back to her, don't lose money playing cards, buy Tiantian candid whores, make lots of delicious food, and I will call you barber. As she spoke, the little girl's tears began to flow and she sobbed. The fragile voice made Aunt Su Yuqing's heart tighten. What a poor child. Song Sanxi, can you, a scumbag, ever change for the better? Tiantian needs a good father. Su Yuqing covered her face and cried, then hurried upstairs. Gently, he patted Tiantian and wiped her tears. She didn't go back to her room until Tiantian fell asleep again. Du Haiping was searching on the computer in the study. Of course it's that, Song Sanxi said that there is an artificial assistance technology abroad. He is a young and strong man, how could he not desire a happy life? But when the results came out, Du Haiping was shocked. Oh my god, this costs 600,000. And we have to go to Germany. He and Su Yuqing only had 60,000 yuan. Originally, I was planning to scrape together some more money to buy a car for Su Yuqing. Even including the 50,000 given by Song Sanxi, it is still a long way off. Not to mention the round-trip air tickets, food and accommodation, and a translator. Du Haiping was worried. I smoked a lot of cigarettes and thought of Song Sanxi. Is he really making money from stock trading? If so, maybe. Inexplicably, he placed his hopes on his enemy. Men, sometimes just for a happy life, go in and out. Du Haiping went out at 6 o'clock the next morning. I am used to getting up early, jogging, exercising, and then going to the factory to have breakfast. In terms of physical fitness, he is still very good. Parked at Ninghai Lake, 6:15. I was just doing warm-up exercises and noticed that Song Sanxi was already running. Du Haiping was stunned. He's a man who spends his time eating, drinking, gambling and whoring, but he actually does morning exercises. From head to toe, brand new sports suits, all branded. Is the scumbag really rich? Du Haiping had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he kept them deep in his heart. Don't be fooled by temporary appearances, don't bow to him. He will make a fortune. This kind of scum can never be forgiven. Song Sanxi also saw him from a distance, and ran over, greeting him with a smile. Brother-in-law, good morning. Are you exercising? Du Haiping had a cold face and ignored him, continuing to warm up. Song Sanxi shook his head and ran forward. While running on the spot, he gasped for air and smiled, Brother-in-law, please forgive me. Don't be angry anymore. From now on. Get lost. Du Haiping raised his fist and roared, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Song Sanxi ran away, saying, this is my last lap. See you later, brother-in-law. Du Haiping finally felt a little relieved. Scum, are you still afraid of my fist? However, he really couldn't imagine how early he would have to get up if this scumbag ran away. What Du Haiping could not have imagined was that Song Sanxi rode a motorcycle on the other side of the lake and went to his house. At 6:40 in the morning, Song Sanxi walked towards the master bedroom. As soon as she reached the door, Su Yuqing opened it. Eye to eye. Good morning, big sister. Song Sanxi smiled like a gentleman. Su Yuqing was so frightened that her legs went limp and she stepped back. What are you going to do? Chapter 18 Heartfelt Love Talk. The pink pajama set, made of chemical fiber, shimmers. Su Yuqing's face looked a little turbulent and she looked terrified. Song Sanxi is her nightmare. She will never forget it. What happened in those 10 days? That beast. Today, my husband goes out early as usual. He came so early. She is neatly dressed, wearing all branded clothes, but she is a smiling devil. She even forgot to close the door. I was originally going to get up, tidy up, and make breakfast for Tiantian. Result. Song Sanxi smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, sister. I was a beast before, but I won't be anymore. Breakfast for you and Tiantian is ready. It's in the kitchen, keeping it warm. I boiled some eggs. Can you please help Tiantian roll the wound off her face? I don't have time. I have to go back and cook for Yorong. She has to go to work soon. Sister, I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. I will make it up to you in the future." After saying that, he bowed gracefully and apologized. Then, he said goodbye and turned away. Su Yuqing stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. How can this person be the scumbag he used to be? He is gentle, polite, generous and elegant, like a gentleman who is brave enough to admit his mistakes and take responsibility. He really changed. It was a false alarm. Thinking about the past, Su Yuqing couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast. I quickly ran to the kitchen and saw, oh my god, the delicious breakfast smelled delicious. Milk, fried eggs, scallion pancakes, ham slices, steamed buns, cold shredded chicken. They are all placed in a large insulated box. When will he learn to cook? Some ingredients were not available at home, so he brought them. Su Yuqing looked at the dim sky outside the window and couldn't believe it. He got up too early. Su Yuqing quickly tidied up and called Tiantian to get up for breakfast. When Tiantian saw the delicious breakfast, her eyes were filled with stars and she clapped her hands. Wow tilde auntie is so great, there are so many delicious foods. Su Yuqing smiled bitterly and stroked Tiantian's little head. It wasn't auntie who did it. Is that something that my aunt bought? Your father did. Tiantian was stunned. A thin little face with an expression of disbelief. Has he been here? Well, you came very early. Oh. This morning, Tiantian didn't say the word dad. But she enjoyed the meal very much. The little girl's face was filled with a satisfied smile, she was very full. My aunt's emotions were up and down, and she was filled with emotion. Well, this beast has really good craftsmanship, and the food he makes is delicious. If only it could always be like this, how nice would it be? Inexplicably, she was looking forward to. When Su Yorong woke up, she thought about what happened last night and completely collapsed. She had no dignity in front of Song Sanxi. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have it in front of outsiders either. Innocence is a woman's greatest dignity. At least, that's what Su Yorong thought. She hugged the quilt and cried sadly. It's all because of that scumbag. He even lost his wife. He became a better person only because of guilt. She knew very well what kind of person Wang Changyang was and she couldn't afford to offend him. If you are insulted by him, there is no way to seek justice. Just at that moment, Song Sanxi pushed the door open. White shirt, black vest, black trousers, and a new kitchen apron. Yorong, don't cry, it's all ready. The gentle and magnetic words were interrupted by Su Yorong. You've already given birth, right? You just accept your fate, right? Song Sanxi. You shameless bastard. Get out of here. A pillow flew over and hit him, but Godfather she didn't dodge. You are so nice to me and Tiantian, do you think I don't know why? Another pillow flew over and hit Professor Shi, but he still didn't dodge. Asshole, loser, if you don't lose the house, you will lose your wife. Wang Changyang was here last night. He was here. Tears of despair, tears of shame, flowed madly. The blood rushed to her head, but she did not faint. Because my body has really recovered and is no longer as weak as before. Song Sanxi smiled faintly. He has been here, but he has paid a heavy price. In my eyes, your innocence is still clear. After you fainted, he had just taken off all his clothes and was still lying on the bed when I came in. You can feel your body, and there are no adverse reactions other than being healthy." His voice suddenly changed, which was very penetrating and went straight to people's hearts, forcing Su Yorong to listen. Su Yorong was stunned. With tears on his face, he felt it secretly. "Even, lift the quilt and take a look. Yes, everything is intact." The medicine Song Sanxi gave her made her feel relaxed and indescribably healthy. When she looked up and saw her smiling, warm husband, she couldn't believe it. Are you telling the truth?" Song Sanxi nodded, "Yes. Tiantian said that those who lie are not good children. But remember, Wang Chanyang is miserable because..." He sat down on the bed and told everything in a low voice. Su Yorong was so frightened after hearing this that her face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. A weak woman, that's it. She couldn't believe that her husband had become so powerful and cruel. To make a person exterminate his descendants. But it seems a bit refreshing. But Su Yorong was still scared and cried, wiping her tears, "The Huang family is so powerful. If he sends someone to investigate, what will you do?" Song Sanxi gently wiped her tears with a piece of paper. "So, if someone investigates, you just need to tell the truth. I mean, after I fainted, I didn't know anything. This is our secret. If anyone leaks it, their whole family will suffer. I might die, and you and Tiantian will have no future. Can you do it?" His voice is very contagious. He looked serious, never so serious before. Su Yorong was stunned for a long time before saying, "I can do it." Pink. Song Sanxi stretched out his hand. Su Yorong smiled, her face full of joy, which made people's hearts and souls move. The godfather was inexplicably moved and couldn't resist. But she still reached out her hand and said, "Make a pinky promise." Song Sanxi gently pulled back and forth, "Hook, hang yourself, for 100 years, no more." Su Yorong had a smile on her face and felt that he was like a child. She is soft-hearted and kind, how could she not keep such a secret? Even if you hang yourself, be conservative. However, she couldn't help but ask, "How did you become so smart? How did you become so powerful?" After saying that, he shrank back on the bed, a little scared. Afraid of being beaten if ridiculed. Song Sanxi stood up and faced the window. "For your innocence and the safety of this family, my brains have returned and I dare to fight anyone. Fuck him, I'll fucking kill him and make sure he has no descendants." Su Yorong felt a lump in her throat. These were the most heartfelt words she had ever heard him say, even if they were a little rude. He has a tall and straight back, like a man. This is the husband she wants, the father Tiantian wants. Song Sanxi turned around and said, "Get up and get ready for breakfast. I'll take you to work later, okay?" "Good." Su Yorong packed up and put on work clothes. What she faced was a sumptuous breakfast that was delicious and tasty. She still hasn't eaten yet and is waiting for her husband. Is this a sense of ritual? He is still a husband who eats elegantly and speaks softly. He doesn't look like a scumbag anymore. Inexplicably, I feel that life is starting to become better. My heart feels warm and expectant. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Su Yorong was used to it, so she stood up and said, "I'll go." "You sit down, I'll do it." Song Sanxi held her soft and boneless shoulders and said softly, "It should be the police." How did you know?" Su Yorong was nervous. Chapter 19, A Wonderful Feeling. Song Sanxi bowed his head, put his mouth close to Su Yorong's ear, and said softly, "The police's footsteps are different. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just do as Legu says." Su Yorong blushed and felt hot for some reason. Song Sanxi gave her a light kiss on her fragrant hairline. This is a gentleman's encouragement, elegance and romance. Su Yorong was so frightened and embarrassed that her whole body went limp. I've never had this feeling before. He seems to be really different from before. Soon, Song Sanxi opened the door. Sure enough, there were two policemen standing outside the door, in uniform. One man and one woman. The man is tall, young and handsome. The woman was not short in height, and her figure was proud under her uniform. She has beautiful facial features and a three-dimensional look. She is a very pretty female police officer. She was about 26 or 27 years old, with a ponytail, and looked very heroic. The policewoman snorted coldly, "Scumbag, we meet again. Song Sanxi was slightly stunned, then he remembered who this was. He smiled and said, "Oh, so we are old classmates. What can I do for you too?" Indeed, it was his high school classmate, Li Ruiyang. Over the years, Song Sanxi had been the one who handled many fights and the like. They are a pair of old enemies. Li Ruiyang knew best what kind of person Song Sanxi was. Li Ruiyang said coldly, "Wang Chanyang and his 4 men were seriously injured last night." She recounted her injuries. Song Sanxi said sympathetically, "Oh, that's really a pity." Li Ruiyang was a little confused. "I feel like there's something wrong with this guy. He speaks much more gently and looks quite decent today, with his shoulders no longer slumped and his waist no longer hunched. Don't pretend. This matter has something to do with Su Yorong." Song Sanxi looked dazed. "Old classmate, my wife is a weak woman, how could she hurt them?" Li Ruiyang snorted coldly. "Wang Chanyang said that he had an affair with your wife. Last night, he was attacked by a man who looked like a migrant worker in your bedroom. Now, our people are searching for such a person in the entire community and the surrounding areas according to the conditions. Now, let's find Su Yorong to find out the situation." Song Sanxi's face was filled with anger. "My wife is loyal and faithful. How could she get involved with someone like him? This is an insult to my wife. We haven't even called the police to arrest him yet, but he's the first to file a complaint. Now is not the time for you to question. We need to find Su Yorong to understand the situation. I hope you can cooperate." Song Sanxi nodded and let the 2 people in. At the dining table, Su Yorong felt a little nervous. However, she had already heard the conversation and tears of grievance fell. Song Sanxi gently rubbed her shoulders. "Yorong, don't cry. This Li Ruiyang is my high school classmate. You have met her many times. She is a good police officer and will definitely clear your name. Just tell me what you have to say." Li Ruiyang and male police officer Luo Jun were both stunned and looked at each other. "I can't believe it. He is a scumbag who is known for his bad temper and beating his wife and children, but now he is so gentle today." Su Yorong was still very obedient, and with tears in her eyes, she recounted what happened last night. "In the end, I was really sad and upset, and I was in Song Sanxi's arms. Her tears soaked his shirt, and she said aggrievedly, 'Officer Li, I fainted from anger and I don't know anything anymore.'" Li Ruiyang's face darkened when he heard this. Half of it was because of the villain Wang Chanyang. Yes, she also thought that Wang Chanyang was a piece of shit. The other half is because of Song Sanxi. On the spot, Li Ruiyang shouted, "Song Sanxi, you are such a complete scumbag." Luo Jun also had a dark look on his face, and his whole body seemed to be filled with righteous anger. "Damn it, you're such a spendthrift. You can even lose your house and your wife. Does gambling really appeal to you? Do you believe I can arrest you for gambling?" Song Sanxi's face was serious and he said, "Officers, the former Song Sanxi is dead. I am already another Song Sanxi. My poor wife and children have given me a chance to turn over a new leaf. So, please look carefully. My wife is innocent. Wang Chanyang is the one who should be investigated. Last night, we didn't dare to call the police because we were afraid of his power. If you want to detain me, fine. But Wang Chanyang is also involved in gambling, can he be treated the same way?" Li Ruiyang and Luo Jun were speechless. "Who is Wang Chanyang? They don't dare." Li Ruiyang said solemnly, "Song Sanxi, you have changed a lot. You have even learned how to debate. Where were you last night when the incident happened?" "I went to give my daughter new clothes and shoes. My eldest sister and brother-in-law can testify to this." "Okay. You said you made money from stock trading. Who can testify?" Li Ruiyang's tone was a bit aggressive. "Officer Li, I am not suspected of any crime in Wang Chanyang's case. You cannot ask me to provide evidence." "Hey, you're really good at arguing. Are you starting to understand the law?" Luo Jun said coldly, pointing in the direction of the door, who cleaned up the bloodstains outside the door. "A neighbor saw it, it was you? How do you explain it?" Song Sanxi said calmly, "When I got home, Wang Chanyang and the others were no longer at my house. My wife was sleeping peacefully in bed. There was a lot of blood outside the door. I didn't want the neighbors to run into this unlucky thing when they woke up in the morning, so I cleaned it up. It was dark, so I didn't clean it up carefully. The two police officers were very observant, and I admire them very much. If you suspect me of committing a crime, then there is really no reason for it. Ask the neighbors, ask my wife, and then ask my eldest brother-in-law. In all these years, when have I, Song Sanxi, ever won a fight? Li Ruiyan, you have dealt with me so many times, when have I ever won? Li Ruiyan said coldly, how dare you say that? You can only beat your wife and your daughter. Song Sanxi took a deep breath and looked at Su Yorong in his arms. From now on, I will never hit you again. Be a good person. Su Yorong felt very uncomfortable. She grabbed Song Sanxi's waist with her hands, wanting to use force but not daring to. The resentment in my heart is still very deep. Li Ruiyan said coldly, you scumbag, I hope you can keep your word. I feel ashamed to have a classmate like you. From now on, if I hear that you beat a woman or a child again, I will punish you. Su Yorong, if he bullies you again, call me. After that, she threw a business card on the dining table. Look at your wife, what a good woman she is, she made such a good breakfast for you. She also works in the factory to support you and pay your security fines. You just idle around and don't do your job. If it were me, I would rather feed you than feed the dog. I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Li Ruiyan scolded him tenderly, then turned around and left with Luo Jun. Luo Jun turned around and pointed at Song Sanxi, as if saying, be more obedient in the future. Song Sanxi stood up immediately and said, I'll see you two off. Need not. Bang. Li Ruiyan slammed the door shut. Song Sanxi took a tissue, half squatted down, and gently wiped Su Yorong's tears. It's okay. We committed perjury together, so we have to keep this secret forever, understand? I understand. Su Yorong took the tissue and wiped it herself, nodding, Sanxi. Well, I'm listening. Will you really get better? Su Yorong's eyes were filled with tears and she looked pitiful. If you don't change for the better, you can report me and put me in jail. Anyway, you know that Li Ruiyan hates me. She can support you. Song Sanxi also gave her Li Ruiyan's business card. Su Yorong pinched it tightly. Let's eat. Li Ruiyan said you made this breakfast, and if I eat it, it's like feeding a dog. Su Yorong smiled with tears in her eyes, Li Ruiyan has wronged you. It's okay. What's the matter? The two sat down and continued to eat breakfast. Soon, bang bang bang. There's someone else outside the door. Su Yorong was shocked and looked at Song Sanxi, her eyes saying, who is this again? Song Sanxi thought for a moment and said, maybe he is a very angry person. I'll go and take a look. I'll take care of everything, so there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 20 Arrogant. Awesome. Song Sanxi opened the door. Gao Xiaoling and a young man were standing outside. The thick powder on Gao Xiaoling's face could not cover the wound from Song Sanxi's slap. The man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, well-dressed, very strong, and had a fashionable slicked-back hairdo. At just one glance, Song Sanxi realized that Gao Xiaoling had brought people to seek revenge on him. On the spot, Gao Xiaoling said coldly, prodigal son, you are finished. Her boyfriend pointed at Song Sanxi's nose and said, you are Song Sanxi, right? How dare you bully my girlfriend? Do you know who I am? Bang. Song Sanxi didn't care who the other person was and slammed the door shut. The door panel also pulled the man's hand back. The guy let out a scream. Then, he kicked and slammed the door outside. That was a huge noise. Su Yorong was horrified when she heard this. Song Sanxi locked the door and turned back to the dining table. Don't be afraid. Gao Xiaoling has brought her boyfriend here to seek revenge. Yorong, call Li Ruiyan. They are still investigating and visiting the community right now. Su Yorong was really angry. Gao Xiaoling is really shameless. She immediately picked up the business card and dialed the number. Li Ruiyan answered the phone. What's wrong, Su Yorong? I just left for a while, and Song Sanxi bullied you again. Officer Li, you haven't left the community yet, right? Please come over and take a look. Someone is kicking our door and trying to bully Song Sanxi. It's so scary. I'll call the police, okay. Oh. Li Ruiyan was stunned for a moment. Did he offend someone again? This guy is always making trouble, right? No. Someone else provoked him. Okay, I'll find out when I come over. Li Ruiyan hung up the phone. Outside the door, the guy was still kicking hard. Song Sanxi said calmly, "Let him kick it. If he breaks it, he'll have to compensate us. Go wash up. I'll clean up the dishes. Suyorong, I feel that my husband has changed a lot now. No longer as impulsive and reckless as before." She shook her head and said, "Forget it, I'll go after this matter is settled." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open and rotten. Gao Xiaoling's boyfriend rushed in first. "Damn it! You dare to close the door? Damn it, let me see what you are going to close now. Bullying my girlfriend, is it that easy? Kid, if you don't say something today, don't even think about walking out of this door." Arrogant and awesome. Behind him, Gao Xiaoling crossed her arms over her chest with a sneer on her face. He looked at Song Sanxi and Suyorong with resentment. She completely disregarded her high school friendship with Suyorong. But just at that time, Li Ruiyang and Luo Jun came back again. As soon as he entered the door, Li Ruiyang shouted, "Don't move. Police!" Gao Xiaoling and her boyfriend were stunned. The two looked at each other, never expecting that the police would come. Li Ruiyang and Luo Jun had strong aura, which intimidated them both. "What's going on? Tell the truth." Luo Jun became even angrier and shouted at the whole audience. Song Sanxi immediately raised his hand. "Okay, officer, I'll explain." So, Song Sanxi took the initiative and seriously told what happened in the kindergarten yesterday. Gao Xiaoling and the other person were so embarrassed that they didn't have time to argue. Li Ruiyang directly pulled out the handcuffs. "Gao Xiaoling, is what Song Sanxi said true?" Gao Xiaoling was scared and her face turned red. He. Her boyfriend said shamelessly, "Hey, officer, please don't, we are one of them. My uncle is still your system." Li Ruiyang understood everything at once, and shouted, "Who do I care who your uncle is? You broke into a private house, intentionally caused harm, and broke the door. If you don't want to go to the police station, you have to pay. Gao Xiaoling, you and Suyorong were high school classmates. You abused her child like this. Are you still a human being? Are you a teacher?" Song Sanxi added, "She is no longer a teacher. She resigned voluntarily. I didn't ask you to speak." Li Ruiyang glared at Song Sanxi, showing his greatest authority on the scene. Song Sanxi smiled and nodded, very gentlemanly and well behaved. Li Ruiyang then said coldly, "Listen, you have to pay 300 yuan for this broken door. You two, hurry up and apologize to Suyorong. Otherwise, I will take you back first." Gao Xiaoling and her husband were completely devastated. "I didn't know I was so unlucky to meet such an unreasonable policeman. My boyfriend even raised his hand and said, 'Officer, Song Sanxi closed the door and hit my hand. It seems to be broken. What do you say?' What the hell? They were acting in self-defense to protect their family. They had to close the door. You deserve it. Boyfriend." Luo Jun yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want to be detained?" Gao Xiaoling and the other person complained bitterly. "I had no choice but to bite the bullet and apologize." Song Sanxi hugged Suyorong and nodded, "We accept the apology. I hope that in the future, Gao Xiaoling, since you have found a boyfriend who is rich and powerful, please consider your friendship with my wife as classmates and stop making things difficult for a weak family like us." Gao Xiaoling was so angry that her teeth were itching. How shameless he was. His words were so sarcastic. She really wanted to kick her boyfriend twice. What a useless guy. But her boyfriend had no choice but to take out 300 yuan and hand it to Song Sanxi. Li Ruiyang said, "Don't give it to him, give it to Suyorong." As a result, the money was given to Suyorong. Li Ruiyang said coldly, "Get lost, both of you." Gao Xiaoling and her husband left in a hurry. Song Sanxi let out a long sigh and said with a smile, "Thank you, old classmate. You are really a good policeman who serves the people." Li Ruiyang glared at him and interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense. From now on, don't cause trouble outside. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, I will punish you in the same way." Yes. Suyorong felt that this was a really pleasant morning. Their weak were protected and their husband remained calm. However, she was still a little worried and said, "Officer Li, Gao Xiaoling's boyfriend looks very rich and powerful. Will he retaliate against you?" Har har. Li Ruiyang sneered and glanced at Song Sanxi. Didn't this scumbag tell you who I am? R. Su Yorong was stunned and looked at her husband. Song Sanxi smiled and said, Yorong, actually, my old classmate's grandfather used to be the boss of Zhonghai City Bureau. Now, her father is also the boss, the son follows in his father's footsteps, and the daughter follows in his father's footsteps. R. Su Yorong was stunned and trembling when she heard Li Ruiyang's background. Li Ruiyang, Su Yorong, don't be afraid of me. If the scum bullies you, you can still call me. Then, he waved to Luo Jun and said, let's go. We are exhausted after working all morning. Song Sanxi also said, Ruiyang, well, drink some water before you go. No. The two of them went out and left. Song Sanxi smiled. She has personality and principles. She is tolerant. Wouldn't it be nice to have a female police officer like her protect you and Tiantian in the future? Su Yorong was a little excited, but she was thinking, the greatest sense of security comes from my husband and my father, okay? However, she still whispered, anyway, if you become bad and bully my Tiantian again, I will tell Officer Li. Okay, fine. Pack up, get out, and have fun at work. I can fix this broken door and make it usable again. I'll make $300 for free, hee hee. In fact, Song Sanxi was thinking about Su Yorong's class, so it didn't matter if he didn't go. But you have to submit your resignation report 1 month in advance, otherwise you will lose both your salary and your deposit. These days, San Juan Electric Factory withholds 3 months' salary. It's all hard-earned money, we can't just not take it, right? So, let her go first. After sending Su Yorong to work, Song Sanxi went directly to Ji Yunmeng's company. Prepare to invest in stocks and make a big fortune first. Then I really have to find my enemy Ji Yunmeng. Chapter 21, Pretentious Gold Digger. Park Sun Financial. In 2010, it became one of the major financial companies in China overseas. The boss behind the scenes has a strong background and is mainly engaged in mortgage lending, stock and futures financing. The front stage boss, Chen Yonghorn, has a rather prominent background. Once upon a time, Chen Yonghorn was one of Song Sanxi's card-playing friends, and he also won a lot of money from Song Sanxi. After 9 o'clock in the morning, the beautiful key account manager Ji Yunmeng drove her boss's BMW 750. She was very happy and envious. She just sent Chen Xiaoqiang to kindergarten. The little fat boy learned his lesson and didn't dare to say anything to his father Chen Yonghorn when he got home. Still asked Ji Yunmeng to send her to kindergarten. The car had just parked in the parking lot outside the company. There was a roar of the motor and Song Sanxi came over riding a broken iron donkey. The motorcycle was parked right in front of the BMW. Ji Yunmeng got out of the car with a cold face. Song Sanxi, what are you doing? Every car parked here is a Mercedes or a BMW. The next car is worth more than 200,000 yuan. How dare you, a lousy ass like you? This is Park Sun Financial's dedicated parking lot. You're not ashamed. Hurry and leave. Song Sanxi was carrying a slightly bulging black bag on his back and said with a faint smile, Good morning, old classmate. Who's your old classmate? Get out of here now, don't lose my people. After saying that, Ji Yunmeng walked away with her bag on her shoulder and a cold face. Today I am wearing a pink OL business dress, velvet silk pants, and pink high heels. As she walked, she twisted her waist and hips, and her wavy hair fluttered. Oh, what a charming charm. A black Mercedes-Benz E-Class drove over and stopped in front of her. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in the cab. He is about 30 years old, well-dressed and has a gentle appearance. Meng, good morning, the man said with a smile on his face. Ji Yunmeng's expression changed 180 degrees. She smiled broadly, with a charming look on her face. Oh, Brother Zhao, you are here. Which stock do you like today? I stood obediently by the car and waited. This is her financial client, Zhao Liangyu. Har, let's talk about it after we get into the room. Zhao Liangyu got out of the car with a smile on his face. Behind the lenses, his eyes were shining and seemed a little evil. Ji Yunmeng immediately took his arm and said, Okay, I'll accompany Brother Zhao into the operating room. After saying that, he snorted coldly at Song Sanxi. Zhao Liangyu frowned when he saw Song Sanxi. Who is this? It seems like you know him. Song Sanxi didn't answer, but Ji Yunmeng said, This. He's a notorious prodigal. Let's not talk about him anymore. Zhao Liangyu nodded, looked at Song Sanxi with a bit of contempt, and said calmly, could it be that this kind of person also wants to chase after the beautiful lady Meng Meng? TSK. Does he deserve it? Ji Yunming's face was full of disdain. After that, she glared at Song Sanxi coldly, you should leave now. Only big customers like Brother Zhao, who are worth tens of millions, are qualified to come to this kind of place. Look at Brother Zhao, he has a successful career, is young and promising, and stocks are just like a piece of cake. What else can you do besides squandering money? Then, he took Ji Yunming's arm and walked straight into the building. Song Sanxi remained silent. Gold diggers are just pretentious. However, judging from Godfather Xi's level of research on physiology, it's quite interesting that Ji Yunming is still unmarried. I guess he is quite cunning, right? This kind of woman will never give herself up unless she catches a real rich husband. After entering the company's high-end sensor door, Ji Yunming discovered that Song Sanxi came in. What are you doing, you loser? Get out of here right now. This is not the place you should be in. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Song Sanxi pointed to the loan business department over there and said, I came here to get a mortgage. I'm a customer, and you're trying to trick me. Ji Yunming was surprised, huh? You still have something to pledge. The last old house, a 2-bedroom one. You've mortgaged it and are gambling again. Life is a gamble. If you take a chance, your bicycle can become a motorcycle. If you take a chance, you can have a good life. Ji Yunming said coldly, what's the point of being so smooth talking? With your dog brain, you're going to lose everything and become homeless. So much money, you lost it all like a fool, what are you still betting on? It's really pitiful for your wife and children, you scum. Zhao Liangyu also nodded, brother, please be more careful. It's an old house, keep it, don't lose so much that you end up sleeping on the street. Meng Meng, don't pay attention to this kind of person who has no memory. I need to check the board. Okay, Brother Zhao, this way please. Turning around, Ji Yunming called the loan business department. It was said that a man named Song Sanxi came to take out a mortgage loan, but the actual value was cut in half. This woman, a 26-year-old old maid, is popular with everyone. The boss Jian Yonghong also likes her, so her words carry some weight in this company. Song Sanxi quickly arrived at the loan business department. The salesperson understood as soon as he saw the name on the property certificate. Oh, Mr. Song, your house is a bit remote, and the property rights are almost 20 years old. I'll give you a valuation of 100,000 yuan, with a monthly interest rate of 9%. If you borrow for 1 year, it will only be. Before the other party finished speaking, Song Sanxi said, I don't need to borrow for a year, what about the daily interest? Daily interest. The salesmen were stunned. This was in 2010, and unlike later, there really were daily interest loans. Park Sun Financial is not a loan shark, so there is no such thing as daily interest loans. Song Sanxi nodded, well, I'll just borrow it for a few days. I just heard a woman call and said she would give me a 50% discount. It was originally 200,000, and you gave me 100,000. I don't mind. 100,000 is 100,000. This. The salesperson was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Song Sanxi to have such a sharp ear. However, he did not dare to make the decision, so he said, okay, wait a moment, I'll ask the supervisor. So, I made a phone call. I feel unhappy. Damn it, what the hell, am I going to starve? Soon, the supervisor instructed that the daily interest rate was 5%, which means 100,000 yuan, or 500 yuan a day. Song Sanxi said without hesitation, okay, let's make a contract. Half an hour later, it was signed and stamped, and it was done. 100,000 yuan, loan for only 7 days. The salesman at least got a commission of 35 yuan, so he cursed inwardly and paid the money. Song Sanxi opened his big pocket and put money in it. It was full of big bills. The salesman was stunned, oh my god. Brother, you probably have more than 400,000 yuan. How are you going to pay back the loan? I borrowed it for fun. Song Sanxi said for words lightly, packed up the money, turned around and left. Just borrow it for fun. The salesman stood there like an idiot, not coming back to his senses for a long time. There were 2 other salesmen nearby who were also stunned for a long time. I really don't understand what this customer means. Are you bored now that you have money? Do I have to give them some interest? In fact, Song Sanxi knew that only if the customer's turnover exceeded 500,000 yuan could he be considered a big customer of the financial capital allocation business department. So, on their way here, he put on some makeup again and went to the rich casino. As a result, I lost 50,000 yuan on the dragon fish machine, which made the girl who was gaining points very happy. In the last 2 bets, he succeeded in logical calculations, placed a large bet, and won 300,000. The whole audience was delighted, and many people were envious. Now, I have 450,000 yuan in my hand. Withdraw cash and leave. All in all, today at the Rich Man, I got another 250,000 from Huang Charnyang. They played according to common sense, and the 4 bodyguards followed. Song Sanxi also did it as usual, breaking all his limbs and walking away. Excluding daily expenses and the 100,000 yuan loan, the total amount on hand is 550,000 yuan. Song Sanxi walked into the Capital Allocation Service Department and was naturally warmly received by the front desk. He threw his bag at the service desk. 550,000, stock trading, account opening. Sir, you can choose a dedicated one-to-one customer service manager. Here is their information. Before he finished speaking, Song Sanxi said, I choose Jiyu Yunmeng. Okay sir, I'll notify manager Jiyu to pick up the guest right away. Chapter 22 US Serious. In the VIP operation room for major customers, Jiyu Yunmeng ground and brewed the coffee beans by hand. This is Zhao Liang US exclusive service. Jiyu Yunmeng was also feeling annoyed. It was really not easy to serve these rich guys. She was very excited when she heard that a new big client had specifically asked her to join. Brother Zhao, look at you, you have brought me good luck today. Putting the coffee over, Jiyu Yunmeng's seductive eyes made Zhao Liangyo's heart flutter. Har, really? Congratulations. What a great new customer. Just past the line, 550,000 yuan of capital. Zhao Liangyu smiled disdainfully, such a big thing. Brother Zhao, compared to your big thigh, I am just a mosquito leg. But it also meets the requirements of our company, right? You just look at the board first, I'll be right back. Go ahead. Zhao Liangyu held the coffee and waved. I thought to myself, this little bit of money doesn't pose a threat to me. If you come here to play with capital allocation, har, you will lose so much money that even your mother won't recognize you. Jiyu Yunmeng quickly came to the front desk. With a smile as beautiful as a flower, she glanced around the scene with a frozen expression. I say, Song Sanxi, why are you, a prodigal son, still here? Xiaoman, you are so stupid. Can he come in and out of here? Can he drink our tea? Is he qualified? Where is my new big client? Where is he? Front desk receptionist Lu Xiaoman smiled and looked at Song Sanxi, who was sitting over there drinking tea. Manager Jiyu, the new big customer is Mr. Song. Jiyu Yunmeng was stunned and speechless for a long time. Song Sanxi put down the teacup, shook off the cigarette ashes, and pointed at the big bag on the ground next to him. Old classmate, why don't you come over and help me carry the money? Do you need me to carry it myself? Don't you know how to entertain guests? His voice is gentle and charming, just like a gentleman's. Jiyu Yunmeng found it ironic and her face turned cold. What is this? Isn't he just a loser? Do I still have to serve you? While he was hesitating, Song Sanxi said, okay, if you don't come over, I'll change a batch. Hey, Jiyu Yunmeng quickly forced a smile and came over. Har, old classmate, thank you for coming. No need to change, I'll come to withdraw the money, I'll come. Soon, he picked up the bag worth 550,000 yuan and led Song Sanxi over there. I feel really uncomfortable. This bastard, other people transfer money to trade stocks, but he comes with cash. It's sinking. However, Jiyu Yunmeng quickly said coldly, don't think you are great just because you are a big customer. You are far inferior to Brother Zhao. Yeah. I admit it. You take out a mortgage, but you don't play cards, but instead trade stocks. Are you crazy? Do you know how to trade stocks? Be careful, you will lose a lot of money. Everyone can do it, so why can't I? Playing cards is illegal, but stock trading is a legitimate gamble, so I should be a legitimate business owner, right? bar. Ji Yunmeng spat at him, "You are such a jerk." Although this was a big customer, Ji Yunmeng was not polite. The dark history in high school seemed to be a lifelong grudge for her. "Sometimes I still wonder, what if that bastard Song Sanxi hadn't lost money playing cards? What if he hadn't rejected her? How good should her life be now?" With her professional knowledge of finance, the Song family can make a lot of money by just taking out some money to invest in stocks. It's not like now, this prodigal son has to mortgage his last house. His wife and children suffer as a result. He is such a scumbag. Song Sanxi nodded. "Well, even my farts are serious." Ji Yunmeng rolled her eyes and really didn't want to argue with him anymore. When she arrived at the account opening room, she could hardly lift it. "Put the bag down, ask someone to count the money and help open an account. After everything is done, come out and take Song Sanxi to the VIP operation room. It's not over yet." Ji Yunmeng stared at Song Sanxi with a cold face, and she felt that he looked like a decent person now. "What are you going to do now?" Song Sanxi said calmly, "Let's just play around today and get familiar with the environment. Later, we'll play with high leverage." "Oh? You also know how to use leverage? How many times?" Ji Yunmeng was a little disdainful. 10 times. Ji Yunmeng was so frightened that she almost went crazy. "Are you crazy?" Song Sanxi said, "I am serious. Damn it. I'm warning you. Don't think about getting rich overnight. 5x leverage is the limit, and you dare to play 10x? If you lose, you may not get a penny, and you may even owe it. Anyway, our company is not losing money. Whether you lose or make money, we can collect profits and commissions. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you think I don't understand? Oh, so after all these years, do you still like me and care about me so much?" Song Sanxi smiled seriously, elegantly and gracefully. "You?" Ji Yunmeng blushed. "Who would like a prodigal like you? Dream on. There are many people who like me. Who do you think you are? That brother Zhao or something? He likes you too, right? In my opinion, he just wants to have some fun." Song Sanxi's voice was still gentle and charming. "You?" Ji Yunmeng felt that this scumbag was really an extraordinary scumbag. He could say some disgusting words and yet he seemed so elegant. He stamped his feet and turned away. "I don't want to waste my time talking to you. If you want to come to the operating room, come over here. If not, I won't send you off. This girl has some personality." Soon, Song Sanxi followed her into the VIP operation room. First-class facilities and nice environment. There were 6 relatively private high-performance computers, and only Zhao Liangyu was sitting there. As soon as he entered, Zhao Liangyu turned around on the large swivel chair with a cup of coffee. I almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. "Meng Meng. Are you kidding me? That's it? Your new big client?" Ji Yunmen's face turned red with embarrassment, and she sighed. Brother Zhao, people are using their houses as collateral to play with high leverage. What can I do? Why bother talking about people who don't know how to live or die?" Zhao Liangyu smiled coldly and shook his head. "Brother, take it easy. The market is not very good these days. Call me Brother Zhao, I'm afraid I can still help you a little." Song Sanxi smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, it's not necessary." Zhao Liangyu's face turned cold. "You don't need it yet. I didn't even want to play with you." After saying that, he turned around and looked at his board. Ji Yunmeng glared at Song Sanxi and said, "What are you so crazy about? You haven't even graduated from high school yet. How can you compare stock trading with someone like Brother Zhao who graduated from a prestigious university?" Song Sanxi said calmly, "My wife's eldest brother-in-law is also from a prestigious university, and he lost so much money in stock trading that he wanted to jump off the building." Zhao Liangyu was so angry that he slammed the table without even turning his head. "Boy. Are you insulting me or cursing me?" Song Sanxi ignored him and said directly to Ji Yunmeng, "From the smell, is this hand-ground coffee you give to your customers?" Ji Yunmeng said coldly, "Yes. Brother Zhao brought the first-class civet coffee beans, which I ground and brewed myself." "What's the matter, do you want to drink it too?" "No way. For the sake of our old classmates, I can make you a cup of instant coffee, which is amazing." Song Sanxi said, "No, I mean, you, Ji Yunmeng, are really capable of making second-rate civet coffee beans taste like the worst." On the spot, hatred was overwhelming. Zhao Liangyu stood up and said, "Boy, do you dare to say that my first-rate civet coffee beans are second-rate?" Ji Yunming's face flushed. "Asshole, if you have the ability, why don't you cook something that tastes good? Do you know how to cook?" Chapter 23, Rich Country Bitch. Song Sanxi smiled faintly. "I took a glance and saw the tea bar over there. There is a high-end glass bottle, which does contain civet coffee beans." He sat on the sofa in the lounge area, crossed his legs elegantly, and said, "Mr. Zhao, do you want to make a bet?" "What are you betting on?" "How are you betting?" Zhao Liangyu felt very uncomfortable as he was very confident in his coffee beans. Civet coffee is divided into 4 grades: top grade, second highest grade, third grade, and fourth grade. As for yours, as soon as I see the quality of the coffee beans, I'm afraid it's either third grade or fourth grade. Anyway, it can't be top grade. If I lose. Zhao Liangyu got angry and said before Song Sanxi finished speaking, "Isn't there 550,000 in your account? If you lose, don't trade stocks here." 550,000, I'll win 300,000 from you. Song Sanxi shook his head and smiled, "What if I win?" "I'll give you 550,000. Zhao Liangyu said with a proud smile, taking a deep sip of coffee. That expression shows that he really enjoys the taste of coffee. Then he gave Ji Yunmeng a thumbs up. "Meng, your coffee making skills are getting better and better." Ji Yunmeng pretended to smile bitterly. "Brother Zhao, please stop praising me. Some people don't know shit, but they still say that others don't cook well. Har, it's okay. He doesn't understand, so he has to lose." After Zhao Liangyu finished speaking, he looked at Song Sanxi and said, "Hey, do you dare to bet?" Ji Yunmeng sneered, "Brother Zhao, if he dares to gamble, you will definitely win. Others may not know, but I know it very well. Song Sanxi always loses when he gambles. He is pretending to be an expert here today, it would be strange if he doesn't lose." Song Sanxi clapped his hands. "Okay, come on, let's write it down as a proof. I'm making a bet with you." Zhao Liangyu was a little excited. "Okay. Meng, write me a bet document. By the way, find a middleman to testify. I think your boss Chen Yonghong is suitable." Song Sanxi nodded. "Well, boss Chen, that's fine. This guy has won a lot of money from me. People with the surname Chen are born with wealth." Ji Yunmeng rolled her eyes at him and said, "You really don't know how to live or die. Then I'll help you." 10 minutes later, she printed out 3 copies of the bet. At that time, the opinions of the two were also sought. Song Sanxi requested that the samples here be sent to Zhonghai University for evaluation by Professor Dao Zhixing, a botanical expert. It would be fine for him to send them, or for Zhao Liangyu or Ji Yunmeng to send them. Professor Dao's laboratory should always be staffed. Of course, each of them will pay half of the judging fee. Zhao Liangyu was generous and said, "You don't have to pay. I'll pay for it. I just don't believe it. This is the top-grade civet coffee beans my father bought from a local native store when he came back from a vacation in Bali. How can you call it grade 3 or 4? Song Sanxi smiled secretly. The natives just like to rip off the stupid and rich country bumpkins. However, the two decided to have Ji Yunmeng send the specimen for inspection. Soon, Song Sanxi and Zhao Liangyu both signed the bet and put their fingerprints on it. Ji Yunmeng said, "Brother Zhao, you guys wait here, I'll find the boss to be your middleman." "Go ahead, Meng. I won, so I'll give you 20%. "Thank you, Brother Zhao, you are so generous." Ji Yunmeng was of course happy. 20% of 300,000 is 60,000 yuan. Turning his head, he said coldly, "Prodigal son, if you sincerely give me 60,000, I don't mind." Song Sanxi said, "Go ahead, and come back soon. I'm going to grind the coffee beans and make coffee. I'll show you how bad your coffee is." "Humph. Don't waste the gifts of nature, okay?" Zhao Liangyu said, "It's okay, if he wants to be a clown, let him be one." Ji Yunmeng nodded, "Yeah, that's right. But, prodigal son, if Zhao wins, he'll give me 60,000. What about you? What if you win?" Song Sanxi said calmly, "Give you a fart." "You?" Ji Yunmeng blushed, stomped her feet, turned around and walked away. "Just wait to lose." Song Sanxi ignored her and went straight to the bar to make coffee. Zhao Liangyu snorted coldly, boy, cook whatever you want. Anyway, I don't care. And you are doomed to fail. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Song Sanxi began to select beans, wash beans, roast and grind them with great concentration. It seems like he really enjoys this process. Song Liangyu snorted coldly and said, "Looks very professional, har har, why are you pretending?" The godfather lives a refined and elegant life, so he naturally knows how to brew coffee to get the best taste. Even grinding soybean powder requires considerable attention. As he was grinding, Zhao Liangyu took a deep breath through his nose and looked shocked. Damn, it's not even cooked yet and the fragrance is already coming out? It seemed even more fragrant than the coffee in his hand. He turned his head to look at Song Sanxi and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, boy, why does the taste of your grinding be so different?" Song Sanxi said calmly, "Only those who understand coffee can grind it. The best way to grind beans is to grind them manually, not electrically. The way Jiu Yunmeng grinds them is just a mess." Zhao Liangyu was a little embarrassed. Because he also grinds coffee at home like Jiu Yunmeng, and he also bought a silent coffee grinder. Then, Song Sanxi started cooking. Instead of using an electric kettle, he lit an alcohol lamp and boiled it slowly. Add coffee bean powder while brewing, not all at once. While cooking, stir gently and adjust the heat from time to time. Even, loosen the wick to distribute the fire. Soon, the entire VIP operating room was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. The smell is like the morning in the distant mountains and woods, mixed with the fragrance of grass dew and wild flowers. Intoxicating, ecstatic. It is so enjoyable that you can't help but want to taste it. The coffee was not ready yet, but Zhao Liangyu had already lowered his head to look at the coffee in his hand. I couldn't help but put it on the table and muttered, "Where the fuck is this coffee?" Turning around, I saw Song Sanxi still concentrating on cooking. He looked so elegant and artistic. Damn, I really didn't realize that the prodigal son in Jiu Yunmeng's eyes could be so capable. Unconsciously, Zhao Liangyu leaned forward and sniffed intoxicatedly. The saliva in my mouth has improved a lot, and I finally can't hold it back anymore. That. Snap. The saliva rolled onto the floor like a waterfall, making a loud noise. Hearing their voice, Song Sanxi turned around, looked at him with some surprise, then turned back. I thought to myself, he looks like he has never seen the world, a rich bumpkin. Zhao Liangyu was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "It's not cooked yet." Song Sanxi shook his head, said nothing, and continued. Jiu Yunmeng was in the boss's office. After she explained the situation, Chen Yonghong burst into laughter. Song Sanxi is such an idiot. What does a loser like him know about coffee beans? I think he's gone crazy after losing so much. He's betting everything on others now. Okay. For Mr. Zhao's sake, I'll be the middleman this time. With a stroke of the pen, sign. Stamp and it takes effect. He kept one copy for himself and asked Jiu Yunmeng to take the remaining 2 copies back. Jiu Yunmeng returned excitedly with the documents. He was so excited that his face turned red, as if he had just received 60,000 yuan. "Thank you, Brother Zhao, this money came so easily." When she opened the VIP operation room she was in charge of, she was immediately greeted by a strong aroma of coffee. Chapter 24 Women Find Balance. Wow! It smells so good. The document in Jiu Yunmeng's hand almost fell to the ground. Looking towards the bar, damn. Song Sanxi lowered his head and stirred the wooden stick, very focused. Didn't even look at her. Zhao Liangyu, sitting here, looked dumbfounded. Or you could say, I was obsessed with the scent. It seemed as if he saw a stunningly beautiful woman. Jiu Yunmeng's face felt hot and she felt inferior to him. The aroma of coffee seemed to be able to penetrate into her nostrils, making her drool. Jiu Yunmeng couldn't help but laugh at herself. Song Sanxi, when did you learn how to make coffee? Song Sanxi then raised his head and glanced at her lightly. When you think I'm a loser? You? Jiu Yunmeng was angry. However, he quickly gave a copy of the document to him and Zhao Liangyu. Zhao Liangyu took the document, took a look at it, and couldn't help but look at the bar. Meng, this guy is really good at making coffee. How about you learn from him? Jiu Yunmeng felt so embarrassed that she turned away and said proudly, I don't want to learn from him. Zhao Liangyu shook his head. If you don't learn, I will quit here. No, Brother Zhao, please don't leave. People are counting on you for their livelihood. I will learn, isn't it good for me to learn? Ji Yunmeng looked delicate and pitiful, and she pulled Zhao Lianyu's sleeve and shook it. Only then did Zhao Lianyu nod with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Song Sanxi turned off the fire and said calmly, "She learns just because I tell her to. She has no dignity. If she wants to learn, it depends on my mood and whether I want to teach her or not." Song Sanxi, you. Zhao Liangyu and Ji Yunmeng shouted in unison. When they looked at each other, Zhao Lianyu's eyes lit up. This girl, well, I like this feeling of being in tune with her. Ji Yunmeng covered her mouth with her hands, and said in a coquettish manner, "How capable do you think you are? With such fragrant coffee, you still dare to bet that Brother Zhao's coffee beans are not the best? You are doomed to lose." This woman was very smart and successfully changed the subject. Song Sanxi was too lazy to argue and quickly divided the coffee into 2 portions. "You two, take a cup each and have a taste." After saying that, he lit a cigarette, walked over, sat down, and turned on the computer. "You don't want to drink?" Zhao Liangyu was already a little impatient and stood up to get the coffee. Ji Yunmeng hurriedly said, "Brother Zhao, please sit down." I'll do it." Song Sanxi turned on his computer and said slowly, "I only drink the best quality civet coffee produced by wild male civet cats before the rainy season. I don't want to drink this kind of junk." Ji Yunmeng almost stumbled and spilled her coffee. What kind of person is this? He is so poor that he has to mortgage his last house. How can he pretend to be rich and tasteful? He talks so well, but who would believe him? I don't want to argue with you. You guys take your time to taste it while I look at the plate. Ji Yunmeng, you've finished drinking it, send it for inspection immediately. Ji Yunmeng snorted coldly and decided to drink a glass each with Zhao Liangyu. It's hot in my hand. The juice was as smooth and thick as jade. The aroma stimulates every olfactory neuron and is so stimulating. After drinking this, both of them were amazed. Zhao Liangyu closed his eyes and nodded, "It's delicious. Although there is no sugar, the light bitterness with a hint of sweetness is very memorable." Ji Yunmeng felt very uncomfortable, but had to nod and agree. I secretly wondered what on earth this prodigal son had been through. How can it cook out such a high-end taste? Unconsciously, she leaned on the bar, enjoying herself, and glanced at Zhao Liangyu's computer interface again. Unexpectedly, this guy is also very proficient in stock trading software. Ji Yunmeng was shocked. Soon, Ji Yunmeng screamed, "Song Sanxi, are you crazy? You actually put all your money into Zhuoxuan technology." "What?" Zhao Liangyu, who was sitting opposite Song Sanxi, almost spit out a mouthful of coffee, but forced himself to swallow it back. It was so delicious that he couldn't bear to spit it out. Zhao Liangyu stood up and said, "Song Sanxi, you are a first-rate coffee maker, but you are not good at stock trading, or are you really a layman? Zhuoxuan technology, you dare to buy it?" Song Sanxi raised his eyebrows slightly and curled his lips. "What is there to be afraid of buying? Life is a gamble. I'm buying at the bottom." "You're crazy." Ji Yunmeng put down her coffee cup. "Don't you know that it has been hitting the limit down for a week? Don't you know that you still have a bet with Brother Zhao that you haven't fulfilled?" Zhao Liangyu looked disdainful, sat down immediately and looked at the board. "Don't worry about him. He didn't use leverage today, and the maximum loss is 10 points if the price drops to the limit. He can afford to lose to me. Zhuoxuan technology, I sold all of it last week because I saw the situation was not right, and I lost a small amount of 200,000. If I didn't sell it, looking at the decline, I would have lost 3 million. Do you still dare to copy it at the bottom, Song Sanxi? You are really good at copying. Don't copy it to bankruptcy." Ji Yunmeng shook her head. "Song Sanxi, are you really stupid or crazy? For the sake of your classmate, I'll recommend you some of our company's analysis stocks. You can make some money, right? Do you want a recommendation? If you do, beg me. When it comes to making coffee, I'm not as good as Song Sanxi. At this time, she needs to show her superiority and find a balance within her profession. Women, that's it." Song Sanxi said calmly, "Isn't it the duty of a key account manager to recommend the best stocks found by the company's analysts to VIP customers? Do I need to beg you? If you don't recommend it, I can complain to you, right? You?" Jiu Yunmeng was choked and speechless. She picked up the coffee cup and drank it all in one gulp. Whatever, if you want it, I'll give it to you. If you don't want it, I won't have to worry about it. I don't need it. I just want you to send the coffee beans to Zhonghai University right away. I'm going to prepare lunch for my daughter now. I'll be here at 3 p.m., waiting for the test results. After saying that, Song Sanxi turned off the computer. No matter what happens to Zhoushuan technology, hold onto it in full. Anyway, it will continue to fall slightly for a few days. But, 6 days later, it will hit 3 consecutive daily limit ups. Song Sanxi will never forget this memory. He left quickly. Jiu Yunmeng sneered and shook her head. Brother Zhao, he is a lunatic. Zhao Liangyu nodded, that's ridiculous. Zhoushuan technology, I predict, will probably go bankrupt and be delisted within half a month. You are prodigal classmate, you really deserve the name. Well, our company's analysis results are the same. This prodigal son. Oh, let's not talk about him anymore. He really makes me embarrassed. Brother Zhao, please do as you please. I'll send coffee beans for verification. Go ahead, go ahead. Oh, here, 5,000. Take it. It's for the inspection fee. The rest is for you. 5,000 in cash was given to Jiu Yunmeng. The woman took it with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhao. You are so generous. As she said this, she gave Zhao Liangyu a seductive look, which made Zhao Liangyu's heart surge with emotion. 11:40 a.m., outside the laboratory of Professor Dao Zhixing, Institute of Botany, Zhonghai University. A laboratory technician came out. Jiu Yunmeng hurried over to greet him. She was a little excited that it only cost 1,000 yuan for the inspection. She earns 4,000 per trip. The boss still paid for the gas, after all, he drove a BMW 750. Teacher, how is it? It is indeed the top-grade civet cat poop coffee beans, right? Chapter 25 So hardcore. It's all written in the report, please read it yourself. As the laboratory technician spoke, he took a look at the BMW 750 that Jiu Yunmeng was driving. The look in his eyes seemed to be full of blatant contempt, saying, you are so impatient just because you have money, you are making things recklessly and making people play with you like fools. After saying that, he turned around and went back. He didn't even give Jiu Yunmeng a chance to reply. Scientific research intellectuals are so hardcore and speak directly. This. Jiu Yunmeng's pretty face turned red on the spot, and her head buzzed. I was embarrassed. For the first time, being thought of as a rich man became a disgrace. She quickly looked down at the report and was stunned. The report is very clearly written. This coffee bean is produced by the artificially raised civet cats, which are indigenous to Bali. The coffee beans that civets eat are rainy season coffee beans. These are not wild coffee beans, but artificially grown ones that use a lot of chemical compound fertilizers. The grade is between grade 3 and grade 4 of civet coffee beans. The price is 300 renminbi to 500 per catty in China, and 50 renminbi to 80 per catty in the place of origin. The report fell to the ground and Jiu Yunmeng was stunned. Song Sanxi, unexpectedly, 1. Isn't Zhao Liangyu a boaster and a cynic? When I brought the coffee beans, I was told that they were purchased locally, and 1 pound of beans cost 50,000 yuan. There were 2 kilograms in total in that glass bottle. 100,000 yuan. This is fucking stupid. He also said that his father bought 20 kilograms at one time. What a fool with so much money. 1 million is gone just like that. My 60,000 yuan are. Jiu Yunmeng was heartbroken and extremely disappointed. Zhao Liangyu and his son are such idiots. I thought I could earn 60,000 yuan from Song Sanxi, but in the end it turned out to be bullshit. Because Song Sanxi said that if he won, he would give her shit. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Jiu Yunmeng picked up the report and saw the bright red appraisal inspection seal. She had to believe it. Look at the time, it's noon. I guess Zhao Liangyu has also driven home? So she hurried back to the company. I got home too late and the food was gone. When I returned to the company, I finally had a hot meal. While we were eating, the boss Chen Yonghorn came over. This man, who was in his 30s, had a big belly and a smiling face. He asked Jiu Yunmeng if the coffee beans had been graded. Jiu Yunmeng smiled bitterly, told the truth, and took out the report. Chen Yonghong was stunned and stood there for a long time. It felt like a major defeat. Damn it, what kind of luck is Song Sanxi? This prodigal son is also interested in coffee? This shouldn't be possible, this shouldn't be possible. He shook his head in frustration and left. But he was thinking in his heart, damn Song Sanxi, this time he won a full 300,000. Then he must have more than 800,000 yuan on him. Or? After returning to the office lounge and lying on the sofa, Chen Yonghong called Wang Charnyang. Brother Yang, Song Sanxi is trading stocks with me. That grandson has some money now, maybe 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, how about we set up a game? How does he have so much money? How is it possible? Wang Charnyang was lying in a special ward, his nose was crooked from anger. He mortgaged his house, and I don't know where he got the money from, and then. Chen Yonghong told the facts while smoking. Wang Charnyang was also shocked. Son of a bitch, what kind of luck did I have with cat shit coffee? But, Brother Hong, I can't come recently. Hey? What's wrong? I'm slightly injured and need to recover for 2 months. Wang Charnyang found it difficult to speak, his voice became much lower, he felt really annoyed, and then he hung up the phone. In the ward, he was furious and roaring. Waste. All of you are waste. Waste. I'm so mad at you, so mad at you. In the middle of the morning, the police said they could not find the so-called migrant workers and would continue their efforts. The tycoon said that he lost another 300,000 yuan and had for internal security guards. If this continues, there will not be enough internal security, so Wang Charnyang was asked if he wanted to hire more people. Wang Charnyang, how can your nose not be crooked by anger? He said he would not confess anymore, and all the remaining internal security guards were patrolling the rich man day and night. Keep an eye on him, and if you see anyone suspicious, interrogate and investigate him. Portrait, and then search in black and white. Obviously, this search is useless. There was nothing he could find out about Song Sanxi's ever-changing makeup skills. Fortunately, the hospital and his subordinates did not dare to tell him that he would not have any children or grandchildren, and only told him to rest for 2 months. If Wang Charnyang knew the truth, he would probably want to jump off the building. He never thought that it was Song Sanxi who did it. In his mind, he was a loser who would never wake up even if he lost again, an idiot, a piece of trash, whose gambling addiction was worse than his drug addiction. Song Sanxi just arrived at kindergarten. Just then, Zhu Wenbing came over. Zhu Wenbing drives a second-hand Chevrolet sedan, which is well maintained and has a clean body. As soon as he got off the car, Song Sanxi smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Zhu, hello." You? Zhu Wenbing was a little alert, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to make lunch for Tiantian." "It's just right that you're here." "Wait a moment, I'll make 2 meals, one for you and one for Yorong, okay?" Song Sanxi's humility and politeness. Zhu Wenbing really wasn't used to it. Has this scumbag really changed? Zhu Wenbing couldn't help but ask, "Did you personally cook yesterday's lunch?" "Yes." "Sorry for the poor performance." "Thank you for your hard work. I will send it to Yorong. I hope it is not too much trouble for you." Zhu Wenbing was so polite that he was at a loss for words. He shook his head awkwardly and said, "It's okay. I'll do my best. By the way, Mr. Zhu, why are you here?" Zhu Wenbing had no choice but to tell the truth. Song Sanxi nodded to show his understanding. "It seems that Mr. Zhu is still someone Rome can trust. If you have the chance, you are welcome to pursue her and give her happiness and Tiantian a sense of security. Can you promise me?" Zhu Wenbing. Very frustrated. "Is this still my husband? How can you encourage others to chase your wife?" He blushed. "Song Sanxi, stop talking nonsense. Yorong and I are colleagues, and I just feel sorry for her and Tiantian. If you can treat her well, I will feel relieved." After saying this, I wanted to slap myself. Why didn't you agree? Song Sanxi smiled and said, "I'm sure I will try my best to compensate them. Let's go upstairs and sit for a while. I'll go pay the bill." Zhu Wenbing was a little nervous. "Forget it. I'm still worried even if I give you the money. I'll go pay it myself. I'll definitely do what I promised Yorong." "Okay. Mr. Zhu is a man of loyalty and righteousness, I admire that." Song Sanxi no longer insisted and went to the kindergarten kitchen to cook. Zhu Wenbing went to pay the fee and then waited. In less than half an hour, Zhu Wenbing was dumbfounded. Beautiful dishes, so delicious. There are 2 in total, both packaged. Song Sanxi gave it to him personally to express his gratitude. Zhu Wenbing took the food and said awkwardly, should I, say thank you to you? Song Sanxi smiled generously, Mr. Zhu, I should be the one to say thank you. Can you really change yourself? Try as much as you can. On their way back, Zhu Wenbing found it hard to believe this fact. Song Sanxi has changed a lot. He is now handsome, elegant, and a good cook. His heart felt a little lost and sour. When I arrived at the factory, it was just time to get off work. Zhu Wenbing hurriedly brought food to Su Yorong at the workshop door. But when I went there, Su Yorong was not there. After asking, I found out that she had gone to the factory director's office and had been there for half an hour. Zhu Wenbing's heart tightened and he cried out inwardly, oh no! Factory director Yang Dali is an old pervert. Who doesn't he know him? Su Yorong, danger. Chapter 26 The Factory Director's Conspiracy. Zhu Wenbing ignored Yang Dali's warning, picked up the food and hurried to the factory director's office. I feel nervous. Yang Dali's office is not a good place. The office is very large. In addition to the office area, there is also his living area. It is said that there are some pretty female workers in the factory. Anyone he set his eyes on never ran away. This old pervert actually set his sights on Su Yorong. I've been there for half an hour, oh my god. What is going to happen, I'm afraid. Zhu Wenbing's heart was about to jump out of his throat. Soon, he rushed to the office building. Just then, a middle-aged woman and Su Yorong came downstairs. Zhu Wenbing was stunned. Su Yorong lowered her head, her little face red. A lot of hair hangs down, half covering the face, which is quite charming. You guys. Yorong, are you out? The 2 women heard the sound and saw Zhu Wenbing. The middle-aged woman was well-maintained and dressed elegantly. She looked at Zhu Wenbing in confusion. You are? A security guard. Su Yorong still looked a little embarrassed. Sister Wang, he is the factory security captain, Zhu Wenbing. Zhu Wenbing could only nod, hello, Sister Wang. What are you doing? Sister Wang seemed to understand something, but she smiled and said, oh, Director Yang has invested in a garment factory in the northern suburbs industrial zone. He is looking for a model to endorse it. Su Yorong fits the bill. I came here today to discuss the contract with her in the director's office. R. Zhu Wenbing was a little embarrassed. Is that so? Su Yorong could tell something was wrong with him and blushed as she asked, what else can it be? Zhu Wenbing. I don't know what to say. Sister Wang laughed and turned to Su Yorong and said, this is your boyfriend, right? Look, I've brought you food. Zhu Wenbing and Su Yorong felt embarrassed on the spot. Just as I was about to explain, Sister Wang said, okay, Xiaosu, think about the contract and give me a reply in a few days. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he waved to the 2 of them, with a smile on his face, and walked towards a golden BMW 5. Zhu Wenbing was embarrassed. This Sister Wang, she is really. Su Yorong blushed, she is the director of the garment factory over there. Director Yang invited her. What are you doing here? Zhu Wenbing had no choice but to raise the rice bucket and said, I will bring you food. Su Yorong's face darkened. Captain Zhu, I've already told you not to bring you food. I can do it myself. Zhu Wenbing quickly explained. Su Yorong felt a little relieved after hearing the surprise. It seems that the scumbag has really changed. She said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Captain Zhu, I didn't mean it. Har har, it's okay. Here, your meal. Go to the cafeteria over there and eat. I'll go back to the security department to eat. Well, thank you. The 2 of them carried the food and walked in different directions. Su Yorong felt inexplicably warm in her heart. There is a slight feeling of happiness. I really want to see Tiantian eating. Poor little baby, she must be very happy too, right? I hope this is not a dream. Even if it's a dream, don't wake up. On the office building, Yang Dali stood on the balcony and saw the situation below. He felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, he called the security department and asked Zhu Wenbing to answer the phone. Yang Dali said solemnly, Zhu Wenbing, you bastard, did you take my words for granted? Su Yorong is a married woman, and she is also the endorsement model I chose, with a monthly salary of 30,000. Can you compare with her? Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If you send her food next time, you will get out. It's not easy to find a pig with 2 legs, but there are many security captains. After a scolding, he hung up the phone without giving Zhu Wenbing a chance to reply. There was a vicious look on his face, and then he smiled evilly. Su Yorong, you will definitely sign the contract. A prodigal husband like you, har har, can he support you? It still has to be me, old Yang. I felt evil in my heart, and my mouth was drooling. Here, Song Sanxi prepared food for Tiantian. There wasn't much for lunch today, just 4 dishes and 1 soup, and they tasted amazing. The fragrance permeates the entire kindergarten. All the children who were eating lunch at school started drooling at the smell and didn't want to eat the delicious food in front of them. The small cafeteria classroom in Tiantian's class is even more exciting. Being willful, she cried loudly and asked for a sweet lunch. Some even asked their dads to cook and make dishes as delicious as Tiantian's dad's. It was a mess, noisy and full of crying. I enjoyed my sweet and delicious lunch. I have never felt so happy and blessed. She even looked at the poor children around her and couldn't help but look up at Song Sanxi, who was sitting in front of her. Hey! Tiantian, can Tiantian share with the other kids? There are so many dishes, Tiantian can't finish them all by herself. Mom said we can't waste them. The sound is crisp and tender, and pleasant to hear. Although he is still young, he really has his own principles. Before she realized that Song Sanxi had really become a better person, she really didn't call him dad. Song Sanxi understood very well. After all, this child was not his own, but someone else's daughter, and he couldn't force it. Of course, I still like sweet things. He smiled and said, of course you can. Tiantian, you have your best friends in class, so you can share it with them. Tiantian was excited and waved her hands. Wow! Mingming, Hong Hong, come here, let's have dinner together, it smells so good. A pair of little twin girls came over with red faces. There was excitement in the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes. Thank you Tiantian, thank you Susu. The 2 sisters spoke in unison and bowed to Tiantian and Song Sanxi together. They have pretty looks, although not as pretty as Tiantian, but they are also quite beautiful. Moreover, he is very polite and well-mannered. Song Sanxi couldn't help but like it very much, and gently stroked the 2 little heads. You're welcome, as long as you like, Uncle will cook for you every day at noon, okay? Okay, Uncle is so awesome. I really envy Tiantian for having such a good wife, but we don't have one. As they spoke, Mingming and Hong Hong looked at each other and were about to cry. Tiantian said quickly, Mingming, Hong Hong, don't cry. Your father-in-law has just gone far away, he will definitely come back. You don't have a father-in-law now, but you still have a beautiful mother. In the future, you will have a father-in-law. I didn't have a father-in-law before, but now. As she spoke, she looked at Song Sanxi, smiled, and said nothing more. Okay, I will have a lover in the future. Mingming, Hong Hong, come, let's eat. This little girl is really mature in her thinking. Song Sanxi looked at it and smiled slightly, quite liking it. After dinner, Song Sanxi went to inquire about Mingming and Hong Hong's situation. When I left, I heard a lot of children surrounding Tiantian, shouting and making noise. Tiantian, this is my big baby bear doll. Can you play with it? Tiantian, this is my transformer, let's share it. Tiantian, let's make a pot of Euler, okay. Tiantian, you are so handsome. Song Sanxi smiled secretly. These kids are so smart, they start to compliment Tiantian right away. Still, want to have a particularly delicious lunch? Tiantian said crisply, that one is not my baby yet, I want to test him. You guys don't have to gather around, I want to play with Mingming and Hong Hong, they are my best babies. This made Song Sanxi more determined to win the title of father and to understand Mingming and Hong Hong's families. After finding the head teacher and getting some information, Song Sanxi nodded secretly. It really wasn't easy for the twin sisters. Their mother is amazing. Well, turn around and give it a hand. Afternoon, 3 o'clock. Song Sanxi pushed open the door on time and walked into the VIP operation room of Park Sun Financial. Chapter 27 Take You Flying. Song Sanxi has arrived, but Zhao Liangyu has not yet arrived. What Zhao Liangyu was thinking was, didn't he? Song Sanxi say that he would come over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to see the results. So, he also planned to come over after 3 o'clock. Ji Yunmeng was sitting at the bar, working on some documents on her laptop. Financial analysis and judgment are her strengths, and are also part of her job responsibilities. When she saw Song Sanxi coming, she said coldly, "Oh, you're here." Song Sanxi understood as soon as he saw her expression. He nodded, sat down in front of the computer he chose and turned it on. "Well, give me a glass of water." "Pour it yourself," Ji Yunmeng said unhappily. Song Sanxi picked up the landline phone next to the computer and said, "Forget it, I'll just file a complaint as a VIP customer." HMPH. Ji Yunmeng snorted coldly, quickly stood up and poured boiled water. Putting the boiling water in front of him, Song Sanxi looked at the market, nodded and smiled. "Well, as expected, Zhoushuan technology is still falling slightly, as expected." Ji Yunmeng glanced at him and said coldly, "Seeing you like this, I feel relieved. You have a lot of money, but you're wasting it. How can I not be relieved? A long decline will inevitably lead to a rebound." "Rebound? Bullshit. Zhao Liangyu and our company have the same judgment. Within half a month, this stock will be delisted. And you are still like an idiot, happily waiting for it to bottom out and rebound. Dream on." Song Sanxi shook his head. "I have my own way of playing, and you have your own judgment. They have nothing to do with each other. If you want to make money, you can take out some of your savings and I will help you trade without charging any commission. Bar. I'm not as crazy or stupid as you." Ji Yunmeng returned to the bar and sat down. Song Sanxi smiled. Yes, I am crazy and stupid, but I may have won 550,000 from Zhao Liangyu. What do you think?" "You?" Ji Yunmeng's face turned red, and she was going crazy inside. "You just got lucky." "Oh, was I right? Is the test report out?" Before Ji Yunmeng could say anything, Zhao Liangyu pushed the door open. "Song Sanxi, you're here pretty early." Meng, are the results out?" Ji Yunmeng stood up, holding the report, and said seriously, "Brother Zhao, the results are out. Do you want to see it?" "No need. Just say it directly." "I don't believe it. What I have is not top-grade cat poop coffee beans." Zhao Liangyu sat in front of his computer and turned around in the swivel chair on the sofa, looking impressive and confident. Ji Yunmeng cursed inwardly, "Idiot, why are you showing off?" But he said, "The results show that this coffee bean is produced by the civet cats raised by the natives of Bali, not wild. Moreover, the coffee beans we eat are also grown with chemical fertilizers. The grade is between grade 3 and grade 4. The price at the place of origin is..." "What?" Zhao Liangyu's face changed drastically and he almost slipped off the sofa to the ground. He immediately stood up and shouted wildly, "Where's the report? Bring it here, let me see it, let me see it." Ji Yunmeng had no choice but to hand over the report. When Zhao Liangyu saw it, he broke out in a sweat. "My hands were shaking and I could barely hold the paper. How is this possible? How is this possible?" The voice was trembling. "It's even more painful than losing money in stock trading." Song Sanxi picked up the cup of boiled water and made a toast. "Mr. Zhao, I admit defeat." "Thank you." "You?" Zhao Liangyu was speechless. He sat down on the chair, feeling extremely dejected. The gold-rimmed glasses slid down the bridge of his nose. "The shape is so messy." There was silence for a while in the VIP operations room. Song Sanxi said nothing. Ji Yunmeng pretended nothing had happened and went about her business. After a long while, Zhao Liangyu gritted his teeth, his face livid. "I admit it." "Song Sanxi, what's your bank account number?" Song Sanxi looked at Ji Yunmeng and said, "Who is that?" "Manager Ji, please report it to Mr. Zhao for me." Ji Yunmeng pouted, retrieved Song Sanxi's information on the computer, and sent the bank card number to Zhao Liangyu's mobile phone. Zhao Liangyu followed the number and quickly transferred 550,000 yuan to Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi received the text message and smiled. "Thank you again, Mr. Zhao. You are generous and have a bit of gambling skills. My stock market capital has increased. As a thank you, I am still happy to make you a cup of coffee." Zhao Liangyu was unhappy. "Come on. What are you talking about? What are you cooking for? You look like a smug person." When you lose everything in Zhuchuan technology, I wonder if you still have the energy to make coffee. After that, he said to Jiu Yunmeng, Meng, make some coffee. Jiu Yunmeng was a little depressed and glanced at Song Sanxi. Well, isn't the food cooked by the prodigal son delicious? How about? Zhao Liangyu really couldn't resist that smell, and he still remembers it vividly whenever he mentioned it. Okay, Song Sanxi, if you want to make it, just make it. Damn it, 550,000 is equivalent to hiring a barista. Song Sanxi lit a cigarette and said, sorry, I'm busy looking at the market and don't have time. You? Zhao Liangyu was so angry that he was fuming. He slammed the table. What are you looking at with your broken stock? You will be delisted within half a month. Are you kidding me now? Song Sanxi, don't speak. Jiu Yunmeng was also depressed, and actually wanted to learn from Song Sanxi. As a result, this prodigal son, who is crazy, cooks sometimes and stops sometimes. So, Jiu Yunmeng had to cook it herself. Song Sanxi suddenly asked, old classmate, what's your bank account number? What? Jiu Yunmeng said coldly. Oh, considering that you poured me a glass of water and ran around to do the inspection, I'd like to express my gratitude and transfer 5,000 yuan to you. You are so stingy. Brother Zhao is much more generous than you. That's because Mr. Zhao is rich. I'm a poor man. Zhao Liangyu rolled his eyes at him, showing extreme contempt. As for Jiu Yunmeng, she thought, 5,000 is fine, since it's almost as much as her monthly salary anyway. So, he also reported the bank card to Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi quickly completed the transfer, turned off the computer, stood up and said, okay, you guys play, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jiu Yunmeng thought for a moment, hey, Zhuchuan technology is still falling, don't you stop loss? Or should I recommend 2 stocks to you? Why stop loss? Falling is healthier. Go away quickly. Your kindness is taken for granted. You deserve to lose everything you have. Song Sanxi shook his head, and when he walked past Zhao Liangyu, he smiled faintly, hey, Mr. Zhao, how about we do Zhuchuan together and take you flying? Zhao Liangyu curled his lips, all right. When it comes to stock trading skills, I'm miles ahead of you. Stop pretending to be so great, okay? If you want to leave, leave quickly. I'm annoyed just by seeing you. Song Sanxi patted him on the shoulder and said, okay. I won't come here for the next few days. I'll just let it fall there for you to see. At worst, I can become a shareholder and eat meat and drink soup. Fuck. Zhao Liangyu was really depressed and brushed his shoulders as if Song Sanxi's hands were dirty. I say, are you crazy? You're still eating meat and drinking soup. You're just a stupid leek, so green and bright. You were cut by someone, and no one even said thank you. Song Sanxi smiled and said, how about we make another big bet? You're getting excited, aren't you? Zhao Liangyu was so angry that he was fuming. Tell me, what do you want to bet on? How do you want to bet? Jiu Yunmeng rolled her eyes at him, you're a dog that always eats shit. Why do you have to gamble on everything? Song Sanxi smiled, it's okay to gamble a few times. Of course, this was 2010, and no one knew what this meant, it could be driving. Chapter 28, Crazy. Let's bet, I'll kill you. While grinding coffee beans, Jiu Yunmeng said to Zhao Liangyu, Brother Zhao, let's gamble and beat him to death. Zhao Liangyu looked arrogant and said, tell me, how do you bet? Song Sanxi seemed to be getting excited. Well, let's put it this way. Zhuchuan technology, if it hits bottom and rebounds, it will go up by the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. I will make as much as you lose. If you want to double it, that's fine too. Har har har. Zhao Liangyu burst into laughter until tears were about to come out. He patted Song Sanxi's shoulder and said, okay. You want to bet on this? It's not that I can't afford it. But what if it doesn't rise by the daily limit for 3 consecutive days? What if you lose? Song Sanxi brushed his shoulders and replied as if Zhao Liangyu's hands were dirty. If I lose, I will be your barista for the rest of my life, and you can treat me like a dog. If you ask me to lick your shoes, I will lick them clean every day without hesitation. Inexplicably, Zhao Liangyu felt very excited. Okay, that's it. Meng, let's make a bet. If Song Sanxi can win, I will double his profit and lose it to him. The middleman should be Mr. Qian. Ji Yunmeng shook her head. I've really seen what it means to be crazy about gambling. Song Sanxi, you are really hopeless. But brother Zhao, don't be so straightforward, okay? Why should you double the amount? Humph. I'm afraid I can still afford to lose Zhao Liangyo's family business. Besides, how can he possibly win? After a while, the bet was written. Both of them signed and put their fingerprints on it. Ji Yunmeng went to the boss's office to find Chen Yonghong. Unfortunately, when I pushed the door open, I saw Chen Yonghong hugging his female secretary inside. This makes me quite unhappy. However, the female secretary ran out with a red face, and Chen Yonghong pretended to be serious. Well, Meng, what's the matter? Ji Yunmeng told the story and added, Song Sanxi is really a crazy gambler. When Chen Yonghong heard this, his round, fat face was filled with shock. My jaw almost dropped to the ground. After a long while, he came to his senses and chuckled dryly. Hey! This bastard, now he doesn't play cards, but is gambling in other ways. Seeing that Zhao Liangyu has a lot of money, he wants to make a comeback. Who knows? Mr. Qian, this person, you. I do it. Why shouldn't I? My former poker buddy has taken gambling to new heights and new tricks. Why shouldn't I support him? Chen Yonghong had a sly smile on his face and signed and stamped happily, and everything was final. Where there are people, there is the world. Where there is a world of martial arts, there is gambling. Everything, just follow the rules. As the middleman, Chen Yonghong is not afraid that both parties will not acknowledge their commitments. He has the confidence. After finishing it, he also called Song Sanxi's cell phone. After getting through, he laughed out loud. Master Shi, why are you so playful now? Do you look down on your brother's company's stock recommendations, or what? Are you determined to save the market? Song Sanxi said calmly, to protect the market for the country is the greatest hero. Otherwise, Lao Chen, how about we start a game together? What? Just follow the bet between me and Mr. Zhao. Chen Yonghong thought for a moment and said, okay, why don't you come to my office and talk in detail? Become. Song Sanxi hung up the phone. When Ji Yunmeng came back, he got the gambling agreement and said, Mr. Zhao, old classmate, I'm leaving. Let's go play a game with Chen Yonghong. Zhao Liangyu shook his head. Boy, you are addicted to gambling. You will be ruined sooner or later. As for me, I am just waiting to get a slave. Ji Yunmeng said angrily, who are you? You're asking for death by starting a game with Mr. Qian. I won't send you off. Song Sanxi smiled slightly, still polite and elegant, and left. Soon, he appeared in Chen Yonghong's office. That place is super luxurious. Song Sanxi sat down on the big leather sofa and said, you bastard, the sofa is nice. Chen Yonghong had a lot of bad intentions, but he smiled, stood up and lit a cigarette. I say, Master Shi, this new look is quite handsome, isn't it? But why bother to trade stocks or something? Why are you betting with Zhao Liangyu? Do you think that just because you got lucky and won 550,000 from him, you can win the next round? Don't dream. Zhao Liangyu has a deep family background, and now he has tens of millions of dollars, all of which he earned from trading stocks. I'm afraid you don't know that, right? Have no idea. Song Sanxi shook his head, but in fact he was thinking, I know everything. I don't know why you're still betting with him. This Zhao Liangyu is considered a stock god in Zhonghai. You have that much money, let's set up a game and play mahjong, poker or something. Aren't you comfortable? Come on, old Qian. Those things are too low-end, not decent, and illegal. Stock trading is much better, it's legal gambling. Let's stop talking nonsense and start a game with Zhao Liangyu. Chen Yonghong stroked his fat chin and said with a meaningful smile, this won't work. If you lose, you'll be Zhao Liangyu's shoe licker. What can you bet with me? Does your family have any capital? Song Sanxi took a deep breath and said coldly, look at your expression, do you think I don't know that you have been thinking about Su Yorong? Chen Yonghong chuckled, Su Yorong? Didn't you lose to Wang Chanyang? Oh, by the way, since you're mortgaging the house to me, doesn't that mean I can only give Su Yorong to him? Wang Chanyang wanted to see Su Yorong last night, but was killed by a kind-hearted person. Only the shell of the egg is left. I'm afraid it won't work. This morning, the police came to us for investigation. Oh? Really? That's terrible. Well, I'm going to the hospital to see him tonight. Do you want to come? Me? Har har tilder, no way. I'm just thinking about how to win the money back from him. Beat him? Forget it. Let's get down to business. Do you want to gamble? Chen Yonghong smiled and said, okay. Let's proceed according to Zhao Lianyou's bet. But if you lose, Su Yorong is mine. I know this woman. Isn't it just a matter of your words? Song Sanxi nodded. Anyway, I'm tired of it too. Okay. Okay. Chen Yonghong stretched out his fat hand, looking impatient. Song Sanxi shook his hand and said, you draft the bet. Middleman, do you want it? What the hell? In Zhonghai territory, I, Chen Yonghong, am willing to admit defeat. If I don't admit it, how can I survive here? Song Sanxi smiled and said, as expected of the eldest son of the Chen family, awesome. Isn't that so? Chen Yonghong immediately went to draft the agreement. Song Sanxi thought to himself, stupid, you took what I have from you, I will make you pay double. Anyway, I need to transform, acquire land, and need a lot of money. Soon, the bet between the two was made. Anyway, Chen Yonghong will give Song Sanxi double what he earns. If Song Sanxi loses, well, he will be given to Su Yorong. It's not fair, but you can't catch a wolf without giving up your wife. After it was done, Chen Yonghong was so happy. Thinking about Su Yorong's face and figure, one might even say, alas, it's a pity for your wife. She was such a good woman, but you tortured her. That look of compassion and tenderness on her part was so serious. Song Sanxi pretended not to hear and said, old Chen, you have nothing to do anyway, why don't you go to the rich man for a visit? Chen Yonghong said, Wang Changyong's place. What's fun about that place? It's all a scam. There's no place for us to win. Song Sanxi nodded. Okay, forget it. I still have 10,000 or 20,000 yuan to spare. I'll try my luck there. I'll tell Wang Changyong later that you really looked down on his property. Fuck you. Chen Yonghong didn't want to ruin his relationship with Wang Changyong, so he stood up and said, let's go. Let's go play a few games. Song Sanxi was secretly happy. Stupid, with you as a shield, what am I afraid of? I'm going to have fun getting his money today. Chapter 29. My face is turning green. Grand Fortune Casino, opened in 2007. Chen Yonghong came on the opening day and never came again. This time he came because he had to pick up his son from school, so he rode Song Sanxi's broken iron donkey. The seat of Song Sanxi's motorcycle is quite comfortable. Even though he rode fast, Chen Yonghong was shivering from the cold and kept screaming. After several sharp turns, Chen Yonghong was about to fly out. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept screaming and cursing all the way. Song Sanxi ignored him. He felt good anyway. When they arrived at the destination, Chen Yonghong vomited as soon as he got out of the car, looking extremely embarrassed. After he recovered, he cursed, saying, Song Sanxi, you bastard, are you still a friend? You're going to kill me. Song Sanxi secretly said that friends are meant to be abused. On the surface, he said nothing, knowing that this guy didn't consider him a friend. He joined the Fortune 500 with Chen Yonghong. This time, no one recognized his true face. Chen Yonghong hasn't been here for several years and no one knows him. When they arrived at the venue, Chen Yonghong also joined in the fun under the instigation of Song Sanxi. It's just a small amount of money anyway, he doesn't care. Song Sanxi walked over and directly ordered a dinosaur machine with a higher multiplier. He threw 1,000 yuan in cash to the girl who was scoring points, and said, this machine is owned by me and Mr. Chen. Please clear the area. Chen Yonghong felt relieved. You bastard, you really know how to have fun. There were only 3 idle small gamblers near the dinosaur machine. When they saw the aura of the 2 men, they quickly cashed in and left. Song Sanxi scored 15,000 points. Chen Yonghong didn't care and also invested 15,000. Old Chen, are you going to follow my bet or play by yourself according to the rules? Chen Yonghong rolled his eyes at him and said, you don't play cards anymore, so you come to study these little things? I won't play with you. I have my own brain and I can analyze. Okay. Let us have fun. Soon, Song Sanxi lost several thousand. Chen Yonghong was lucky and won a small prize of 2,000. Har. Shishao, there is nothing I can do. Look at my luck, my reasoning, and my brain. Song Sanxi smiled, lit a cigarette, smoked for a while, and lost several thousand yuan again. Chen Yonghong's luck was bad, and he lost what he had just won. His face darkened. I was saying that Wang Changyong's place was a rip-off, wasn't it? Come on, try again. Trust your brain. Song Sanxi slapped his hands a few times and bet 5,000 yuan, the maximum limit. I bet 100 times the odds on Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chen Yonghong was about to jump up. Are you so angry because you lost? The girl feels so happy when she gets points. These two idiots are here to give you money. Song Sanxi laughed. Just play, have fun. Do you want to play with me? You have to win. What the hell is the point of winning? There's no way I'd trust you. Chen Yonghong said as he bet 30 times on pterosaur. The amount was not large, only 200 yuan. He estimated that he would get his money back and even make some money. Results, prize draw. After a dinosaur roar, 100 times the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Song Sanxi won 500,000 yuan. The little sister who was getting points was stunned. Chen Yonghong jumped up suddenly. His fat body shot up like a rocket, and he shouted, "Oh my god! This is even possible! You bastard, you really got it!" Song Sanxi laughed out loud, behaving exactly like the previous owner of this body, and was overjoyed. He patted Chen Yonghong on the shoulder and said, "Did you see that? You're lucky. I told you to follow me, but you didn't believe me. Are you regretting it now? Your pig brain is useless." I. Chen Yonghong's face turned red. He really regretted it. I didn't expect this thing to be so profitable. No wonder Wang Changyong's grandson has been doing good business for so long. If you win this bet, you'll make money fast. He smiled awkwardly. Come on, I'll play with you, I'll play with you. Song Sanxi nodded. Well, now that we have the 500,000, let's do it for a while. So, continue. However, Song Sanxi knew that the 6 internal security guards patrolling the entire place had already noticed them. This kind of money, once earned, can't be taken away. Chen Yonghong certainly didn't know about internal security. He no longer used his brain and just followed Song Sanxi's rhythm, winning and losing. However, most of them win. In 2 rounds, Song Sanxi won less than 5,000 yuan, while Chen Yonghong won more than 50,000 yuan. Chen Yonghong laughed out loud, and put his arm around Song Sanxi's shoulders. Master Shi, your luck has turned. I didn't realize that you have such a good brain in this area. Tell me, if we do this, can we make Wang Changyong cry? Song Sanxi shook his head. It's hard to say. Come on, let's go. As a result, a few more came. Song Sanxi lost 100,000 yuan. Chen Yonghong was a smart guy. He was very frugal in placing bets. As a result, he lost more than 20,000 yuan and was still winning on the board. Of course he doesn't mind. However, Song Sanxi had already understood this rule and deliberately let the opponent win. The security guards nearby, who had been watching this place the whole time, had relaxed a little. Then, the prize draw will begin again. Song Sanxi was hesitant. My little sister is urging me to get higher scores. Chen Yonghong is now brainless and just follows Song Sanxi. I say, Master Shi, which one are you going to play next? Speak now. Song Sanxi frowned deliberately and thought for a long time. Bang, the pterosaur that was drawn last time was bet on 5,000 points, with odds of 200 times. Bang, the Spinosaurus that I haven't opened yet also bet 5,000 points, 60 times. Chen Yonghong widened his eyes. Mom, so cruel. I just opened the pterosaur, I dare not fight with you. Unexpectedly, Song Sanxi smiled wickedly, reached out his hand, and slapped. He did the same thing to Chen Yonghong. Chen Yonghong was so angry that his face turned green and his eyes were about to burst, and he pushed him away. Song Sanxi, you bastard, are you trying to trick me? Believe it or not. This guy is so hostile to others. After all, in their eyes, Song Sanxi was just a fool who always lost money and had no status. They could do whatever they wanted to him. Song Sanxi smiled, spread his hands, said nothing, and pointed to the table. The girls who were getting points all smiled because the prize drawing had already started. With the roar of a dinosaur, the prize is announced. 200 times pterosaur. 2 people won the prize, 1 million each. The little sister who was getting points turned pale with fright. After a look of surprise, Chen Yonghong burst into laughter and hugged Song Sanxi. He really hugged her. Jumping, shaking, and roaring. Shi Xiao, you are my brother, my uncle, you are amazing. Huang Qianyang is about to cry, har 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 har. Song Sanxi pushed him away and said, don't be so arrogant, isn't it just because I'm lucky? He, yes, you are lucky, har har. Chen Yonghong's fat face was broken by laughter. It was at that moment that the 6 internal security guards went crazy and surrounded them. The leader slammed the table and said coldly, you two, you can't play here anymore. Leave your money and leave. What did you say? Song Sanxi wanted to show his former style directly. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to start working. But at that time, Chen Yonghong pulled him away and took him behind him. Chen Yonghong pointed at the head of the internal security guard with his belly sticking out. Who do you think you are, you bastard? How dare you yell at me? This is a lousy place where people can only lose money, not win, right? Does Huang Qianyang do business like this? The head of the internal security force pushed him on the shoulders with both hands. Who do you think you are? Are you here to challenge me? If you keep talking nonsense, I will be rude to you. Har. Chen Yonghong got excited and said in a sarcastic tone, you're taking advantage of the power of others, right? Come on, let's see how you can be rude. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the internal security came over and kicked him up, hitting Song Sanxi behind him. Chapter 30 Crazy Triceratops. Song Sanxi dodged, subconsciously. Bang! Chen Yonghong fell to the ground and was in great pain. Song Sanxi was secretly happy. On the surface, he exploded, picked up the high stool he was sitting on and started doing it. How dare you bully my brother Hong? Bang, bang, bang. It looks chaotic, but in fact, Professor Shi has his own rules. The 6 strong internal guards were beaten and screamed in pain, with their arms and legs broken. Song Sanxi was killing like a madman, and the other security guards couldn't get close to him. Chen Yonghong got up from the ground and watched this scene. For the first time, I felt touched. This prodigal son, it feels so good when he goes crazy. Chen Yonghong was also furious. Huang Qianyang's men dared to hit me. He picked up a stool and hit the head of the internal security several times. That guy had already been knocked down by Song Sanxi, and now all he could do was scream. After the game, Chen Yonghong threw away his stool, clapped his hands, took out his cell phone and pointed at the entire audience. Sanxi, stop. I'm going to call Huang Qianyang right now. Everyone listen. Song Sanxi took the deformed stool and pointed it around with an arrogant look on his face. All around, there were ordinary security guards and onlookers, making it impossible to get through. For the first time, someone dared to cause trouble in the big fortune. So fresh. Chen Yonghong put his cell phone on speakerphone and called Huang Qianyang. Huang Qianyang answered the phone and the first thing he said was, Brother Hong, what's the matter? Just with this one sentence, all the wealthy people were dumbfounded. It turns out that he really knows the big boss. Chen Yonghong started cursing on the spot. Huang Qianyang, do you still consider me a friend or a brother? I told Song Sanxi that we're coming to Defying to support you today. As a result, you can only lose money to you, but not win money from you, right? You bastard, you dare to hit me. Huang Qianyang was stunned by the scolding and quickly shouted, Hey, Brother Hong, what are you talking about? What's going on? Chen Yonghong explained everything one by one, cursing and yelling. Huang Qianyang was stunned and felt a little painful. You bastards, Song Sanxi and Chen Yonghong, you two are so lucky. Finally, Chen Yonghong yelled, Huang Qianyang, are we still friends and brothers? Hey! What are you talking about? Brother Hong, of course I will do it. If I play here, I can only lose, not win. No. It's an honor for the rich man to have Brother Hong come to support us. You two, just have fun. I won't win again, and you won't admit it and will continue to fight and kill me, right? Impossible. Chen Yonghong was completely satisfied. That's it. I'll play for a while. I'll go to the hospital to see you tonight. Brother Hong, I appreciate your kindness, but don't come. Have fun, I'm not feeling well, I'm going to hang up now. Huang Qianyang hung up the phone on his own initiative. Then, he started swearing in the ward. I really didn't expect that Song Sanxi and Chen Yonghong could win more than 2 million from him. The full-time nurse in the senior ward heard the noise and hurried in. Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you? It hurts. Wang Changyang said unhappily. R. The nurse was frightened. Just bear with it for a moment. I'll get you some painkillers. No need. Go away. Nurse, aggrieved, left. Wang Changyang was very depressed. What happened these 2 days? An unknown expert has won my money in Monopoly, and he cannot be caught. Chen Yonghong, that bastard Song Sanxi, want to defeat me. It seems that several internal security guards were beaten to a pulp by them. Where is my Wang Changyang's face? However, he could only comfort himself. With Song Sanxi's silly temper, he wants to win even after winning, but he always loses in the end. If you still want to make a profit after losing, the more you try, the deeper you lose. If you win now, I'm afraid that later on, you too will lose. So he called Sun Jun, the general manager of Dafuhao, and asked him to go over there, keep an eye on the situation there, and report to him at any time. Sun Jun said, Brother Yang, what if they always win? Winning shit. I've never seen anyone win all the time. Let them play as they please and recommend a few more ways to win the prize. In fact, Sun Jun had already rushed to the scene after hearing the news. But by then, it was already over. Song Sanxi and Chen Yonghong sat down again and continued to place bets. Chen Yonghong even took out some Zhonghua cigarettes and gave them to Song Sanxi, looking very happy. Sun Jun ordered all the internal security guards whose limbs were broken to be sent to the hospital. I feel so depressed inside. Nowadays, even the rich don't have any internal security guards. He hurried over, smiled, offered cigarettes, and introduced himself. Song Sanxi refused to take the cigarette. Get lost. Just give us cash or transfer the money. You are of no use at all. Sun Jun's face turned black. Chen Yonghong didn't even look at Sun Jun. He laughed and handed Song Sanxi another cigarette. Hey, Mr. Shi, what are you going to do this time? Song Sanxi randomly bet tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Yonghong followed without hesitation. Sun Jun came over again and said humbly, two of Brother Yang's friends, there are many ways to play in our entertainment city. Chen Yonghong waved his hand and said, go away, I'd just like to fight dinosaurs, what's it to you? Sun Jun was frustrated, so he just let them do whatever they want. Anyway, he had an expert adjust the machine, so it was impossible for them to win. But Chen Yonghong hooked his hand and said, come back, come back. Brother Hong, what's the matter? Sun Jun, right. I'm Huang Changyong's friend, good brother, come here and sit there for nothing? Don't you know how to behave? Oh, okay. Soon, Sun Jun personally brought hot tea, snacks, and Zhonghua cigarettes, and invited the two to eat, drink, and have fun. There was also a beautiful waitress next to him, accompanying him and ready to mix tea, pour water and light cigarettes at any time. Song Sanxi was still arrogant and touched the waiter's waist. Chen Yonghong chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Shishao, eating, drinking, gambling and smoking, this is how you are. After saying that, he pinched the waiter's face. How mean? What can they do? Boss Yong's friends, brothers, are. Sun Jun was not far away, accompanying and watching. Song Sanxi and Chen Yonghong lost tens of thousands of dollars through a series of operations, but they were still very happy. The crazy thing is, this machine surface can accommodate 10 people playing at the same time. As a result, Song Sanxi took all the remaining 8 positions. For each position, the points gained by the girl will reach 100,000 yuan. Chen Yonghong is worthy of being the CEO of a financial company. He is relatively stable and very smart, and every win he makes is a win. I didn't dare to play like this. Sun Jun was of course happy that Song Sanxi played like this, as the chance of getting it back was even greater. He secretly cursed him for being a crazy fool. As a result, Song Sanxi made 10 moves in a row. 9 seats, a heavy bet of 5,000, all bet at 100 times, and lost everything. He spat out 450,000 without blinking an eye. Chen Yonghong cursed inwardly, what a prodigal son. The more he wins, the more he wants to win, but in the end he always loses. It's such a bad behavior to play cards with him. He is totally brainless. All in all, Chen Yonghong lost nearly 50,000 yuan, but he was still happy because he was winning. The people watching were extremely excited. This is the first time I see people playing so crazy. Finally, Song Sanxi saw that the time was almost up and figured out the procedure. All 9 of his positions were heavy bets of 5,000 yuan. 100x odds, triceratops. Chen Yonghong took a deep breath and followed. People who are watching, keep paying attention, it's exciting. If I win, har har. Sun Jun was not far away, sneering secretly. Stupid Song Sanxi, you have to vomit out the 45,000 this time. He gave a look and the already frightened girl had no choice but to press the prize button. Everyone is paying attention. The dinosaur roars. The prize is triceratops. 100 times. The whole place exploded, cheered, and was noisy. Sun Jun's eyes rolled back, everything went dark, and he fainted. Song Sanxi, for 0.5 million. Chen Yonghong, 500,000. Chapter 31. It's so exciting. The little sister who was getting points was trembling all over. Looking at Song Sanxi was like looking at a monster. This way of playing can bankrupt the rich lottery casino. Chen Yonghong, holding Song Sanxi. I laughed out loud and cried, feeling excited and regretful at the same time. He even slapped himself. Why don't I get a few more operating positions? He could only envy Song Sanxi and was jealous to the point of going crazy. He called out again, come on, Shishao, keep going, keep going. Can you give me a few camera positions? Song Sanxi laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. How can you be so lucky? Come on, play one last round. Stop while you're ahead, or you'll kill Huang Changyang. Chen Yonghorn, who had a little bit of common sense, thought this was true. The younger sister who was getting points asked helplessly, brother, are you guys still playing? Song Sanxi held a cigarette in his mouth, the last one. Chen Yonghong quickly lit it for him, just the last one. Therefore, Song Sanxi placed a bet of 500 yuan on all 9 machines and chose the Thunder Dragon with a 20-fold bet. Chen Yonghong came aggressively this time, so follow him and bet 5,000 yuan. What if I win again? It doesn't matter if I lose, I'm still winning. Seeing this, the girl who had gained points was relieved. Prize draw. 20 times Thunder Dragon. Their whole audience cheered. Song Sanxi, including principal and interest, 90,000 yuan. Chen Yonghong was overjoyed, his fat face was smiling, and he got 100,000 yuan. Song Sanxi waved his hand and said, the 90,000 yuan will be divided equally among all the friends watching here, whether they are the staff of the rich man or the customers. This person has accumulated good luck, and there was cheering and applause from the audience. Chen Yonghong felt regretful and punched Song Sanxi on the back. Master Shi, are you stupid? Why didn't you bet more? Otherwise, you would have gotten 900,000 yuan. Song Sanxi smiled and said, I didn't expect it. I'm not sure about it. Whatever. Anyway, I won more this time. I am satisfied. After saying that, Chen Yonghong took the slightly cold cup of tea and poured it over Sun Jun to wake him up. Tell him to deliver quickly. When Sun Jun woke up, he learned that Song Sanxi had won again. The two of them won 190,000 yuan, and he was also depressed. Fortunately, I didn't lose too much. Fortunately, these two disaster stars are finally leaving. After counting, there were 30 people at the scene, and each person received 3,000 yuan in cash, given on the spot. Chen Yonghong was too lazy to score points, he still felt he hadn't won enough. Song Sanxi won a total of 5.6 million. Chen Yonghong won over 1 million. There is not enough cash, so I can only transfer the money. Song Sanxi also said that he lost 200,000 yuan to Huang Changyang some time ago, so he decided to get rid of it and transfer 5.4 million yuan. Sun Jun, like his grandson, had no choice but to do as he was told. After the money arrived, Song Sanxi left immediately. Chen Yonghong was still a little reluctant to leave. He looked back before following him out. All along their way there were admiring looks and cheers, as if we were seeing off a hero. I never thought that someone could walk away with so much money from here. Yeah. I lost miserably here. This guy is awesome. He even shared some with everyone. How kind. Yes, the dinner money is back. Chen Yonghong felt very good. Song Sanxi just sneered in his heart and felt secretly happy. When they got to the door, Chen Yonghong grabbed Song Sanxi's hand and said, "Brother, good brother. This is too exciting. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Song Sanxi broke free and said, "Forget it, I have something else to do, let's do it another day. Don't you give brother Chen face." Chen Yonghong looked unhappy. Song Sanxi shook his head, "I helped you in so much, and you still want to be angry with me. How can you be such a dog?" He, how could that be? It's just that your luck has changed, that's amazing. How about we continue tomorrow? Get lost. Greed is greedy. How can I be so lucky? Forget it, I'll just take the money and go back to your company to play with 10 times leverage. Har har, okay, welcome. Chen Yonghong was so happy. This kid has a total of more than 6 million on him. If you play the stock market, you lose. The old subsidiary can make a profit and also win over Su Yorong. Song Sanxi knew what the other party was thinking, so he pretended not to know and said with a cruel smile, "Brother Chen, can I take you home?" No, I'm going to die. I'll take a taxi. Chen Yonghong was so scared that his face turned pale and he quickly reached out to stop a taxi. He was thrown up when he came here, and he was freezing cold. He couldn't bear this pain anymore. Only rubbish like Song Sanxi could enjoy this kind of transportation. Song Sanxi was too lazy to pay attention to him and rode away on his bike. Chen Yonghong got into a taxi, still excited, and called Wang Chanyang. Wang Chanyang, on the phone. At this time, Sun Jun was calling Wang Chanyang and was crying. Wang Chanyang's face turned green, his pillow fell to the ground, and his heart was bleeding. Fuck him. What can Song Sanxi, this prodigal son, do he know? How much money did I win from him? And he won it all back in one go. Sun Jun said helplessly, "I can't tell what he can do. He just bets randomly, all of them are big bets. His luck is so good. No, I have to get the money back. Hurry up and find a way for me, no matter what method you use." Sun Jun cried, "Brother Yang, what can I do? Get lost. You're so fucking useful." Wang Chanyang hung up the phone, he was so angry that he felt like vomiting blood. As soon as he saw Chen Yonghong calling, he called back. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Chanyang started complaining like crying. "Brother Hong, are we still brothers? Are we friends? Why are you and that bastard Song Sanxi trying to trick me like this?" Brother Yang, I'm sorry. It was Song Sanxi who got lucky. I just made a little fortune. I didn't expect that the way you play is so exciting. What's the point of being so exciting? I've lost so much money. No, you have to think of a way for me. I have to make him spit out the money. I say, Brother Yang, this guy just made a bet with me this afternoon. Chen Yonghong quickly told the story about the bet he had made with Song Sanxi. Finally, he said, "So, Brother Yang, just wait. This guy will lose miserably. When he loses, I will give you half of the commission, interest, etc. That will give you back 2 or 3 million, right? You actually set your sights on Su Yorong." Wang Chanyang was heartbroken, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. Okay, go ahead. Song Sanxi, this prodigal, really uses his wife as a capital. I surrender. Chen Yonghong laughed evilly for a few times before saying, "Brother Yang, as a human being, I have come to this point. How about you? Don't you want to express your opinion?" What did I mean? Wang Chanyang thought about it and understood something. Chen Yonghong said, what if I lose in the stock market, you have to take half of the loss for me, right? Wang Chanyang said, okay. If you win, you give me half. If you lose, I'll give you half. That's what brothers are like, right? Good. These two guys, indeed, are from the same class, they have become accomplices so quickly. Moreover, they keep their words. Song Sanxi bought some vegetables and went to his sister-in-law's house to cook dinner. The frying was going on in the kitchen when Du Haiping came back from get off work first. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the aroma of food and thought it was Su Yuqing cooking. So, he went to the kitchen door and said, "Honey, it smells so good." Oh. Du Haiping was embarrassed and stunned. Song Sanxi smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, are you back? You loser, how did you get into my house? Get out of here." Don't make me angry. Chapter 32. He is not a dog. Song Sanxi turned off the fire and looked at Du Haiping's gloomy face. Brother-in-law, you are already angry. Why? We are all family, please give me a chance to change. Don't talk nonsense. Du Haiping pointed at Song Sanxi's nose. Dog, can you ever stop eating shit? Do you think cooking a few meals can win our favor and change our attitude? Yorong said that we can't let a scum like you get close to Tiantian, for fear that you might kidnap and sell the child. So, get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take action. Song Sanxi still had a friendly smile on his face. Brother-in-law, people always make mistakes, so you can't. Roll. Du Haiping roared and turned to point towards the gate. Just then, Su Yuqing came back to pick up Tiantian. As soon as she entered the door, Tiantian's eyes were full of stars. Wow! Auntie, it smells so good. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Du Haiping said angrily, what's wrong with me? It's your scumbag father who is cooking here. He has no good intentions, I told him to get out. Bang, him. Tiantian almost yelled, bang, but changed her words. Su Yuqing quickly said, Tiantian, go inside and read the comic book. Tiantian looked at her uncle in confusion and wanted to rush to the kitchen to check, but then she obediently went back to her room. Su Yuqing came over and couldn't help drooling at the smell of the food. Song Sanxi smiled and said, Sister, you are back. I said I would correct my mistakes, and I will definitely do it. Please, brother-in-law, Tiantian, give me this opportunity. Tonight, I plan to prepare some food for Yorong and send it to her factory. Du Haiping said coldly, don't use sweet words, I don't believe it. Hurry up, put down the spatula and get out. Su Yuqing knew what Song Sanxi was like before. Now he can cook and the food is delicious. Even his image is very different from that of a scumbag. Clean, tidy, handsome, and speaks sincerely. So Su Yuqing complained to her husband, okay. Why are you so angry? If Song Sanxi wants to change, give him a chance. We'll talk about it if he can't change. Du Haiping glared at his wife. What's wrong with you? Your elbow is bent outward, right? Okay, let him do it, let him do it. It's a waste if he doesn't eat it anyway. After saying that, he stormed back to the study. Su Yuqing was a little embarrassed. Do you want my help? Song Sanxi smiled and said, no, sister. You work all day and have to pick up Tiantian. It's very tiring. Go play with the children and take a rest. It's time for dinner. I'll call you. He kept calling her you, which made Su Yuqing feel very uncomfortable. This scumbag, this beast, is actually so polite and courteous. Is this change real? When it was time for dinner, Song Sanxi put all the dishes on the table. There are 2 soups, 2 cold and 4 hot, with first-rate presentation, color, aroma and flavor. The aroma of food filled the house. Song Sanxi went and knocked on the door. Su Yuqing brought Tiantian out. The 2, one big and one small, were attracted by the fragrance and their mouths were watering. Wow! It smells so good. Tiantian's face was full of excitement. Du Haiping came out of the study and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He cursed inwardly, where did this prodigal son learn his cooking skills? Damn it, it would be a waste if I don't eat it. As he sat on the table, he said, Song Sanxi, I'll see what tricks you're going to play. If you don't learn your lesson, I'll beat you up anytime. Song Sanxi smiled, sister, brother-in-law, Tiantian, you guys eat. I'm leaving now. If you want to go, hurry up. Du Haiping waved his hand impatiently. Su Yuqing felt that her husband was too unkind. Just as she was about to say something, Tiantian said, Where are you going? Are you leaving without eating? Song Sanxi smiled and said, I'll take food to your mother, and then we can eat together. Oh, Tiantian nodded and thought for a moment, I miss mommy so much. I really want to have dinner with mommy. The little girl was about to shed tears. Su Yuqing sighed secretly. Song Sanxi said with a smile, Be good, Tiantian. You can see your mother on Saturday. Really? Yes, really. Su Yuqing said, Okay, I'll take Tiantian back this weekend. Song Sanxi bowed slightly, Thank you, big sister. When the time comes, tell me what you want to eat and I will make it for you. Then he went into the kitchen, picked up a large thermos bucket, and left. Du Haiping snorted coldly, ignored him, and lowered his head to eat. It was so delicious. Tiantian looked at her father's back with a sad face. Su Yuqing felt distressed and stroked her little face. Tiantian, it's time to eat. Today's food is delicious. Auntie, will we be able to eat such delicious meals every day in the future? Su Yuqing smiled bitterly and was about to say something when Du Haiping said coldly, that depends on how long that scumbag can hold on. Har har, a dog will always eat shit. Uncle, he is a human being, not a dog. In my eyes, he is. Su Yuqing slapped her chopsticks and shouted coldly, Du Haiping, can you stop? You are a grown man, why are you fighting with a child? Can't you stop eating? Du Haiping gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Eat, it's delicious anyway. Anyway, I would never believe that a scumbag can become a good person. Zhu Wenbing was not at the gate of San Juan Electric Factory. The security guard stopped Song Sanxi and said that no outsiders were allowed to enter. If he needed food, he could come back after get off work at 8:30. Song Sanxi knew that Su Yorong was reluctant to eat at the factory at night and often went home hungry. It's only 6:30 now. Song Sanxi was not angry. He said thank you with a smile and then rode away on his bike. 10 minutes later, he appeared at the door of Su Yorong's work warehouse. Godfather, she wants to enter a factory, but if he doesn't he go through the main gate, he can't get in. Climbing over the wall, what a simple thing. Su Yorong is a quality control officer in the factory. His job is relatively easy, but also stressful. If there is any problem with the quality of the products shipped out, money will be deducted. Therefore, she is very demanding and meticulous in her work, which naturally makes her prone to offending others. She is the only one doing quality inspection in this warehouse, and she is very busy. When Song Sanxi walked to her workbench, she was still carefully testing a small solar heater. Yorong, it's time for dinner. Su Yorong was startled. I looked up and saw scumbag. Song Sanxi had already opened the thermos and took out the dishes one by one. Smells so good. The dishes are all different from yesterday and today's lunch. Sure, it was him again. Su Yorong drooled, but also complained, you scared me to death. How did you get in? Climb over the wall. You have been caught. You will be fined and sent to the police station. Get out of here. Don't worry. A husband is not allowed to bring food to his wife. You are a scoundrel. I'm afraid I'll be the one to pay the fine. Besides, I don't have time to eat here. I'm busy. It's okay, just do your thing, I'll feed you. Su Yorong looked at Song Sanxi and her face turned red. I'm a little embarrassed. I feel shy, which I haven't felt in a long time. Song Sanxi had already brought a spoonful of rice with fragrant meat slices to his mouth. Chapter 33. Your mouth is so beautiful. Su Yorong had no choice but to open her little mouth and take a bite. Is it tasty? The second bite came again. Tiantian, mom, if it's delicious, eat more. Just like that, Song Sanxi fed it mouthful by mouthful. Delicate, tender, and compassionate. Su Yorong's face flushed red and she felt embarrassed. I feel a little excited and my heart is a little warm. In the past, when he was sick, he wouldn't even take a sip of water. Not to mention cooking and feeding. But now, she felt like a beautiful dream. My heart is filled with happiness. Work will not be delayed. Eat the meal one bite at a time. Drink the soup spoonful by spoonful. Song Sanxi even used tissues to wipe the oil and soup stains from the corners of her mouth from time to time. Su Yorong's heart was beating faster. Looking at his handsome face and gentle smile, I am really moved. She was afraid of what he was going to do next, and she became defensive and nervous. However, she looked at the food and said, there are so many, why don't you eat? Oh, I'll eat after you're full. It's all cold now. How about you take a bite and I take a bite? Song Sanxi looked slightly stunned, then smiled, okay, if you don't mind, I'll use this spoon to kiss you indirectly. You? Su Yorong smiled shyly. That face, rosy, white and tender, full of a calm and lively light. Song Sanxi's heart was beating fast. It felt like the horrible illness was about to break out. I have to admit, she is so beautiful. A smile can make the soul restless. In the quality control warehouse, a couple, each taking a bite of food and a sip of soup. A warm picture, rare. After eating, Song Sanxi wiped Su Yurong's mouth. Then, tell her to open her mouth. What for? Su Yurong was puzzled, but her naturally rosy lips still opened. So, Song Sanxi threw 2 xylitol pills in. Su Yurong smiled and started chewing. The fresh scent of mint is lightly sweet and sweet to their heart. Song Sanxi threw 2 into the air high up and caught them accurately with his mouth. Su Yurong was surprised, smiled, and pretended to be slightly resentful. You are acting like a gangster again. Song Sanxi smiled and said, yes. Quit your job tomorrow. That won't do. Although this job requires long hours, the income is not bad. You can't find such a job in Zhonghai. Besides, Su Yurong paused and didn't mention that the factory director wanted to hire her as a spokesperson model. This is a money-making business. If he knew about this, what if he had some bad ideas again? She could only come home. Besides, Tiantian school and my younger sister's school all cost money. My younger sister hasn't had new clothes for a long time. Her living expenses and tuition have always been paid by my elder sister and brother-in-law. I feel bad about it. It's okay. Tomorrow, I will buy some clothes for Yushin and send them over. From now on, I will cover all her expenses. When I make money from stock trading, I will open a factory. By then, you will be the boss's wife, right? So, you have no choice but to resign. What kind of factory do you want to open? Su Yurong was shocked. Song Sanxi thought for a moment. The clothing factory my parents left me has failed. I want to open a new one. I'm really sorry for you. You used to be a designer in the factory and your life was so easy. But after you married me, I'm really sorry. Let's start over from now on. Su Yurong felt a little disappointed. The factory is worth more than 10 million. Now, if I want to open it, I can't do it without 5 million. Besides, where can I find business orders? Song Sanxi said, as long as we can open a factory, we will have business. Moreover, we can create our own brand. Su Yurong looked at her husband who looked serious, and couldn't believe it. You, really going to do this? Yes. My wife is so capable, but she works for others. How can I put my face on this? She has suffered so much injustice, but she is just living a happy life. It makes me ashamed. These words are warm and affectionate. Su Yurong felt sad. How dare you say that? I hope what you said is true and not just sweet talk. She knew that Song Sanxi rarely used sweet words. If there was, he would have cheated her out of a lot of things. Now, I don't know what he is thinking. Song Sanxi gently rubbed her shoulders. Believe me, the old Song Sanxi is dead, and the new Song Sanxi is here. You go to work first, I'll go out to do something, and I'll come to pick you up after get off work. Tonight, let's have a good chat. Having said that, without further ado, he packed up his lunch bucket and prepared to leave. Be careful when you climb over the wall, don't let anyone see you. Song Sanxi nodded. From what you said, an old couple still seems to be having an affair. You? Su Yurong blushed, her lips parted, speechless. Your little mouth is so pretty. Song Sanxi smiled a little obsessed. But he suddenly turned around and ran. I can't stand my illness. Su Yurong is shy. But she made up her mind and said she wanted to change, right? If you can't even stand this, I won't believe you. To be honest, after marriage, she went from being a pattern maker in a clothing factory to the boss's wife, and she still has a temper. Thinking about every time we live together as a couple, it feels like a nightmare and full of shadows. Since the day of marriage, the drunk stinky man, the pervert who turned on the light. That was not her husband, but the scumbag she hated. Now, she thought, this guy was so nice to her, could it be that tonight he was going to? I'm not stupid. I don't know what you're going to do and whether you can completely change. I can't let you get away with it so easily. Song Sanxi arrived at the civilian area in the southern suburbs. These large residential areas will be renovated and relocated in the future, and financial centers and high-rise buildings will be erected there. This land made him feel a little warm in his heart. Godfather, there are so many ways to make money. Real estate is just one of the ways. In his previous life, he was successful and famous, with a net worth of billions, but he was never the richest man in the world. In this life, it may not be impossible and it will be easy. According to the information he got from the kindergarten, Song Sanxi quickly found Mingming and Hong Hong's home. It was an old building with a cool Mercedes-Benz S600 parked downstairs. Song Sanxi felt that the license plate looked familiar. Mingming equals Lin Yuming, the elder sister. Hong Hong equals Lin Yuhong, the younger sister. Their mother, Lin Luojiao, is single. She graduated from a prestigious university, and her husband committed a crime and was shot dead. She was suspected of harboring criminals but was actually unaware of it. Sentenced to 2 years, suspended for 1 year. Because I was pregnant at that time. Lin Luojiao used to be the executive president of a real estate company with a high annual salary. However, she lost her job after her husband's accident. I could only work as a seamstress in a garment factory. He is very capable, and within 3 years, he was promoted to the position of workshop supervisor. The daughters have never seen their father since they were born. She also worked very hard for her daughter. Work hard to make money and send them to a good kindergarten. In order not to waste time, even his daughter was sent to live with his mother. Because Tiantian is a good friend of her daughter's, Song San wants to help her out. The advantage is, Lin Luojiao understands real estate. Before Song Sanxi had time to knock on the door, he heard a man inside saying, "Lin Luojiao, don't be so ungrateful. Without me, Yang Dali, could you have become the director of my clothing factory? Can anyone dare to take you in and give you a job? Follow me, har har, the position of factory director is yours, and half of the factory is yours. Isn't that enough?" Yang Dali. Song Sanxi frowned. Isn't he this the director of Yurong Electric Factory? Chapter 34, Dealing with the Bad Guys. This old guy has quite a lot of factories. He is actually an old pervert. He also wanted to take advantage of Lin Luojiao. Song Sanxi sneered secretly. Lin Luojiao said, "Boss Yarn, thank you for taking me in. I will never forget your kindness. But I'm not that kind of person. Please respect yourself." Her voice is very special. Slightly neutral, magnetic, sticky but not soft. Listen, it's fascinating and delicious. Yang Deli was very imaginative and wondered what kind of charm this kind of voice would unleash at certain times. He. Lin Luojiao, it seems that I am sincere to you, but you are not going to accept it. Mr. Yan, thank you for your sincerity. But I'm sorry, I'm not that close to you. You have a family, a wife and children, and you are not a person who is polite in public. You can't do this. He. Yang Deli snorted coldly, "Stop pretending, okay? How did you become the executive president of Longyuan Real Estate? Didn't that old man take a fancy to you? Tonight, I, Yang Dali, will make this clear. If you are fired from my Liua garment factory, I'm afraid no one in the entire Zhonghai will hire you anymore. Boss Yan, you are insulting my personality and chastity. Even if I am begging in Zhonghai, I will not give in. Even if I have to leave my hometown and venture far away, it is better than selling myself out." Lin Luojiao's voice became even firmer. There is a tragic feeling. Yang Deli laughed loudly. Lin Luojiao, you are too naive. If you leave, what will happen to your 2 daughters? I am afraid that all I can do is to prevent them from going to school. Do you dare to make this bet? I don't believe that a woman who has just been punished, like you, with a pair of daughters, can make it to a distant place and establish yourself there. Yang Deli. You are shameless. The children are innocent. Don't go too far. Lin Luojiao was angry. Yang Deli laughed wildly. For the sake of the child, the family and the future, Lin Luojiao, there is no harm in following me, do you understand? It was at this point that Godfather she couldn't bear it anymore. He knocked on the door. Who? Yang Deli roared coldly. Lin Luojiao didn't care who it was. She felt like her savior had come and immediately came over to open the door. Yang Deli yelled, "Stop!" Lin Luojiao ignored him, opened the door directly, and was stunned. A strange face. Young, handsome, with a faint smile. Just like the warm sun in winter. The way he dresses, he exudes the aura of a successful person. There is an indescribable sense of maturity and stability. Who are you? Song Sanxi smiled and said, Ms. Lin, I am Su Tiantian's father. Yaya and Hong Hong are Tiantian's good friends. I passed by here, so I went upstairs to see you. Unfortunately, is there a wolf or a vicious dog in your house? Lin Luojiao knows Su Tiantian. In fact, my daughters told me that besides them, Tiantian was the only one without a father in the class. But she didn't know that Song Sanxi was a scumbag. It seems that Tiantian's father is a very good person. Moreover, the irony in his words clearly showed that he had the confidence to deal with Yang Dali. As a former CEO, he is quite good at judging people. On this side, before Lin Luojiao could reply, Yang Dali exploded with rage. This old pervert, who is in his early 50s, is tall and fat, with a big belly and a round waist. A typical Mediterranean hairstyle, rushing straight towards you. He stared at Song Sanxi with a pair of bastard eyes and said solemnly, "Who are you calling a wolf and who is a dog? Ms. Lin, if it's convenient, we can talk about your new job. The salary is better than being a supervisor in some crappy garment factory." Song Sanxi ignored Yang Dali and just looked at Lin Luojiao. The work clothes from the garment factory still give her a well-proportioned figure and a mature charm. Her hair was a little messy and tied up in a bun. The skin is white and smooth, and the face is like a cool peach blossom, so beautiful. Some of the deep eyes show a hint of firmness and steadiness. At least 175 centimeters tall, very outstanding. Song Sanxi thought to himself, both good looks and great temperament. Lin Luojiao was a little surprised, but 2 blushes appeared on her face. Obviously, Tiantian's father heard the conversation just now. "Oh, Tiantian's dad, what do you want to say?" Lin Luojiao had some guesses in her mind, so she spoke quickly. Yang Dali lost his temper and was badly ignored, which made him lose face. He pulled Lin Luojiao away and yelled at Song Sanxi. "Where did you come from? You want to use my daughter's relationship to seduce the director of my factory, right? I advise you to get out of here right away, otherwise, He screamed out loud. Because Song Sanxi stretched out his hand and pulled him out. Yang Dali rushed out the door and fell flat on his face. The old face is hurt. Anger comes from the heart. "Fuck you. How dare you hit me?" He got up while yelling. He turned around and faced Song Sanxi, ready to yell. Bang! The door was closed. Song Sanxi has already entered the house. He said coldly through the door, "Old bastard, get out of here as far as you can. From now on, Ms. Lin is my employee. You have no right to harass her again." Yang Dali was so angry that he banged on the door and kicked it. "Open the door, bastard. Get out. If you have the guts, tell me your name. Let me see it. I'm telling you, if you don't come out tonight, I'll wait here." What a cruel and crazy old pervert. Song Sanxi has already taken action. He confirmed that Yang Dali would not leave for the time being. So, he whispered to the shocked Lin Luojiao, "Trust me. I'll jump out of the window first." After saying that, he turned and rushed to the window of the small living room. Lin Luojiao was startled and had no time to say anything. Song Sanxi has already jumped from the 4th floor. Lin Luojiao was so scared that she ran over to take a look. It was a false alarm. He just went downstairs like a civet cat, following the heating pipe and disappeared quickly. Lin Luojiao was confused. "I don't know what he is going to do." Over there, the door was banging and Yang Dali was yelling and cursing angrily. Less than 2 minutes later, someone downstairs yelled at the door, "Hey, whose Mercedes is this? The tire is flat." When Yang Dali heard this, he remembered his car. He knocked on the door quickly and yelled, "Boy, you wait." After saying that, he hurried downstairs. "As I walked out of the building, I tripped over something." Screaming. He fell forward and was hit hard again. "This time, I ate a lot. 2 of my front teeth were knocked out, my nose was broken, and I was screaming in pain." When he got up, blood was flowing from his nose and mouth violently, and his face looked hideous. At first glance, there was nothing at the entrance of the building. He could only blame himself for his bad luck. When he looked at the car, he found that all 4 tires were flat. I rushed back to the car, sat down, and used a tissue to stop the bleeding. And Song Sanxi sneered secretly. There's no need to be picky when dealing with a despicable old pervert. He quickly followed the heating pipe and crawled back to Lin Luojiao's home. This is a rented home, simple but tidy. There is a fresh scent of magnolia in the air. Lin Luojiao looked at the agile Song Sanxi and was surprised. "Tiantian dad, what are you doing?" Song Sanxi smiled and said, "Yang Dali is busy with his own affairs now, so he can't harass you anymore. This is not the place to talk. Let's go downstairs, find a place to sit down and have a good talk. The premise is that you trust me. If you don't trust me, I will leave. Chapter 35. The woman who made a mistake. Gentle and elegant. Clean and neat. Song Sanxi naturally won Lin Luojiao's favor. Many women can't resist his demeanor. Lin Luojiao said, "Okay, Tiantian dad, wait for me to change my clothes. This is too outrageous." "No need, Ms. Lin. Clothes are just appearance. What I value is your inner spirit, integrity and ability." "Lin Luojiao, I feel comfortable. Such a potential boss is great." The two of them quickly went out and went downstairs. Yarndellis Mercedes-Benz hasn't left yet. All four tires are flat, and the beautiful wheels touch the ground. Lin Luojiao couldn't help but feel a little comfortable. But he was confused again and looked at Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi looked serious and walked over with her. Yarndelli was still in the car, wiping the blood from his nose and mouth while calling for help. That embarrassed look came into Lin Luojiao's eyes. Lin Luojiao almost couldn't hold back her laughter. "Disgusting old pervert, you deserve it." She knew that it was most likely Song Sanxi who did it, but she didn't expect him to be so capable. Fast, efficient, and satisfying. Song Sanxi smiled and said, "Mr. Yarn, I suggest you ask the insurance company to tow the car. I suggest you call 120. You?" Yarndelli turned his head and saw the two of them. He was furious. "You two bastards, I won't let you go." His front teeth had fallen out, he couldn't speak properly, and blood was still spurting out of his mouth. "That picture is interesting." Song Sanxi smiled coldly, "It's up to you. There are not many people in this world who can play with me. I hope you won't let me down." Lin Luojiao, who was standing next to him, was impressed by this aura. Song Sanxi said, "Ms. Lin, let's go." Soon, the two left. Yarndelli stared at the backs of the two men and was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn, is there still fat meat in Zhonghai that he can't eat? Not convinced. Soon, Song Sanxi brought Lin Luojiao into a nearby tea house which looked pretty good. At this time, the tea house has little business. Song Sanxi chose a quiet corner, sat down, and ordered a cup of tea. Lin Luojiao asked for a glass of boiled water. She sat opposite Song Sanxi and was a little excited. "But, we are definitely not at a loss." Wearing work clothes from a garment factory, he still looks stylish. She has a straight waist and a graceful sitting posture, which shows that her figure is outstanding. Although she is not wearing any makeup, she is still extremely bright and beautiful. This temperament made Song Sanxi somewhat fascinated. This is the woman he wants, oh, a subordinate. Song Sanxi got straight to the point, "Ms. Lin, maybe they clearly said that Tiantian doesn't have a father either, right?" Lin Luojiao nodded. "Maybe you were far away and now you're back." Song Sanxi smiled bitterly, "I used to be dead, but now I am alive. Before, I was just a gambler. I lost everything, didn't take good care of my wife and children, and even beat them up. I was a scumbag. But now, I have come to my senses and I am determined to do something big, to atone for all my sins, to fight for my wife and children, and to fight for the future. At this time, I got to know Ms. Lin, so I sincerely invited her. Be honest. Straightforward." Lin Luojiao was a little frightened. But it can be seen that Song Sanxi is serious. "Mr. Su, what can I do for you? In the past, I favored boys over girls, so my daughter took my mother's surname. My name is Song Sanxi, Big Song Song, 1, 2, 3, 3, happy events are happy. I used to be a prodigal son, but now I want to start over. I want to start a real estate company, and you are the CEO I have chosen. You set the annual salary." Lin Luojiao was a little surprised, but smiled generously. "Sir, you are a very honest person, and your name is very interesting. But your style is even more interesting. Do I get to set your annual salary?" "Certainly." Song Sanxi nodded and took a sip of tea. Lin Luojiao said, "To run a real estate company, you need relatively strong capital. And Mr. Song, forgive me for being so presumptuous, you lost everything, where did the funds come from?" Song Sanxi took out his cell phone, found the account arrival information, and handed it over. "Ms. Lin, you can take a look at the funds I have on hand now." When Lin Luojiao saw that 5.4 million yuan had arrived in her account in the afternoon, she was still a little surprised. Mr. Song, what are you doing? It's like winning the lottery. Of course, real estate requires a lot of money to acquire land and so on. That's not a problem. Since I'm willing to offend Yarn Dali to save you from trouble, I'm determined to do it. So, I'll only take care of the funds, and you'll have full control over the operations. Giving you the power of a decision maker and the greatest job freedom is my style. So, can you please give me an annual salary? Lin Luojiao could understand. This guy is serious. As expected, it was he who took care of Yang Dali. Seamless operation, what a master. She thought for a moment, it is my honor that you can correct your mistakes, work hard, and look up to Lin Luojiao. I believe you know me inside and out. For someone like me, it is already good enough to have a job in Zhonghai. As for the annual salary, you can decide for yourself. I have no right to quote. Song Sanxi gave a thumbs up and said, you are an interesting lady. What is your annual salary at Long Yuan Real Estate? 500,000. Okay, I'll triple your salary to 2 million. As for the car, let's just buy a Mercedes-Benz E for now. Song Sanxi said straightforwardly, even raising his teacup. Mr. Song, you. Lin Luojiao was stunned. Boss Lin, I am powerless, holding the cup of tea is very uncomfortable. Legally, we are both people who have made mistakes. Can we drink a cup together? Lin Luojiao couldn't help but smile. Sir, you are really humorous. She took a deep breath, raised her cup of boiled water, and clinked glasses with Song Sanxi. Song Sanxi said happily, okay, happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. But please, Mr. Song, don't be so polite. I can't stand it. Good. Putting down the cup, Song Sanxi said, I will help you get back the salary from Yang Dali. Not a cent less. I know it won't be much, but it's your hard-earned money. Okay, thank you Mr. Song. Lin Luojiao could truly feel Song Sanxi's courage. Originally, after this incident, she was very desperate about her salary. I've been in debt for 3 months, and now I have to pay back half a month's money. There's no way I can think about it. Song Sanxi said, Boss Lin, starting from tomorrow, you will have to prepare to find an office address for the company and prepare the relevant registration information. A series of instructions, including the company name, staff recruitment, etc. Finally, Song Sanxi said, registering for the first level qualification will cost 10 million yuan, and I will provide it within 10 days. Tomorrow, I will transfer 400,000 yuan to you as the initial preparation fee. Is that enough? Lin Luojiao was a little surprised. Mr. Song, 400,000 is a bit too much. It's okay. The more the better. Rongxi Real Estate is going to spend lavishly when it first opens. He. Afterwards, the two had a deep exchange. Song Sanxi's outlook on the real estate industry and his construction concepts really exceeded Lin Luojiao's imagination. This further strengthened Lin Luojiao's determination to follow him. A boss with temperament, aura and vision filled Lin Luojiao's heart with hope. I never thought that life would have such a dramatic turn. The two left the tea house and Song Sanxi sent her home. Yang Dali and his car are no longer with us. Song Sanxi rode on his broken iron donkey and said he was going to pick up his wife and take her home. Lin Luojiao looked at the vehicle and was a little confused. Mr. Song, what are you doing? Har, it's fast, convenient, and not fussy. If I were to be fussy, it would be too conspicuous. Sir, you are really open-minded, free and easy, and you have your own personality. Remember, before our company is officially launched, everything must be kept secret. I won't even tell my wife when I go back. Even if she kills me, I won't tell her. Har. Mr. Song is humorous. You are the boss, I will listen to you. Lin Luojiao smiled, her face as beautiful as a spring breeze, enchanting and stunning.